should start a clothing brand, hire a print shop, and we make it for ridiculous shit. Obviously, we will be behind the curtain, so it doesn't seem right. Behind the red chairs. But can you imagine? We make her wear funny shit in ads. Oh my god. Pretty good. Here, that's it. Okay, let's go outside the box. We got a mission. What's the mission? To make Brendan do stand up. Yes. Okay. Yes. Also, do stand up. Right. What's the real mission? Get people to join the Patreon. So, put sugar on my dick and tell me it's delicious. Pause. No, to make a documentary about. Oh yeah, that's good. We have so many goals. So we whatever the cash is, whatever we're Saudi friends is being 1.5 million. We need you for a day of film. That's true. He does need to do the movie for it to actually work at Sundance. We have clothes, right? We can't really afford clothes. We're giving people 1.5 million, right? And we tell them 1.5 million we're not doing it because you win the fit on. The fit happens to be a hazmat suit. You know what I mean? And then we ask him, oh yes, that's such a he did. Yeah, when they did the interview, you're like, you got it with the fucking hazmat suit. That's so funny. That would be so fucking funny in that documentary. Do you think he'd rather come on our show or do the Rehab Comedy Festival? Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's true. It's like he's weird. Yeah, that's talk drunk. Dude, you should write poetry. Goddamn. Yeah, that's fucked up. Name the waters, Birdo. Come on. Balenciaga hazmat suit. Yeah, we gotta make the hazmat suit like ASAP Rocky. You know what I mean? Or ASAP Rocky can wear it too, and then he's like, oh, dude, yeah, shout to dude that he should join that aspiration company. So you make people, I'm surprised he's not involved. You know what I mean? You get ASAP Rocky to wear the maybe ASAP Rocky's almost putting gun away. You know what I mean? That's what I want to know. Famous people that are almost like, you know, actually, yeah, like shit, it is shade for like almost. Who watches this? Who goes on the subreddit that's like, this is so fucking funny? AOC. Don't know, Gorilla One. Let's see here. Trey Young is homeless. Trey Young, obviously. Well, thank you, Trey. Yeah, Trey Young, like this. Ice Trey, man. Just got a random black guy and talking about his rapper. Dude, Truck Flip has the best brands for yards, dude. And 100%. Yeah, always bet on his races, for sure. Jason Van Ness when Bobby Lee will return. I did watch this, and he's basically just obfuscates the question. Yeah. We're not going to watch Patreon content here. It's just like, I wouldn't want people to do that in our future. You know what I mean? But this is what's my name. Just kidding. I just played. Well, I was thinking, okay, what I was thinking is Formula One's just get Ted Cruz to wear a hazmat suit. It would be kind of funny if you had Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz, like that interview where they're like going at each other, but they're going at each other about like shop facts. Like Ted Cruz is like, well, I don't think that fucking the shark bite hat was real, or fish bite, or the fish hat fat was real. I agree. Then Tucker Carlson's like, oh, really? You don't think that? Well, what is shop known for with tobacco? Ted Cruz like, I'm not an expert on it. It's like Rick, yeah, or something like that. Yeah, I wish I had delivered that better, but you know, the show's over. How many comic books did he sell this month? He's like, I don't know, man. Yeah, he knows the exact number of comic books he sold or claimed to have sold. It's just funny because you wanted to say that podcast is no good, but you can't even answer the question. That's what Tucker Carlson. That's good. Thanks. The Braves is strong. Yeah, I think the stream is cutting out a little bit. We'll spin it up. We are winding down a bit. Yes. Yeah. What's Daddy's number? That's a good question. He's got the best brains. Eminem confirmed homeless. Oh, feminine. I don't know what Daddy's number is. 66. that mega clip.
Well, 10 people, how two small guys fit in big cars?
Sure.
Oh, yeah, so let's go like maybe one more Texas chef arc about the beginning. I still believe in the land moon book. That's why the audio was so bad. Also, this is real fans with you. I told you at that room. Chin calling Papa out on his douchebag behavior. Okay, that was too forward. Post by Clint Bluer from Chinese. Let's see this. I told you at that roommate in college we ended up fighting where he put labels on everything in the cupboard. That's the most annoying. And then he could.
Damn, I can't believe I'm going back to this shit. Yeah, I mean, Brian knows that he has to. He can't be serious.
That's so strange.
It is.
There's a reason that it really makes stuff.
I wouldn't care if somebody put their name on it. Oh my god, this is the shit about fireworks. That's all. It's just right there. That's why I was saying we're dying. Well, if it happens again, I'll tell the lady upstairs or something like that. Dude, the team was fired. That was ridiculous. My neighbors on the team. It's a little late for fireworks day. They don't care. Motel sitting on fireworks day. Photographer we took on.
We called his mom, and then I got a random call. His mom's like, "You gotta quit eating this stuff." I'm like, "Who is this?" Freshman in college. That's it. You're out. You're out. You're a loser. On all his Nutrigrain bars, he took everyone individually out and labeled them with a Post-it. Hey, what? He like took them all out and now, they come with Nutrigrain bars, just come in a box, and then they're each individual. I hate he took every single one out and wrote his name on it. Well, that's like people who they buy a really nice car.
Well, I mean, listen, if you believe shop there, it's like, it's a real problem. You've been eating this stuff to the point where he has to take every single individual one out and put his name on it. He's wearing that shop over again. Yeah, he's doing it because that's such a crazy thing to do. It must be that the roommate is doing it to help Shop. Because Shop is eating too much. I love the guy. Doesn't know what food is his. So to help him, I'm going to write my name on it. And I hope that helps with this thing. Because if that were to really happen in real life, the guy doing that is not okay mentally, right? Like, his roommate is a crazy person. Every Nutrigrain. I fucking amazing. Nutrigrain bars suck. You're gonna put one on every one of them? So unlikely. I would just buy that Sharpie with my ass.
Say hi. And I know this is different, but they'll keep a car cover on it and they'll drive it once a month. So I'm like, listen, and they close it. I'm like, fucking drive it, you fucking precious bitch. But Bert, did you actually take the stuff after he labeled it, or only before? Oh yeah, I took that picture. I'm halfway through the dry sheet documentary.
Jeez, it's subject so fast, dude. Wow. Well, it's been an excellent stream. I don't know if you want to, but I'm interested in seeing what the likes are like. I was just interested in being introduced to all of this. This is ridiculous, right? Oh, guys, dude. I thought we talked about this. That is going to cause serious audio issues. It's like if 85, they may not be able to hear me. This thing working. I don't even know if the computer's working. Maybe there's something wrong with the YouTube counter again. Sometimes it gets off and shit. Just like a YouTube counter, just like a roadcaster. Sometimes you gotta go to the back of YouTube counter, flip it up, check the audio's king. Audio is king. Yeah. Audio is very important. Yeah. Otherwise, you can't hear what people are saying. It's crazy how you can be in the middle of a podcast and be like, damn, I'm being real funny right now. You know what I mean? And then towards the end of the podcast, you go to the like counter and go, I said nothing funny. Not even once. You did the whole dolphin thing too. I did it. I'll do it again, but our podcast hasn't been funny to me fast yet. Why is it harder to do now? Even the bottle is less fun than it used to be. You gotta suck it off hard. I'm hot. Oh, can we just get to on and then we can end this fucking thing? So when the first time I did it, it was so fucking loud, and I laughed so hard that I spit out water in the parking lot. I thought that was so funny. I kept thinking, what if I did that at work? What if I not unknowingly did that sound? Because I'm a moron. I don't know how straws work. I don't use straws though, but man, I told you that's true. In that case, I don't use straws. I've never used any straw. Look at this fucking thing. Look at what it does. You press a button, it goes. And then it makes a dolphin noise. This bottle sucks ass. And in the parking lot, I was like, dude, you're not supposed to do that. It's a straw. You just let it straight up and you go, oh, no. Yeah, I was saying, oh, no, because I'm a moron. Dude, this thing sucks so much ass. Contigo, it's awful. It's hard to drink like that. Like, you're supposed to drink it like this and not tip it over. It's incredibly hard to get the water out. This is clearly just a bit for the show at this point. This water bottle, I hate it. Even doing that, it makes like kind of a weird noise that they can't hear. I hate it. I hate the dolphin bottle. It's worse than TFK. Oh, let's see some comments before we get out of here. Where did the comments go? Oh, they're right there. Sorry. We did start later today. We apologize, guys. We, the DA. Did you hear about that? Oh, yeah. Crazy. I got recalled. First time's ever happened. And I was pretty kind of expecting that sound. But I was. I thought Garcetti was doing a good job. I miss Contigo. Yeah, dude. You know what's funny? I wanted to say this. Is that I sold Timos, dude. You know, like, but you guys voted for Donald Trump, and ever since Donald Trump came out, we couldn't do the old Timos anymore. Yeah, government shutdown. Never heard of it. Yeah, you guys kind of wanted this. Yeah, you guys should rewrite some of the Green Party for the Red. Help me this one. That'd be funny. They'd like it in Saudi Arabia. This Timos starting after the street. Kobayashi got that model. Dolphins was ringing on hard. I is insane. Probably shut up. Okay. Trump shut down all T-Rose facts. Seattle also tomatoes. Shout out to you guys, though. Love you guys. Thanks for joining the stream. We appreciate you guys donating. Join the Patreon to help with the audio. It's so important. Yeah. Especially these days in this economy. Only you can help the audio of this podcast. Guys, just keep in mind, I know it's a group effort to make the show work, but you're a huge part of it. And when you join the Patreon, you won't be able to hear what we say. That's a promise. That's a tiger fact. So just make sure you do that. And you guys, the more people that join the Patreon, the more awake Cooney is. That's true. I'll be more awake, and I will keep me from going to Saudi Arabia too. Yeah. But I'll go to Saudi Arabia for like $10, honestly. Yeah. Gerardo will go to Saudi Arabia for bigger furniture. I'll put your girl there next. But yeah, go ahead. All right, guys, we'll see you next week. Abu Dhabi, baby! And I'll see you in Valhalla later. Hey, what's up? My name Cowbell. You already know what it is. Gringo Poppy live stream. Alright. I'm gonna start off the stream real quick. I'm your favorite cowboy, comedian Cowbell. You all know me. I've been doing comedy for like 6 years, or actually 6 months. I'll stand up. I did it. I know how to do it. So I'm gonna get right in.
Jesse Jackson. Whitney Cummings went on Barstool Sports, KFC Radio specific. Donald reminded me of you a little bit in his size and his football. Yeah, a nice guy and just a nice guy and just kind of cool. We were talking about like the difference between 125 and 35. His size, where like you have to take different considerations. We get knocked out with a jab. You see Derek Lewis when he threw that left. It looked like nothing. It looked like he just flipped him. And it's like, no, 265 pounds. Yeah, you're going to sleep. It's so crazy. Derek is, Tom McGrath is awesome. Yeah, he's a good guy. A little more introverted than I am, but yeah, I see what that's what I mean. Yeah, I'm not introverted. There's a physicality. There's something about him. Where can he play football? Yeah, that must be it. He's a quarterback or safety? He's quarterback, right? Makes sense too. He's a big quarterback, big boy. Big boy. It was pretty wild. I mean, she was great. She's great. Fucking awesome. Picked up the shit right away. Because a lot of times when you write something, I'm stressed about worrying about just athletes. Yes. They're always worried. Now, what was great was that on the way there in the cab to the set, I found out that Fabrizio passed away. So that's good. And I got to be like, oh, well, I'm okay. Let's get to shooting. So that was shooting Vegas. Yeah. That's why I went to Vegas. Remember when I came out? Oh, yeah. Sure. Yeah. But it was fucking great. And they're really happy, I think. So that was a great commercial as well. Yeah. And Ryan's great. Ryan's great. Yeah, that's a company. If you have a company out there and you need good commercials, we specialize in funny.
So Brian Diaz was great, dude. Did you go to the mothership? Because Jeff Dye was there. So Jeff Dye's on our show on Wednesday. We were pre-recording.
I was with Jeff all weekend.
He's the man.
It was great. Shane was there. Jeff was there. Shane Gillis, Tony Hinchcliffe.
You've been in town a little bit.
Yeah.
When you leave,
I'm going to a wedding in Colombia this weekend.
the fuck's you married?
One of my wife's best and oldest friends.
Nothing worse.
Gonna go to Colombia.
God, you gotta entertain.
It is what it is. Well, you know,
How would you leave?
I'll leave Thursday. I'll fly. Here's the thing. I'm not going from Texas to Colombia. I'm gonna go to Miami first. Spend the night, then go to Colombia.
How far of a flight is it from Miami? Fuck, that ain't bad. Because Miami is what from here?
Yeah, if you ever want to do like it's a destiny vacation, like if you want like Belize, a sleeper place, unbelievable place. If you want vacation, you want to be a
How far is that from here?
2.5 hours.
Well, Belize is. Well, that's right. You told that. Yeah. That's doable.
Now, will you have an amazing time in Bora Bora, Tahiti?
That's all.
It'll be amazing. But you'll be on a plane, and then another plane, and then a boat. Okay, and then in a boat. You'll get, so you enjoy that. Please take the day to travel and make sure that the kids, because the kids will love that. That's easy.
And the kids don't give a fuck because whether you're in Bora Bora, if you're in San Diego, if you're in fucking Austin, Texas, the kids go pool, cool. If you're not doing it for the kids, if you think you're doing it for the kids, they don't give a. We have snacks, hotel room, pool. We could be in Ukraine. We don't give a fuck. Kids don't care. The parents are like, oh, they went to Bora Bora. Like, your kid does not give a fuck with Bora Bora with a Holiday Inn up the street. You're doing it for you, mama. Hey, I didn't realize, Miami's like 2 hours and 50 minutes. That's not bad. We got 2 hours from now. That's not bad. All right, less than I thought.
Yeah, but I'm not even doing that in a day. Too much in a day.
I just get soft.
It's a 7 hours a day. I'd rather just go to Miami, have some dinner, hang out.
Colombia be fun with your wife.
Colombia.
It's not a different trip. If the goal is Colombia, that's our lane. There's a reason I don't. There's a reason I don't. That's my speed. Yeah, don't put me around that. You know, in flight, when they put all the alcohol in the hotel room, that's me in Colombia.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
I just can't put me in that situation.
Cocaine, $5.
I get the nose for it.
And then you got nothing but
Blowout asses.
well, no, it's silly. It's the coffee girls in town. I mean, Colombia. If you're into that, if you're into tiny waists,
Big tits and hands.
yeah, if you're into hourglass shapes and symmetrical faces,
I don't put myself in that situation.
go for free. No, I go there with my wife. Very happy to. I look straight ahead.
You might as well be in Iran, dude.
And my wife is like, Collie's the cat, the salsa capital of the world. We need to go out for salsa. I was like, we do. We need to go out for salsa. I gotta pack 2 suits.
One for rehearsal.
Or whatever it is. Pack 2 suits. It'll be fine. I'm super excited.
Yeah, so then you'll be in Colombia during UFC 318. Yeah, that's important. That's all right. That's a card. You're alright to get that. Yeah, you're alright.
By the way, Colombia, just a real quick story.
One of my best friends and his girl have kids together, so they wanted to hire a babysitter. And she was Colombian. And she was insanely hot. So it was where all our friends were just talking behind the scenes, and then we're just asking, can do it? And the girl, not the wife, but his girlfriend, who has kids with, she's like, well, if he's going to cheat on me, then I'll know. I mean, like, if he's going to be a cheater, then I'll know. But don't do that to him. I know. It's like he's a recovered alcoholic. You're like, yeah, I'm just put whiskey in every room. Well, no, just don't have any fucking whiskey in the room. The thing is, listen, you know, Arnold's the best example. Arnold's fought fans. And then he was like, look at this warlock that has a positive attitude. I'm going to make a kid with him. He can only take so much as a man.
Well, yeah, I had an experience like this. My first wife was very beautiful, of course. She was very confident because she was beautiful. So she brought in this gal who spoke 3 languages and was Swedish, Ethiopian, and Angel. And came in like these, like in couture clothing. Like came in with this look, and I was like, I looked at my wife. I go, listen to you.
That's a particular room.
That's right. With hair, she's fucking right. That's right. She was here. That's right.
Pure angel, and I took right another
That's
room.
right.
Buddy, you came.
That was my house on yes. Oh my God.
I walked in, I'm like, what are you doing?
That's right.
And I was like, oh, I remember that. And I'm like, what are you even doing? I'm like, what are you doing?
What?
So, Sean, heated that Brian Callen is leaving again. Did you hear him questioning him? By the way, like, he didn't believe a word he was saying. Gonna come in. And he's upset that Callen is moving on and doing his own podcasting and shooting commercials. You notice? Yeah, Sean didn't get any of that. But he can't associate with Sean right now because Sean is being sued for wire fraud, tax fraud, all this other stuff. But Callen is so distancing himself. Sean sees it, not buying it.
Welcome.
I think how Callen now reassured him about it. When he's like, I'm flying out on Thursday. Callen thinking he's gonna have time to do the podcast and then fly out. Although it's not nobody, so the last minute's gonna come up. And Callen's gonna be like, sorry, fly to Miami and then Columbia after I just
What up,
came
dude?
over cruise around the world and now I'm gonna fly to Columbia from Sean is not buying any of it. But Sean did it to himself. I mean, Callen moved to Texas to get away from and to do a residency at the Compton Mothership. Sean followed him down. Callen wasn't expecting that. To hear Sean go, perform at the Mothership. Callen like, no, because that's the only way Sean has of getting into the Mothership is if Callen performs there. Because Sean just can't show up. Even though he's Joe Rogan's friend. He told everyone on his son's baseball team, but you can't just show up and walk around. You need thick skin.
Welcome.
Callen's performing. It's hilarious and sad. And Sean is here, but let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Yeah, welcome back to War Report. I think that's what we're calling it. We can call it whatever you want, whatever you guys do. It's me and my boy Jesse here. Big UFC 318 is going down, so you know we have to do a show before the big pay-per-views. That's how we do this. Any of the big pay-per-views, me and Jesse are going to break it all down for you guys. And it just so happens that the same week as big UFC 318 is going down, the Max Dustin fight, there's been a lot of Real Housewives of the UFC going down. And it starts with who we both love here. Let's get that up. We love Conor McGregor. That is well documented. Strangers. Yes. And then finally, the fans saw that, like, because Jin's been at the internet, and I got like 30 Conor dick pics. And I was like, man, this is impressive. There's ways to figure it out. There definitely is. You gotta get better at the internet. But yeah, our boys, and here's the thing, we're like, this is crazy, man. And Connor's like, here's my birthday with 50 Cent. And he just cruised right through it, dude. And the craziest thing about the story, though, is he sent those to, like, do you know who he sent those to? She's a singer, right? Pretty gal. Completely. But she's a certified batshit crazy. That girl live streamed herself digging up her recently dead cat, and she boiled it on a live stream. Oh my gosh. See, that's what I'm saying. And like, apparently that she didn't know, like, they didn't know each other. Like, how does that the person that you're like, goddamn, she's like, hey, this is a good picture. Who am I going to send this to? He's all, the chick that boils cats. Yeah, that's the one. I didn't know that. I guess she's just an artist. And he's like, she's hot. If you go look at her X account, it's like nails. Yeah. I think a bit of this is, I do think we're dealing with an addict here. I think it's addict behavior. And he's probably snorting all that devil's dandruff and was just like, cool, I got some weight attached to my dick. I saw her one time and sent her the DM. Yeah, he's like, he's rolling the white lady booze and a shitload of Viagra, and he's like, I'm ready. He's like, it's go time. I'm ready to pound down these brains in. Yeah, dude, ground and pound. There's also, if he has no relationship with her and they don't know each other, and obviously he's not familiar with her online, she can't be the only one who received that week. Because that week dick pic is a lot of effort. You're not just sending it to a random girl. Dude, that's exactly what I was thinking. Is like, if it goes to random black singer he doesn't know, imagine the distribution on that, dude. And then she was like, bro, she just blasted him out. And she was like, bro, aren't you running for president of Ireland? Did you see the rest of her tweets about that? Because like when people start blowing her up, she's like, are you kidding? She's like, we got a presidency to win. She's funny, dude. Yeah. Oh, yeah, she's like, don't call her. Yeah, don't call her. So she's kind of funny. And then, so you see this, and then pictures pop up him at the beach. Is it in Florida, Miami or something? Just some random girl. And you heard that now after that. The Miami case where he got accused by that heifer in Miami 2023 when we saw the video in the bathroom. Yeah, the judge decided yesterday, the day after those pictures on the beach came out, that they're moving forward with that case. Now, if I'm looking at this just objectively, and it's kind of funny, it's like the judge looks at that, he's all, Jesus, he's like, I didn't think there was any credibility in this case. They walk into that bathroom, that 300-pound chick, but now that I see this shit on the beach, I have to understand that he might have actually done this. I know, dude, he just can't get out of his own way. It sucks to see. Yeah, as a counterfeit, like, come on, dude, just tighten up a little bit. And not just a tad. He's in Fort Lauderdale. That's 20 seconds. Miami. That's your girl in Miami, and you're Conor McGregor. There's a 10. If you throw a quarter in any direction, it'll hit a 10. It's Miami. Yeah, there's no workarounds with that. But also, Conor's not a dumb dude. I think he's being irrational and he's an addict. But even, let's say he's on this crazy freaking Nicolas Cage binge that he's going on. He knows that people, he's one of the most recognizable faces in the world. So he knows being on the beach with this random side chick that people are going to see you. So I have no idea about his personal relationship with Dee, but I kind of think she's like, yeah, that's our agreement. I think when he's on the road, she doesn't care. Like, she's just like, whatever, you're on the road. And then, some fighters have that. I know a lot of athletes that do. But Bass written about that. Yeah, he's like, my girl, like when I was doing my thing, she was like, just don't fall in love and don't let me stay the night. Yeah, then I come back home, you're I mean, honestly, any girl actually understands the male experience and is married to a dude in that position. That's the smart money right there. I mean, if you want to avoid problems, like, the girl is wired to like not get jealous of that thing, and they understand it's like this is any way to just avoid inevitable conflict with if you're married to Conor McGregor. Yeah, and then also remember they've been together since what, middle school, some shit like that, since high school, like literally forever. So they grew up together. So And who knows? Maybe she's doing her own thing. And maybe that screamer like, all right, we're a great family together. We built all this, but we've been together since we were 15. Yeah, like let's experience a little bit, but not fall in love. Maybe I ain't picking up the soul here, so yeah, I have no idea. I mean, some people are wired for jealousy, some people aren't. You know, like and as soon as this story hit, she put on, she did this long story on Instagram of just her pictures of her and daughter together, just like, this is my man, this is my man, just instant support. And she had his back for that, like, you're the Nikita Hand thing. I mean, she not only supported him the whole way through, was there every single day, but she actually joined hard the base, joined hard the base. You know,
And Brendan Schaub's career is officially done because, well, little as he had left, that was officially turned on. So we had Matthew on Fire, Court from Space Nine, Love You Jesse on Fire, the new MMA show, Get Calvin. And some of the comments here, I'll listen to the show entirely each time because I support Brendan. Big fan actually, but Jesse is awful. Choose someone new. Damn. Not this dork Jesse again. Jesse makes Brendan sound like Einstein. Brendan, I respect you a ton, but if Jesse's IQ level was above 70, I would be shocked. Find someone better. Jesse's MMA knowledge is about as bad as it gets. The two biggest frauds on the platform joined forces. Seriously, you simply couldn't make it on good lore. Brendan, please do this with someone who is actually knowledgeable about the UFC, not an egomaniac. So glad to see this Jerry and Idea McLemore was such a big MMA fan. Love you, Brendan, but Jesse is awful to listen to. You guys who have known for 6 months last week, you did 4. Damn. Looks like the opening to 21 Jump Street. So, I mean, Devil Stand Drift, I know. The Shop's an idiot. I mean, these two guys, this is pathetic, sad, and his own, like I said, the last bit of his audience is turning on him. But I like Jesse on Fire and Shop made it sound good. No one else will hang out with him, but at this point, Jesse on Fire is doing Shop a favor, which is the pathetic thing. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
So this week we have the great pressures of apparently the coastside. And the coastside goes through the incredible list of bureaucracy faults. Ultimately, again, beginning with in the football side, the race limits are side slowly, the idea being that if I go ahead and list the bureaucracy like a forest, the Torah outlines the manager goes through the demand section.
Oh my God. Well, I like that a lot. I was on my walk. I went up to get to the sat up. You know what I mean? We're not going to talk about Brendan here at all. the real Slim Shady, dude. Brendan, what the fuck? Why'd you dye your hair? Oh, you guys finally noticed. God, now it was a mom. All right, so I finally noticed. Are you done talking shitty movies? Let me tell you something. When you shave your head, and when you just shaved it, not when you dyed it, when you first shaved, I go, oh wow, that really suits Brendan. Did you? I didn't. All right, you didn't think about it, but it's all good. I go, that forever. When Tiger, before he tried out for the team, he saw some MLB guy, Bryce Harper, a picture of Bryce Harper with blonde hair. Him and Bossy go, I want to dye my hair. I told Tiger, I said, if you make the majors team, not AAA, not single A, not double A, if you make the majors team, bring number 2 in the nation, then you can dye your hair. He made the team.
He's on the Yankees now, or what? So you did it just in solidarity.
All three of us did it, yeah.
Well, that's cool. I like that picture. It's a cute picture. It is cute, yeah.
He's fun. He looks the
Hey,
best.
the majors, it's like man.
It's more
It's getting low in travel ball. There's like single A, which is your lowest, and then majors is like the big boys. They made the majors.
All of them with the dads pushing them to go pro. Just like Johnny Damon. Johnny Damon had to cut his hair, right? I feel like that people also that shoved up me profile them. No, I gotta get wow.
Oh, wow, that's disturbing.
Disturbing, and it also
That looks like if I vaped.
you're maybe too big for that though.
Is vape still a thing though? Or can still vape it? Out here in Texas, there's no vaping. I haven't seen one vape out here.
We don't hang out at the big areas.
Fair point. That's a very fair point.
I hang out more in the more big areas.
6 years
Vape is coming out now. All this stuff is coming out about it. They keep trying to suppress it. How, I mean, dude, how completely terrible it is. Of course it's terrible, bro. But it's not like when people used to smoke it. It was like, oh, we heard about this one thing. What is it? You smoke, you get lung cancer, you end up with the high 90 now, the stuff that they're saying that happens to people because of the vape, it's just like,
It sounds funny. Like one vape's an entire pack of cigarettes.
So what are you telling me now? I couldn't find anything wrong. Different messages.
that's insane.
And it has like a big machine on it. Like David Lucas has, used to run the vape king. He used to have fucking a carburetor on his fucking vape so he could get the most smoke.
Doesn't mean
Anyway, start.
that when I
Start vaping.
I would learn you this
I did.
The reason I do
So,
it
so,
I can listen to the science, man.
myself,
well, he's gonna get you a car, you know.
that's the self-knowledge.
That's not what I'm down to. Fuck yeah. Okay, well, that was sad. Bring it to
That makes sense.
We'll all zoom in. I'll zoom in. We'll get fucking Nick to zoom in. We're doing like, we're doing the Photoshop stand of funeral. Yeah. You should just do that. Just look at a live feed. Let's just promise that to each other. If something, knock on wood, nothing bad happens, or something important to happen to any one of us.
You can sell merch.
The golden hour at the funeral. No, what we'll do is we'll still do it. Brendan, he's hardcore and he's very loyal. He will, if he dies, he'll figure out a way to do golden hour still from the casket. That's with a live feed.
Chris, your new merch is dope. How the fuck would you not send me that right away?
I did. I just put it out and I sent it to you. I emailed you about it.
I know, she never got back to me.
If I'm not that grinds my eyes. So here the unsmoke
Ten Gym Commandments, dude. Cool, I make good merch, bro. Look at this never die gym. And look at this, like, start this. Dude, I want royalties because you use my body.
Challenges in my life, I have to respect. If I look inside and I can't find the deficiency, says the customer, bud. Listen, you know what's worse? You know what's worse in life?
Influencer bit that I did.
Never
Rage, never dying.
That's a spin off of Gold's Gym, yeah?
Yeah. I mean,
not finding anything.
no,
Because I will say, if I don't find anything
I
to
gotta go to Bronx Gym first, and after that, I'm on my way to go.
Damn, bitch.
I don't even know if you've been to Bronx Gym. I like how you feel like you have to double down on the bad jokes because Brendan's not. Yeah, I have been today, right? I should. Yeah, maybe that is why. Because he's out. Dude, you heard that Drake got a new covered up his LeBron tattoo. He did. How about the fact that
Chris D'Elia roasted Brendan Schaub over his dyed hair. I like that whole little part where they're like, "What? Your son's the Majors? Does he play for the Tigers, the Diamondbacks?" And overall in general, Sean once again zooming into the Golden Hour podcast, killing the flow of the show with the zoom in. I mean, even during the roast part, they keep getting interrupted because that's
Well, what up, baby? How you?
But it's even worse now because he's zooming in and it's on a delay. So that makes it even more awkward. And Sean, he's just trying to get the barrel off of him. So the first one, but like the reason why he dyed his hair is probably a lie. Because Sean just has to lie about everything. So, I mean, that would just be a normal story to tell. Hey, my son saw Bryce Harper wanted to dye his hair. So I said, if you made it to the majors, we'll do it together. That's probably not what happened. Sean probably went in there like, hey, guys, I want to dye your hair. Look like me because I want to dye my hair. Because I live in Texas and no one will hang out with me and I've got nothing else to do. I mean, Sean is going for a new look, obviously. He does this. And then it got to Crystalia's merch. And Mr. Potato Head Montez brought up to Delia that he might get sued. And Sean's like, because Sean does that with all of his merch. Just rips off other logos. This is what these guys do. They're too lazy to just come up with their own stuff. And Shab has been sent a bunch of cease and desist letters. I mean, Shab had changed the name of his YouTube channel.
A shade this morning, our shooting this month is dedicated by Sarah Ayal Steinberg in commemoration of the yahrzeit of Ayal's mother. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah and Shamshon and Aliyah and the family in the home. So let's begin. Remember again, yesterday we did a really beautiful Mishnah. And the feedback about the Mishnah was actually off the charts. It was incredible. So again, in the Mishnah we spoke about still the topic of what happens if you go ahead and you place the blood in the wrong place. The sacrificial blood is supposed to be placed on the side of the Mizbeach. In the case of the Mishnah, you put it on top of the ramp. So, or any other deviation for that matter. So the Mishnah said that it is puzzle the invo kares. Shmuel came along and said, what does it mean when the Mishnah says it's puzzle? It means that the meat is puzzle, right? But kapara has been achieved. That was the position of Shmuel. So we spent yesterday analyzing and ultimately challenging that particular position. So now we're going to go back to it that today. Meisvei. So the Gemara is now going to challenge that position. Meisvei. So the Gemara quotes an interesting brisa. In this brisa, what happens? The Kohen has in mind, he doesn't actually do anything, but he has kavanah. So we'll say, remember again, we spoke about this yesterday, although we'll get into greater depth with this. On the Mizbeach itself, the side of the Mizbeach, there was a red line. Some blood applications had to be done on top of the line. Some blood applications had to be done below the line. So what happens if the Kohen has intention? Put blood that was supposed to go on top on the bottom, or on the bottom on top. So what's that? We alter kosher. So we'll say, look at Rashi for just a moment. It's 6 lines up in the bottom of Rashi. So Rashi says, we take the altar, and he should amaras lizrok shalom ben koma hayom kosher. Well, so if the Kohen has the intention to throw the blood, albeit in the wrong place, but to do it today, right? To do it, now I just want to point out, Rashi points out over here that this machshava is taking place during when either during Shita, Kabbalah, or Holacha. So during one of the avodos prior to this Riva, the Kohen has in mind to throw the blood in the wrong place. So let's say, for example, it was blood that was supposed to be sprinkled below the red line. He had intention to sprinkle it above the red line. But when did he have intention to do this? The altar. If his intention was to do it now, in order during the Shkita, he has in mind, I'm going to do the Shkita, then I'm going to do the Kabbalah, I'm going to do the Halacha, and I'm going to do the sprinkling below the line. So what's the Halacha? The carbon is kosher. The carbon is kosher. However, again, the Machar Passer. So we'll say if at the end of the day he had in mind to what? To sprinkle the blood tomorrow, then ultimately again the carbon will be Passer. Chazar the Fishay, to So listen to this. What happens if Rashi Chazer b'Chishay ba'avod l'shniya amnas la'achlo chutz l'mkomo pasul ve'in chayav and kares achilas. Well, say, watch this. Let's say that same Kohen has, during one of these subsequent avodos, intention to go ahead and eat the carbon outside of its prescribed area. So let's say during Shkita, he has in mind to go ahead and sprinkle the blood below the red line, even though again the blood is supposed to be sprinkled above the line. Alright? But his intention is to do that immediately. Then during Kabbalah, he has in mind that he's going to eat the carbon outside of its prescribed area. So what's the halacha? The Papa comes down, puts them komo. Puzzle, the halacha is the carbon is puzzle, the ain bo kares. But ultimately, again, there is no obligation, or I should say, there is no punishment of kares. Chutz mizmano, if he went ahead and did one of the avodas he had in mind, that he was going to do some part of the avodah outside of the prescribed time, then what? Pigol, ultimately the carbon is pigol, the chayavin alav kares. And ultimately, again, he will be chayiv kares. Lemachar, I will say, what happens if he has in mind to go ahead and do some part of the avodah tomorrow? Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi, the Machar Apostle, look at Rashi. It's Rashi on the last of the wide lines on top. Avalim also machshava shevishiv ba'avoda rishona. Likianas hanitana lemata lemalo. I will say, if when he had that first machshava, right? Remember again, he's going back for just a moment. When he had, let's say, during Shkita, and he has in mind to go ahead and sprinkle the blood in the wrong place, right? But he has in mind to do it lemachar, to do it tomorrow. Rashi is saying like Rashi. Kishev Vizor also says Vizor lemachar pasal. Kidmopina lekaman yidis. So listen to this. So lemachar pasal. So watch this. So now we're going back. So let's say again, in this case, it's actually quite interesting because in this case, the Kohen is having two wrong intentions. Like the first wrong intention is for the sprinkling of the blood. The second wrong intention is for consumption outside of the permitted area. So the Machar was like if the Kohen goes in and let's say he's doing the Shkita, has in mind to sprinkle the blood in the wrong place, but he has in mind to do it tomorrow. So Chazer v'Chishay, bein chutz l'zmano, bein chutz l'mkomo, pasul ve'in bo kares. Let's say subsequently, he goes ahead and what? He goes ahead and has in mind doing one of the other avodos to go ahead and either consume the sacrificial meat outside of the prescribed time or outside of the prescribed place. Then indeed the covenant is pasul ve'in bo kares. But ultimately, again, there is no obligation, there is no prohibition of kares. Rashi says Chazer v'Chishay ba'avodah shniya bein chutz l'zmano, bein chutz l'mkomo, pasul ve'in bo kares. Because listen to this. Well, let me just finish it for just a moment. What the Gemara suggesting also here is as follows, which is I'm giving just very simple to this. During the Shmita, the Kohen has in mind to do the blood application in the wrong place. Okay, does that by itself invalidate the carbon? We've already seen what that is. No. Right, remember again, as long as that blood reaches in his back, we're good. What's the problem over here? The problem over here is he had in mind to sprinkle the blood tomorrow. That's the problem. Once you have in mind to do this, we can outside of the prescribed time, the covenant is possible. Therefore, what? Therefore, if subsequently, let's say that was during Shkita, let's not during Kabbalah. So what happens? The Kohen has in mind now to consume the carbon outside of the permitted area. So let's start off. Under normal circumstances, or let's say easier, consuming outside of their permitted time. So under normal circumstances, that will what? That will make the carbon sugar. As we're going to see now, that carbon doesn't become pigul. Why not? Because the carbon could only become pigul when it beforehand was permitted. Since the Kohen essentially already invalidated that carbon with what? With the machshava, to sprinkle the blood. Tomorrow, by definition, the carbon is already possible, therefore can't become vegan. We're going ahead a little bit. Now watch this. If we accept Shmuel's premise that sprinkling of the blood, even in the wrong place, is still okay. Like remember, Shmuel's whole premise, we'll say, was what? That as long as that blood gets on the mizbeach, even if what? If in the wrong place in the mizbeach, it's good. That's what we say. The Logan Komo can go on. If you accept that premise, high hustle, people do. Then I don't understand why you're saying that the covenant hustle should really be people. Amar Zutra, Zrika de Sharia Basar Bakila, my city de people. Zrika the low Sharia Basar Bakila, no my city de people. So we'll say this is what I just told you before. So Amar Zutra said no. We'll say it is only a Zrika, only when the Zrika permits the meat for consumption, that same zrika ultimately again could cause pigo. But zrika that does not permit meat for consumption cannot become pigo, which is another way of saying the only way a carbon become pigo if the carbon was already permitted beforehand. But if the carbon was already usher because of some reason, then the pigo status cannot devolve upon the carbon. So we'll say, for example, in this case, when the Kohen during the Shita has in mind that he's not going to sprinkle the blood until tomorrow, then I will say, what's the status of that carbon? We're done. Because once you have in mind to sprinkle the blood outside of the permitted time, we're done. Therefore, I'm going to say, so therefore, when the Kohen subsequently has in mind, remember, how does the carbon become pigo? Let's say again, you have in mind to eat it 3 days from now, right? Or outside of the prescribed day. That's makes it pigo. But that only can become pigo if the carbon before it was permitted. The carbon in this case is already compromised. Therefore, Mazutra says, because it's compromised, what's another? You don't take home messages. It takes so much effort to do things wrong, right? There's so much effort involved in it. There's so much less effort just to do the right thing. Not much machshavas to eat it here, machshavas to do it there. Right? Machshavas in life is so much easier. Where do you know that from? Where do you know that concept, that in order for a carbon to become pigo, essentially again it had to have been permitted beforehand, and if the carbon ultimately again was not permitted, that halacha l'maisa again it can't become pigo. Where do you know that from? Because the pasuk says, "V'im he'achol ye'achel mibasar zevach shlamav pigo yiyeh." So we'll say, what do you see from here? Essentially, the Gemara's thing over here is that halacha l'maisa im hachol yecham b'b'sar zevach shlamav b'yom hashlishi lo yirasam makriv so pigo yeh. That's what the Gemara essentially saying is that's how the pasuk says. If the carbon was fit for consumption prior to your pigo thought, right? So it means prior to your thought to eat it outside of the prescribed time or to eat it outside of the prescribed area, then the carbon will become pigo. But the carbon only becomes pigo. I will say when what? When it was the pigo prohibition that caused the carbon to become asa. Yotza zeh she'im pigulo garalo ela ister davar acher garalo. What say about this comes to exclude what? This comes to exclude something else, which the mice again she'im pigulo garalo, but the carbon didn't become pigo. Rather, the carbon became asa because of something else. For example, in this case, where the carbon becomes pigo because the Kohen has the wrong intention in terms of when he's going to sprinkle the blood. So the Gemara says, if that's the case, if that's the case, I don't understand then why is the carbon hustle? Then why should it become hustle? Which the Gemara says, look at Rashi just a moment. It's the last 2 short lines in Rashi. On the top, essentially what the Gemara says is any time that you have intention to leave a carbon, right? Essentially, anytime you have wrong intent, that's as if you are leaving the carbon past the prescribed time. And anytime you're leaving over the carbon past the prescribed time, by definition, the carbon becomes a muscle. Rashi says over here, the Karman, the Parakola, Psulin, Tanan Laniach Midamol Maha Kosher, that you do the person. So any time we so the good is of the opinion that any time your intention is leaving over something sacrificial, by definition, ultimately again that carbon becomes possible. Good. So we'll say, so I just want to point out up until now, we've been focusing on the sheep of show. Remember again, let's look at what's happening over here. We wish to introduce us to the concept that if blood applications happen outside of the wrong place, what's the halacha? The carbon is hustle. Right? The carbon is hustle. That was lashon of the Mishnah was hustle the invo karis. We're trying to now define what does hustle mean. Shmuel the shita. Remember again, when I ask these questions, it's a 50-50. Right? So if you just mumble, if you just mumble, I'm going to assume that you're correct. So just go with that. So remember again, we're trying to figure out what does hustle mean. So Shmuel says hustle means you can't eat the meat. The basar is hustle, but the carbon is affected. Where does Shmuel get that shita from? Also, that is all predicated on one basic principle, which is what? Shalobim Komo, Kim Komo. And essentially, again, essentially, Rafi, you said that. Yaakov said that. You said Shalom Komo. Right, good. So essentially, right, what does it mean? Shalom Komo, Kim Komo, Dami meaning, as long as that blood reaches the Mizbeach, you're good. As long as the blood reaches the Mizbeach, you're good, even if it's not in the right place. We just challenge that assertion, and therefore this yields now another opinion. We'll say now we have a second opinion. This is a second opinion in the interpretation of the Mishnah. Amar the Olam Pasol Mamish. So we'll say, so Reish Lakish says no. When the Mishnah says Pasol, we'll say, what does Pasol mean? Pasol means you can't eat the meat, and what else? And what else? The owners have not achieved atonement. So the covenant is totally invalid when you apply the blood in the wrong place. Yet, we'll say something very interesting. The Lord Shalom Komo, Kim Komo Dami, yet Reish Lakish agrees with Shmuel's assertion that even wrongful placement of the blood, that even placing the blood on the wrong part of the Mizbeach is still an effective placement. No kasha, and there is no contradiction. Kanshanasan b'shtika, kanshanasan ba'amira. This is very interesting. So Reish Lakish brings an interesting distinction. Because also remember again, the Gemara quoted the second verse yesterday. So what does Reish Lakish say? Look at Rashi. The old he goes Rashi says, we'll say in the wider, not in the widest, the wider lines, that's 7 lines down. Kanshanasan Rashi says, Drasha Dekra, the Mash Mabayim Nistatu, Kishanasan Shalobin Komo Bishtika. ומסניסים בקטנים חסור, ונוסם במחשבת לאכול בשר חוץ לזמנו. והשמונים זה חסור ואין בו חריס, ומחשבת זריקה זו מחשבה ולבסול כמקומו דמי. ולא לפיו, alright, so let's say it's outside. So Reish Lakish says as follows. We'll say, if the coin goes ahead and essentially does the blood application, Bishtika, silently, then I will say ultimately again it will be good. But ultimately again, when there's an amira, when there's an accompanying statement, that's when it's going to be problematic. So again, if you look for just a moment. Fine, we'll see this afterwards. So Tanan, so we'll say Tanan, we'll say now the Gemara phrases the whole question of the Gemara asks on Shmuel, the Gemara asks on Reish Lakish. So it says Tanan, Kishe Brikin as Hanitana Lamata Lamata, Ad Midi Gava Machshava Siwa, Baliv Gladud. We'll say now the Gemara just did it also. Condensed an entire array of questions in 4 lines. So the Gemara asks all the same questions we asked on Shmuel and ask them again on Reish Lakish. Fine. The Gemara now advances another opinion. Rabbi Yochanan. So we'll say now we have a third opinion as to the interpretation of the Mishnah. Rabbi Yochanan Amar, Idi Shenatan B'Shtika. We'll say now both the Bryce that we quoted on the base as well as the Mishnah is where the coin did the blood application and didn't say anything. Bishalobin Komo, Lav Kim Komo Dam. So Rabbi Yochanan comes along and he challenges the basic assertion that was central to the Shidos of Reish Lakish and Shmuel. Namely, Shalobin Komo is Lav Kim Komo. We'll say, when you place the blood in the wrong place, that is ridiculous with the blood on the ground. So we'll say, so therefore again, you place the blood on the ramp, that is not equivalent to placing the blood on the ground. Shalom Komo Lav Kim Komo Dami. Watch this. V'hadika dam hanefesh, hadaleka dam hanefesh. So we'll say, watch this. So Yochanan says, if you do a wrongful blood placement, I will say, what is it all dependent on? What it's all dependent on, I will say, is at the end of the day, is there more dam hanefesh available? Look at that for just a moment. Rabbi Yochanan masnisin dekani pasav lekatakanta, masnisin dekala sudan dekani takanta, shenasam b'shtika. We'll say, watch this. Rabbi Yochanan says, we'll say, when you go ahead and you do a wrongful placement, blood placement on the Mizbeach, we'll say, so whether or not that's something is possible is dependent on one simple thing, which is there more blood? And remember again, for Zrika purposes, it's not just in blood, you need Dama Nefesh. What's Dama Nefesh? Dama Nefesh is that blood that initially spurts out. We'll discuss, by the way, how long, blood could spurt out for a while. So we'll discuss again what's the window that's called Dama Nefesh. So Rabbi Yochanan says something very interesting. So Shalobim Komo is Laskim Komo Dam. If you place that blood in the wrong place in the Mizbeach, what's the status of that placement? There we go. What's that placement? Puzzle, right? Puzzle. Why? Because again, you got to get it on the right spot. And if it's not on the right spot, it's puzzle. What the Yochanan Shabbos say is when what you do, and this is very interesting. What you do have the possibility for Avodah say is what? Is a do-over. There's a do-over. If there's more dam hanefesh, if you have more blood available, you have the opportunity to do the zrika again in the right spot. So the Gemara says, watch this. So it's non-puzzle. Vein bokaris. Also remember again. So our Mishnah said puzzle that when you place the blood in the wrong place, it is puzzle, but it's no karis. Bishlam or Reish Lakish, Hainu Diktani puzzle, vein bokaris. So it's like right Reish Lakish. I understand why the Mishnah uses the lashon of its plus money. Bokaris actually says there's no Reish Lakish. You must listen to Shnatim Machshava. It's clear from listening in Bokaris lashon that Dafagav the Chashiv and Zika talk Mano. So I understand ultimately again according to Reish Lakish why the Mishnah uses the verbiage of puzzle the in Bokaris. Elder Rabbi Yochanan, my in Bokaris. Now what's according to Rabbi Yochanan? Why does the Mishnah use the lashon of in Bokaris? Of course it's in Bokaris. What's according to Rabbi Yochanan? Remember again when you do a wrongful blood application, what do you have the ability to do? A do-over. So of course if you have the ability to do a do-over, if there's more dam hanefesh, then of course in Bokaris. To which the Gemara says kasha. You're right. That is just touching on Shittas Rabbi Yochanan. Shmuel, my in Bokaris, and about the question, what does it mean when it says there's no kares? Okay, come on, this is what it means to say. In Nasam the Machshava, puzzle the in Bokaris. Let's say what it means according to Shmuel is that if you went ahead and you did the wrongful blood application, b'machshava with the erroneous mindset, puzzle, but nevertheless there is no kares. It actually says over here, the Shmuel my in Bokaris, you and I am looking at the Shita, okay, come on, in Nasam Machshava, the Chutz Mano, puzzle the in Bokaris. That was according to Shmuel, if you went ahead and you did the blood application with the intention that you were going to go ahead and consume the carbon Chutz Mano, it is puzzle, but there is no kares. Rabbi Yochanan, Ishalobim Komo, Lav Kim Komo Dami. So we'll say, watch this. Now let's go back to Shittas Rabbi Yochanan. If according to Rabbi Yochanan we pass it, that Shalobim Komo is Lav Kim Komo Dami. That's when you do a blood application on the wrong place. So what's the status of that blood application? It's as if it's so again, wrong placement is tantamount to no placement. In other words, when you sprinkle the blood on a wrong spot of the mizbeach, that's equivalent to what? Throwing the blood on the floor. Then what? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. So the havi ki mishbach minakli aglaritza. So say that's the case. So say when you do a wrongful placement, according to Rabbi Yochanan, so shalobim komo is lav kim komo dami. Then that should be the equivalent of we'll say the blood spilling on the floor, the aseno. And what should you be able to do? You should be able to collect the blood off the mizbeach and once again resprinkle it on the right place. And I will say now again, apparently we're going to explore this, but according to the Yochanan, I will say what happens in the regular case with the coin. If you imagine the coin's carrying keys in the halacha, he trips, the blood spills. Apparently, and we'll see this inside, but apparently according to the Yochanan, there is the ability, the coin has the ability to gather up some of the blood or whatever blood he can, take it back, take it to the deck and sprinkle it down. If you hold that shalobim komo is last kim komo dam, that when you place blood on the wrong part of the mizbeach, that is not the kosher placement. Then what? That should be the equivalent of spilling it on the ground. Just like by spilling it on the ground, you can gather it back up and resprinkle it. So what? So maybe go ahead and say the same thing. Go ahead, gather it up in this bear, and what? And reapply it. To which the Gemara says, Savarla, Kiman Da'amar Lo Yasta. Because you'll say, apparently, Rabbi Yochanan holds like the opinion holds that no. Even in the case of the coin with the trip and spill the blood on the floor, you don't have the license to regather it. Come Rabbi Shach by Yosef and Rabbi Yochanan, Hakol Motin, Shenisnan Lemala, Shenasnan Lemala, Shenasnan Lemala, Lemata, Shenasnan Lemata, Shlokim Isnasan, Lo Yasta. I say every one of these, Hakol Motin, every one of these, that ultimately, again, if you place the blood in the wrong place, that's what? You cannot collect it and reapply it. Lo nechleku ela b'nisanin lemala shenasnan lemata. So I'll say, what do they disagree? In the case of those bloods that should be applied below the red line, placed above the red line, or lemata shenasnan lemala, or something that was supposed to be placed below that was placed above. Rabbi Yossi Omer Lo Yasenu. So Rabbi Yossi says you cannot go ahead and collect it. Rabbi Shimon Omer Yasenu. And Rabbi Shimon says, he will say that what? You can go ahead and recollect it. Mishnah Seinu, Kedivrei HaOmer Lo Yasenu. But our Mishnah will say reflects the opinion that says what? Once you sprinkle the blood, I will say you cannot collect it. And it will say, by the way, it's not just once you sprinkle the blood. Apparently, the time of our Mishnah will say also too is that even if it's going to trip and spill the blood on the ground, you also would not go ahead and recollect it in order to go ahead and resprinkle it. Rav Chisda says, Chisda Ravini, Hakol Modin Binitonin Lemata, Shenoslan Lemala. They will say, watch this, everyone agrees that if the blood application was supposed to be done below the red line, and you put it above the red line, Shalom Ya'asenu, that you cannot go ahead and collect the blood in order to resprinkle it. The Choshe came from all the more so, Binitonin Lemala, Shenoslan Lemata. Ultimately, again, and all agree that if the blood was sprinkled below the line, Shenoslan Lemata, that it's supposed to be placed above the line, and you place it below the line, Hoyol Vitamin Ha'alyonim Lematahin, we'll say this is actually interesting. That in the case where ultimately, again, in the case of Nisan Lamala, Shanasla Lamata, if the blood was supposed to be placed above the red line, but you placed it below the red line, so there are those who say that ultimately, again, that is going to be kosher. Why? Because the mice say anything you place above the red line will ultimately what? Come down below the red line, meaning it drips down obviously at some point in time. Where's the machlokes case? Ella, b'nisanin lifnim shenoslan b'chutz. B'chutz shenoslan lifnim. We'll say, where does the machlokes case come up? Not as much about erroneous placement above the red line or below the red line, but rather, again, erroneous placement inside or outside. It wasn't one of, let's say you took a carbon. It was supposed to be offered up inside, out on the outer altar, and you offer it up on the inner mizbeach, or vice versa. That's where the real machlokes comes up. Rabbi Yossi Omer Ya'asenu. Rabbi Yossi is of the opinion of what Rabbi said, that if you offered up, right, if you sprinkled the blood, or you did any official rite on the wrong mizbeach, what do? Gather up what you did, and now bring it to the right mizbeach. Look at Rashi for just a moment. It's almost right across the Rashi. Rabbi Yossi Omer Ya'asenu. The chivan de la mizbeach zelo hayaroi lo kalti klau. So that's actually really interesting. Rabbi Yossi holds that when you do a second rite on the wrong mizbeach, then what? That is a totally irrelevant action. Because it is a totally irrelevant action, therefore what? Therefore, again, all you need to do is pick it up, like gather up whatever you did, and bring it to the right mizbeach. Because the placement on the wrong mizbeach has actually been no sacrificial impact. Therefore, gather up what you did, bring it to the right mizbeach. Rabbi Shimon, on the other hand, says, no, lo ya'asenu. You cannot go ahead and collect those from the mizbeach. Look at Rashi. Rabbi Shimon lo ya'asenu. Shari Shem mizbeach hayaroi, v'hari bal l'shim mizbeach. Okay, the Shimon is of the opinion that no, even though you offered up on the wrong mizbeach, so what? You put it on a mizbeach. Once it comes on a mizbeach, that is sacrificially, what's the right word? Not relevant, but sacrificially impactful, and therefore done. It's done. You cannot collect and put it on the wrong mizbeach, on the right mizbeach. This is actually fascinating. I don't know. Nachma Yitzchak. But nothing right. So the truth is, we also learn this halacha that Yuda Omer Zos Hi Ha'olah. What's like the pasuk says. So what the Gemara is doing over will say is as follows. The pasuk is Savis Aaron Vezman of Lemor Zos Toras Ha'olah Hi Ha'olah Al Mokdah Al Mizbeach Kol Halayla Ad Haboker Eish Mizbeach Tu Karbon. We'll say that in that pasuk you have a number of what we call limiting or exclusionary words. We have Zos Hi Ha'olah. Those are limiting words. What do we learn from there? We'll say these words ultimately again are exclusionary words. What does it come to teach me? Meaning it's coming to exclude something. Prat is coming to exclude. We'll say it's coming to tell me the cases where the Ola will be invalid. What are the cases where the Ola is invalid? Prat lemishchat balayla. We'll say it comes to the spooky case where what? The Ola is shechted at night. And I will say ultimately again, if the Ola is shechted at night, it's invalid. Or the blood was spilled. Or shiyatsa dama chutz l'kilayim. Or ultimately again, that's what? Or if the blood, right, was taken out of the curtains of the Azara. And also in any of these cases, even if the carbon was taken up, it also tered. Ultimately again, the carbon is removed from the mizbeach. So let's take a look at Rashi in just a moment. About sharp psulin, we'll see any other type of psul. If it was offered, we don't take the carbon off from his back. We come on back on his back, Makadesh, the Faisham that we did the fine. So you want to say Shimon Omer, Ola, Ainli Ella Ola. What's that? I only know that this concept, so we'll say this is actually a very important principle. What we're just telling us what they will say, that when it comes ultimately against a carbon, even if things are done wrong, once it's done, it's done. There are a few cases where if it was done wrong, the carbon has to actively be removed during the day. So if the carbon was shafted at night, or if the mice again the blood spilled on the ground, or the blood was taken out of the confines of the English, those are cases where the carbon is totally invalidated, and even if the carbon went up on the mizbeach, you take it down. But for any other type of invalidation, if the carbon went through anyway, once it's on the mizbeach, then what? We do not take it down. So the Gemara says, but however, Rishon says, "Ini ala ola." I only know this applies to an ola. Shminayin levabos shnishchata balayla, v'shnishpach dama, v'shiyatza dama chutz l'kilayim, v'halon, v'hayotze, v'atamish nishchat lizmano, v'chutz l'mkomos. So these are all the other cases of psulim. How do I know about all the other cases where ultimately, again, the covenant was left over overnight, v'hayotze was taken out, or was done by a tame, or shechted outside of its prescribed time, with the intention to consume it outside of its prescribed time, or to eat it outside of its prescribed area, or somebody who was puzzled did Kabbalah, v'zarka as dama, or someone who's puzzled sprinkled the blood, or blood that was supposed to be above the red line was placed below the red line, or below the line was placed above the line, or for that matter again, it was supposed to go on the inner mizbeach and on the outer, or the outer went on the inner. The Gemara says, or we'll say, how do I know again, ultimately again, that these psulim apply to other kohanos, not just Ola as well? With Lomar, Toras Ha'ola. Therefore, the pasuk says what? Toras Ha'ola Riba. Riba Torah. Achas the Chola Olin Shem Elu Lo Yardu. Or say, teaches me again that there is one thing for all karbanos, teaching me that even in a case where something wrong was done with the carbon, nevertheless, again, if it was offered up, we do not take it down. So we'll say, so again, Gemara just teaches me an incredible, or we'll see this in the Rambam in just a moment, it really teaches me an incredible halacha. An incredible halacha, we'll say, which is that halacha l'maisa, even if certain things are done wrong with the carbon nevertheless stands. In other words, if it was offered up, we do not take it down from the gas. Even this halacha has its
inside look at Hamzat Shemaya's training camp. Yeah, it was cool. It was cool because Hamzat's like this
halacha has its
boogeyman.
limitations.
Especially in America, we don't see a lot of guys that are on TikTok.
I might have thought, but this includes even let's say was like offered up a sacrificial animal that was lobe near, but either that was sodomized, the animal sodomized something else, an animal that was set aside for Avodah Zarah, Ne'evad, an animal that was worshipped for Avodah Zarah, Esnon, which was an animal that was given to a harlot for payment for services, Vahanachir, or an animal that was exchanged for a dog, Vakilayim, or crossbred animals, Shreifa, an animal with some type of injury that's going to cause it to die imminently, the Yotzei Dofen, it was the as well. An animal which was delivered through a C-section, which is also again usher, cannot be offered up as a carbon. I'm going to say that even in all of these cases, if the animal was offered up, then what? We just let it stay on the mizbeach. With Lomar, Zos. Therefore, most of the pasuk says Zos. No, only certain qualifications allow the animal to remain on the mizbeach, but the rest of these disqualifications are also require the animal to be removed from the mizbeach. But I don't understand. How do you know which disqualifications allow the carbon to be offered up, or which disqualifications require the carbon to be taken down? To which the Gemara says, I'll tell you. Let's say essentially again the Gemara says, any carbon, I guess for lack of a right to call it, has a pre-existing condition. If there's a pre-existing condition, if you put it on the mizbeach, you have to take it off. Any carbon that developed a condition while in the status of the tabla, while in the different stages of the avoda, that's the type of carbon which, if offered up, can remain on the mizbeach. So, for example, again, if the animal was sodomized, that's a pre-existing condition. Worship for avodah zarah, pre-existing condition. Those things that halacha l'maisa, again, animals are treifa. Those are things that even if you put the animal on the mizbeach, you have to take it back down. But for other carbonos, which are like the psul, developed in the midst of the carbonic process, that ultimately again, if it was put on the mizbeach, can remain there. So katani but again, so what do we see here? Hanitonim lemata shenosla lemala. Also, what we do learn is that any carbon that was placed at the flood application below the red line, that was placed above the red line. Lemala shenosla lemata. Or for that matter, above, it was supposed to be above the line. It was placed below the line. Below public Rabbi Yehuda. And we see Rabbi Yehuda doesn't argue on this case. Mike, I know what's the reason. Lati shom shekalte mizbeach. It must be because of us that ultimately, again, once the offering came out of the mizbeach, then Lamais, again, it remains, even though things were done wrong with the carbon. Ushmamina lo yasha. What do you see from here? Ultimately, again, that once the blood was applied, we do not recollect it, and even, once the blood was applied, albeit in the wrong place, we don't what? We don't recollect it and reapply it. Rabbi Lazar says, Mizbeach HaShakim Mekadesh. We'll say, the Gemara now switches gears here to different halacha for a moment. We'll see the halacha l'maisa in both of them. So Rabbi Lazar says as follows, Mizbeach HaShakim Mekadesh Psulim. Rabbi Eliezer says, that it was like, if halacha l'maisa, so literally again, if you place, so we'll look at Rashi, Mekadesh Psulim, third of the widest lines, Shem Adru Lo Yardu Apagav Lo Tzivka Ela B'Kitza. Let's say, so the Eliezer says as follows, that if you offered up something on the inner mizbeach, even though again it wasn't supposed to be offered up on the inner mizbeach, but for that matter again, you did something wrong on the inner mizbeach, the Rabbi will say, what's halacha? Mekadesh psul. Ultimately again, the inner mizbeach is mekadesh. The covenant is effective. Not kamashlan. What's the novelty? It's not even learn this. How do you tell them? What's there again? The Mishnah explicitly told me that a covenant that was supposed to be offered up on the outside, that was offered up on the inside, is again we learned tussle but in mokaris, to which the Gemara says, if you are learning from the Mishnah, hava amina hanimili dan dechazile, out of that it only applies like things like blood applications, which ultimately is done on the inner mizbeach as well. About komets the low chazil, leave him alone. They're also saying komets, which is what? Which is the mikabeh mincha. Ultimately, again, that is not offered up on the outer mizbeach. Is only offered up on the. Is not offered up on the inner mizbeach. Only offered up on the outer mizbeach. I might have thought that if it was erroneously offered up there, it should not be good. To which the Gemara says, Kamash, no. That both said the inner mizbeach has once something is offered up on the inner mizbeach, even if it doesn't belong there, the inner mizbeach. So they say the Torah Zara Sha'ala Al Gabi Mizbeach Tura. So we learned that one. That if you have Torah Zara, if you have an illegal Torah's offering that was offered up on the mizbeach, it has to be taken down. She'in lacha mekadesh psulim ela mizbeach hachitzon berai. Because it will say ultimately again. The only thing that sometimes works is if what? The mizbeach hachitzon. The only time when a legal offering will work is if it's on the mizbeach hachitzon, the outer mizbeach, but something that is normally offered up on that mizbeach. But kitores, which is never offered up on the outer mizbeach, if it's accidentally put on the outer mizbeach, what do you do with it? You have to take it down. Pitzon in. So what do you see from here? Pitzon in. Let's say you see from here that's what? That it is only the outer mizbeach that has the ability that if you offer up an illegal offering on it, that the Mizbeach HaChitzon has the ability to accept that carbon. And if that same process is done in the Mizbeach, we'll say it doesn't work. Tarzaki, explain it this way. Kitoras Zora also in Mizbeach HaChitzon. We'll say, watch this. If you had an illegal Kitoras offering that was offered up on the outer Mizbeach, Terek. Ultimately, again, that has to be taken down. She'im Mizbeach HaChitzon Mekadesh Psulin Ela Haroim. Because those are the only quote-unquote illegal carbonos that the Mizbeach HaChitzon, the outer Mizbeach could retain, are carbonos which have a place on Mizbeach. Essentially what we're saying is as follows. There is a mechanism where even if a carbon is offered up in the wrong way, it could work. But there's a caveat to that. What's the caveat? It has to be the type of carbon that is normally offered up on this Mizbeach. If this is the type of carbon that is never offered up on this Mizbeach, then what? Then the Mizbeach cannot help it. So for example, if a coin accidentally goes ahead and offers up Kitoras on the outer Mizbeach, Rabosai, nothing doing. You got to take it down. Why? Because Kitoras has nothing to do with the outer Mizbeach. We don't offer Kitoras on the outer Mizbeach. Kitoras is only offered up on the inner Mizbeach. Therefore, if you make that mistake and you offer up Kitoras on the Mizbeach, you have to take it down. However, again, the Gemara says, Bahaknimi, I will say, but the inner Mizbeach is even stronger than the outer Mizbeach. How so? Bahaknimi, Bein Ro'ilo, Ubein She'ilo Ro'ilo. Well, so this is actually quite amazing. The inner Mizbeach, I will say, what's the halacha? It has the ability, even if you offered up the wrong carbon, whereas we'll say, even if you offered up a carbon that does not belong on the Mizbeach Panini, right? Just it's not offered there. The Mizbeach Panini is still able to go ahead and accept that carbon. My time, so what's the Mizbeach Panini is even stronger than the Mizbeach Chitzon. Well, so remember, the Mizbeach Chitzon should only work for a carbon that is supposed to be offered up. So then, even if certain aspects of that carbonic process are flawed, the Mizbeach Panini could still accept that carbon. But if you put something on the Mizbeach HaChitzon, if you put something on the Mizbeach HaChitzon that does not belong there, right? For example, Kitoras on the Mizbeach HaChitzon, then what? You got to take it down. The Gemara says when it comes to Mizbeach HaChitzon, even if you put the wrong type of carbon on that Mizbeach HaChitzon, the Mizbeach still accept it, and you need not remove that carbon from the Mizbeach HaChitzon. What's the reason? My time. Hybrid spot for high contracts, which is actually very interesting. The Mizbeach HaChitzon on the outer Mizbeach side is considered to be ultimately an extension of the floor, an extension of the ground. Rashi says hybrid spot, 4 lines up on the bottom of the mountain. The Dinyan Abanon Shalonim Shach or Pichach into the Shach of Azechamura. Let's say it's a stone structure that is considered to be an extension of the ground. Therefore, again, its ability to accept Kavanos is limited. The types of carbonos which are supposed to be offered up. On the other hand, the Mizbeach HaPnimi Rabosai has the status actually quite beautifully of a klishtaris. It has the status ultimately, again, remember it's made of gold. It has the status of a utensil. Because it has the status of a utensil, it produces more heat. Because it produces more heat, apparently it has the ability to accept any type of carbon on it, even if what? Even if it's not the right type of carbon. Now, okay, listen to this. This is the halacha on the Rambam. The Rambam asking, this is in Perek Gimel, halacha Yudches. Listen to this. Mizbeach HaPnimi Mekadesh Psulin Bein Ru'uyino Bein Shibur Eina Ru'uyino. Both sides, the inner Mizbeach has the ability to accept all carbonates. Whether it is a carbon that should be offered up on it, shouldn't be offered up on it. But the outer Mizbeach Eino Mekadesh Elo Psulin HaRu'uyin Lo K'moshe Be'ar only has the ability to accept carbonates of the type which are normally offered up on the Mizbeach HaChitzon. Ketzad, watch this. Mizbeach HaChitzon Shalom Zvachim Shnitzolo Yardu. So let's listen to this. For the outer Mizbeach, if let's say you have a regular carbon that became possible, but for some reason again it was offered up, once it goes on the Mizbeach, then what's the say? You don't take it down. Also, lo Kitoras Zara Teirei Shema Kitoras Zara Ru'uyin Mizbeach HaChitzon. Let's say if a coin accidentally, so any type of animal offering or meaningful offering that was offered up on the outer Mizbeach, once it was offered up, even though it's a flawed carbon, nevertheless, what? You leave it alone. You leave it alone. However, if a coin accidentally offered up press on the Mizbeach HaChitzon. They want to both say, you take it down. You have to take it down. On the flip side, Aval Mizbeach HaPnimi, Sha'ala Lo Kometz Mincha, Ben Kasher Ben Pasel, Lo Yered, V'chein Ki Yotzei Bazeh. They both say, again, if you offered up the wrong type of carbon on Mizbeach HaPnimi, once it's been offered up, you do not take it down. So the Gemara says, "Kishem sham is beach in the kaddish acharoi lo." I'm sorry, "Mizbeach HaPnimi sha'alo kometz mincha ben kasher ben basel lo yered b'chol ki yotzei bazeh." So what's the ultimate? The Rambam goes on. I'll just say what's that's a dramatic distinction between the Mizbeach HaChitzon and Mizbeach HaPnimi. One of the most supposed to consider because we got to the Mishnah. What's the listen to this? How do we pass about the halacha in the Mishnah about wrongful blood applications? Gam. So this is the Rambam Beis Yud. Dam shemisvas olitin also lemala mechatzia lemata. Od shemisvas olitin lemata lemala. Ofin behecha b'nasa lemata lechitzon. Mizbeach HaChitzon shesel lefnim behecha. Kama nikalim b'chutz al kevesh. So we'll say, what happens if you apply the blood in the wrong place? Above the line, below the line, on the ramp as opposed to the side of the altar, not opposite the base, inside when it should have been outside when it should have been inside. We'll say, what is the halacha? Hare basar hazevach pasol, va'afal pikein miskapru habaylim bo kevan shegia dam lam. So we'll say, halacha lemaisa again. We paskin that as long as that blood makes it to the mizbeach, somewhere on the mizbeach, then what? The carbon is effective, but you cannot eat the meat. Why? Because as the Muslim passed like Shmuel, we passed in and therefore you can't eat the meat, but the carbon is effective. So as long as the blood was applied somewhere on the mizbeach, even if it's the wrong place on the mizbeach, you can't eat the meat, but the carbon is effective. Kapara has been achieved. When is this true? One last caveat. This is assuming the Kohen who's doing the avodah is kosher avodah. About in kibel akasha benasan lapasal, benasan lapasal sanitan lamalamata. Ezan lefnim bechutz, ezan bechutz lefnim. Oshas al kevesh lokin ereishal. Lo nifsal pasal azevach im shar dam nefesh. So what's listen to this? So now we run just keeping up these cases. So we pass them like Shmuel Shalom Kavokim Kamodam. As long as the blood gets to the Mizbeach, the carbon is good. What's an interesting case? What happens if a puzzle went ahead and what? Did the blood application, did the zvika. So I'll say, watch this. Watch the halacha. The carbon is not puzzle. Either ela yachzra kasher v'kabel shara dama nefesh, yizrach et dam minkomo. Also, we do pass it to Rabbi Yochanan, you can have a do-over. As long as there is still some dam hanefesh left, a Kohen kasher could come along with the proper zvika, and ultimately the carbon will be kasher.
What was it? Sting said one time, if I have to hear about how they do it in New York one more time, I bet the shop does that all the time in Texas. It just goes
25 feet. So our shoe this morning is dedicated by Alan Steinberg in commemoration of the upcoming birthday of Alan's mother. We hope that the miracle will come to Torah and Shama Ha'aliyah on the chapter. So let's begin. Last time, Rabbi Ami Amar Belazar. Rabbi Ami Amar Belazar. We're going to deal now with a couple of different cases of carbonos where the carbon is situated in a less than optimal fashion. So Rabbi Belazar, Rabbi Ami Amar Belazar. So we're going to translate the case now, although we're going to have to reframe it in just a moment. Because I was going to point out case itself is inherently problematic. Literally, the carbon itself is inside of the Hamikdash. We have what's the word today. Different carbonos were shafted in different places. For our purposes right now, means the carbon is inside the Azar, inside the courtyard of the Hamikdash. But its legs are outside of the Beis Hamikdash. So whether this means, outside of the Azar. So whether this means that the carbon is laying on its side, or maybe it's just extending, its hind legs, whatever the case is, the point is the primary body of the animal is inside the Azar, the legs are on the outside. So we'll say, so what do you do? So the halacha is chatach v'achar kach shachat. So also it sounds like it's as follows: if you chop off the legs of the animal that are extending outside of the azara, and then you shech the animal, then what? Then what? Kshera. then the halacha is that it's kosher. So Rashi says, "Obi achata, ragla va'achar kach shachat kshela, shlonis ari dam psul yotze and dam shlonis." So it's like the issue over here that Rashi is indicated is as follows. When the legs are outside, there's blood in the legs. So the problem is checking a car ultimately again that has some of its blood outside of the Beis Hamikdash is problematic. So therefore the Gemara seems to, and the reason I say seems because we're going to change it in just a moment. If you cut off the legs first and check the animal afterwards, then ultimately the animal is kosher. On the other, so we'll discuss this. On the other hand, top of Chavav, shachat va'achar kach b'achar kach hasa. But if you go ahead and you shecht it first, and then only afterwards do you cut off the legs, then psula. Then ultimately again the carbon will be possible. Gemara says what? Chatach va'achar kach shachat kshela. What are you talking about? If you cut off the legs first and then you shecht the animal is kosher. Bal mum kamakiv. Let's say that animal is a bal mum. That animal is now effectively blemished. So the animal is totally kosher, it's totally invalidated from being offered up as a carbon. Ela ima chatach va'achar kach kibel kshera. Kibel va'achar kach chatach psula. We'll say rather what it means is as follows. If you take a look at Rashi for just a moment, Pap Rashi on the daf, Hachi Garsina Shachach va'achar kach chatach psula. Bal mum kamakiv ela ima chatach va'achar kach kibel. Rashi says, Shechatcho bein shchita lekabala. Rather, we'll say, what's the case? The case is where you shecht the animal, then you cut off the legs that are extending outwards, and then you do the kabbalah of the dam. So the kabbalah is done after the legs are removed. So if you go ahead and you shecht, cut off the legs, do the kabbalah, then the carbon will be kosher. On the other hand, chatach, va'achar kach kibel, I'm sorry, I read in the wrong order. So chatach va'achar kach kibel kshela, kibel va'achar kach chatach psula. So if you did the kabbalah and only afterwards removed the legs, then ultimately again the carbon will be kosher. So what's happening? So remember again, as we said before, the issue. Well, let's see how this question works. Chatach va'achar kach kibel kshela. So is that true? So if you go ahead and we'll say follow this order, check the animal, cut off the legs that are extending outwards, and then do kabbalah, then ultimately the carbon will be kosher. Is that true? V'hamar Abizera, Hatzolim as Ozen bebechar, va'achar kach kibel damo pasul. Rabbi Zera said as follows. Let's say if a person shechts an animal, and then he goes ahead, literally throwing Ozen bebechar means he cuts the ear of the bechar animal. So we'll say this was done after the shechita, before the kabbalah. Va'achar kach kibel damo pasul. Then ultimately the animal is pasul. Why? Sheneman, the lakach migam hatar. Par shahayat lav. This is actually very interesting. Because the pasuk says, the Kohen shall take from the Damapai. Now that pasuk, remember this is earlier in the section we have this. The luck refers to what? Refers to Kabbalah. So the pasuk says, Dam Hatar. The Kohen has to do Kabbalah from the blood of the Par. What do we dash in there? Par shahayat lav. What it means, I will say, is what? Is that you have to do Kabbalah from a fully intact par. The par itself must be fully intact, which means what? Which means that if halacha l'maisa, you shecht it, cut off the legs, then did Kabbalah, you are not doing Kabbalah from a fully intact par. If that's the case, then how is the par kosher? To which the Gemara says, Amar Pista Amar Abini, Chotich be'iver ad shemagia le'etzem. Oh, I will say, what's the case? The case is where we say that in order for the carbon to be kosher, you have to what? You have to shecht, cut off the legs, and then do kabbalah. So we'll say what we're doing is we're cutting the legs down to the bone. When you cut the legs down to the bone, what are you effectively doing? You're preventing the blood flow from going down, from going to that part of the animal that is outside of the base of the tush, but at the same time, you're not making the animal since the limb is technically still attached because the bone is intact, the animal is considered to be whole. So that when you do Kabbalah, you're doing Kabbalah from the whole animal, but you're ensuring that there's no more blood flow, ultimately again to the extremities that are extending outside of the base of the flesh. Interesting. So now let's say, you know the first case. The case number one, the kosher case, is again, I will say obviously the lechatchila is just bringing the animal inside the Beis Hamikdash, right? That's obvious. So for whatever, but again, we don't ask questions about this. In Gemara, we always just go ahead and we see these are extreme cases to highlight principles. If the legs are extending outside of the Beis Hamikdash, shchita, cut the legs down to the bone, cut off the blood flow, but still keep the animal intact because you need an intact animal for Kabbalah. Do Kabbalah and Shalom Yisrael. On the other hand, the flip is Kibel the will say is what? Let's say he first did Kabbalah, he did Kabbalah, then chopped off the legs that are extending outwards, so the carbon is possible. What do you learn from here? Shamas Mina, Dam Hamuvma Be'ibarin Dam. Also, what you learn from here is what? That blood that is absorbed into the limbs is considered to be blood. Now, if you look at Rashi just a moment. Shmamina Dam Hamuvma Be'ibarin Dam. The Karis Nami Lechayiv. Di'ilo, Habedam Ahecha Chayo Pasul, Yotze Amai Ba'amon. So what you see here is as follows, that even the blood absorbed in the extremities is considered to be sacrificial blood. So the whole issue of your Rabosai is that if I have sacrificial blood that is absorbed in those legs, when I check the animal and the legs, when I check the animal inside the Beis Hamikdash, and the blood is absorbed, and the legs are outside of the Beis Hamikdash, I have a problem ultimately again of Hakrava B'chutz, some element of the sacrifice occurring outside of the confines of the Beis Hamikdash. To which the Gemara says, maybe not. Dilma, Mishum Shamunis. Let's say maybe over here, literally Shamunis means the fact. Look at Rashi. Dilma, Mishum Shamunis. Tichazia La'achiva. Maybe that was the issue I say over here is that the part of the animal that's extending outside of the Beis Hamikdash has sacrificial parts in it that have to be offered up on the Mizbeach. Shamunis literally means the fat. Rashi says, Tichazia La'achiva. Bechashivi kibasar lefsulei biyotzi kibetzilu basar masada treifa umidla bedamarega benafgedem beizashrika upasa bedamshuzak. So we'll say maybe the issue over here is not the blood. Maybe the issue over here is that in the parts of the legs that are extended outside of the Beis Hamikdash, there's what? There's either sacrificial items that have to be offered up on his death, or there's parts of the carbon that are edible by the Bible. Maybe the issue of here is that when the legs are on the outside, it's not a blood issue as much as it is an actual sacrificial meat issue. So that even though the shechita itself is taking place inside the confines of the Beis Hamikdash, because there's some of the sacrificial meat either that's going to be burned on his death or going to be consumed by the owner that's out of the Beis Hamikdash. Shmamina, what do you learn from here? Basar kachim kalim sheyatzel lifnei zrikas tamen pasal. So what you do see from here something very interesting, which is that if you have sacrificial meat, so let's say you check the carbon, and then what happens? You take a limb of that carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash before the sprinkling of the blood. You see from this case over here that what the halacha is that ultimately again invalidates the carbon. To which the Gemara says, but 1 second. Dilma b'kachei kadashim. So maybe who said the case over here is kachim kalim? Maybe kachim kalim, which is lower sanctuary karbanos. Even if you go ahead, as long as the shechita took place inside the Beis Hamikdash, you're good. And even if you end up taking the limb out before the zrikas hadam, the carbon is still kosher. And maybe over here, where the Gemara seems to indicate that's what? That halacha l'maisa, the carbon is invalidated when the legs are extending outwards. Maybe it's a case of kachei kadosh. Okay, so we'll say continuing on this same theme. Kachei kadosh. So we'll say what we just the bottom line. I guess halacha l'maisa in this case is that if you have a carbon and the legs are extending outside of the azara, like for some reason I guess you can't get it in or you don't want to get it in or you need to go ahead and somehow check this carbon now. So the halacha is you cut down the extending limbs to the bone, you leave it to the bone because this way it cuts off blood flow. But on the other hand, goes ahead and what? Leaves the animal intact, do the Kabbalah, and then after the Kabbalah, you can chop up the animal however you want. But, so also now we're going to learn a little bit of just something geography when it comes to those Kabbalahs. So Kachei Kadosh, we'll say, our highest level sanctity karbanos, shchitas mitzafon. They are shechted in the north of the Beis Hamikdash, the north of the Azar, the north of the courtyard. Rashi says over here, no, not yet, sorry. So the Kibul Daman, and I will say the Kabbalah Hadam takes place, but Klisharis Pesachol takes place ultimately. Klisharis is a sanctified utensil, also in the north. Also in the north. So the Gemara says, what happens if Amad Bidaram, Vahoshit Yadol Tzafon B'Shachat? We'll say, what happens if the carbon is in the north, but I'm standing towards the south? I extend my hand to the north, and the Shechita occurs in the north. So we'll say, so what's happening over here? The Shechita is happening in the north. What's not in the north? The Shochet. Right? So the Shechita is in the north, but the Shochet is not in the north. So we'll say, what's the halacha? Shechita so kshera. The Shechita is kosher. However, Kibal Kabbalah, so Psula, we'll say if the Shochet ultimately again is in the south, even though again what? Even though the Kabbalah is taking place in the north, ultimately again it is kosher. Again, we'll discuss why this is in just a moment. So it says the Gemara, on the other hand, we'll say, let's say I'm standing in the south, but I put my head and the majority of my body into the north. It's different. We'll say my body in its totality is in the north. So we'll say the ideal here is even though being in the north doesn't require 100% of one's body, so to speak, to be in the north, it just requires Rosh Hashanah. Okay. Here is we'll say what happens after an animal is shafted, sometimes what's called purpose, which normally translates as like an involuntary spasm that occurs after the animal is dead. The animal is dead. That is some type of involuntary spasm. So we'll say, so what happens if Pirkis I shafted the animal in the north, but after it died, right after it was shafted, it convulsed, and the animal moves to the south, the chazra, and then it comes back. What's the halacha? Kshera. The animal is kosher. This is actually an interesting case over here. So the animal left the north, went to the south, and came back. Rashi says over here, Pirkisa, la'achar shita yata l'darim b'chazra kshera, de'ein p'slo yotzev ela mitoch ha'nechitzos. La'ay chazar la'davka ela aidi b'bayim l'sor. So we're going to see that essentially, even kabbalah have to be checked in a particular area, checked there, and then went somewhere else in the base. That does not validate the carbon. Next, so Kachim Kalim, Shitasan Bifnim. So Kachim Kalim, they have to be checked inside the Azar. So again, remember, we started with the discussion of Kachim Kadashi. Now we're on to lower sanctuary, what we call Kachim Kalim. Have to be checked inside the Azara. The Kibul Daman B'Kli Sharas Bifnim. And ultimately, again, the Kabbalah of the Dam has to be done in the Klisharis inside of the Azara as well. Amad B'Chutz, V'Hifnis Yadolifnim, B'Shachat. Mostly what happens if I'm standing outside of the base of Mikdash, the animal is in the Azara. The animal is actually inside the base of Mikdash. And then what happens? I'm standing outside, but I reach my hand inside to do Shkita. What's the halacha? Shkita so kshera. The Shkita works. Kibel, what's what happens if I'm standing outside and I did Kabbalah of the blood of the animal that was shechted inside? Then what's the halacha? Psula. In that case, I will say the carbon will be possible. If Miss Rosha Virubo, Kilo Lo Nichnas. It's like if my feet, if I'm standing outside of the base of Mikdash, but I put my head and the majority of my body into the base of Mikdash, Kilo Lo Nichnas. It's as if what? It's as if I have not entered at all. Pirkisa, we'll say what happens if the animal is shechted, then it convulsed. It went outside of the base of Mikdash, and then because then it came back in, so if it interestingly enough, then the animal is possible. Now what do you see from there? Shmamina, Basar, Kachim, Kalam, Shiyatza, which means you got stomach Shula. Also, remember again, in the first case, with the Kachim Kadashim, when we spoke about the case of Kirkus, so what was happening? The animal was shechted, let's say in the north, and then what happens with those, right? It moves to the south, but it's still staying where? Inside the confines of the base of Mikdash. In the second case, where we are touching Kalim, the animal is shechted in the Azara, convulses, leaves the confines of the base of Mikdash, and then comes back in. Says the Gemara, in that case, ultimately again it is possible. Shmamina, Basar, Kachim, Kalim, Shiyatza, means you got stomach student. You see from here that what? That Kachim, Kalim, Rabosai, but ultimately again left the confines of the base of Mikdash before the zika of the blood ultimately is going to be possible. Listen, what we're going to in Vilma, the Alya, Biosaris, Akavirush, Tekbayos, and maybe over here what the decree says that the animal, that when you speak about that the animal is puzzle, look at Rashi for just a moment, it's the third wide line in Rashi. Vilma, Hadik Kani Psula, Alya, Biosaris, the Emurin Yedu, the Emurin Kachi, Karan Kachin. Okay, when we say the animal is puzzle, what that means is what? That some of the fats, kidneys, other things cannot be offered up on the Mizbeach. Maybe that's what it means when it says that it's possible. The sacrificial can't be offered. But remember again, just because sacrificial pieces can't be offered up doesn't mean the covenant is valid. If there's one thing we've learned is that what essentially affects, not essentially, but what affects, or what creates the effectiveness of the carbon, zrika. So again, it could just be that once it leaves the confines, you can't offer up these sacrificial parts, but lav dafka that it endowed the carbon. So so along those same lines, Shmuel's father asked Shmuel, what is the halacha? If the carbon is on the inside, right, inside of the base, but its feet extend outwards. So let's say, Sarah, you did this case. I did this case. So Rashi points out over here, it's the fourth wide line in Rashi. See, I will say, beforehand, we did with the case of Sudiya. Ex post facto, what do you do with this carbon if the legs are on the outside? Here, Avoid the Shmuel is asking, Shmuel, are you permitted to chef such a carbon or not? Now, I'm going to see the passage says, the passage says, you shall bring it to Hashem. So what's the husband of the Bina Hashem, the carbon itself must be brought directly to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and will be dashed on this as follows. What has to be brought to HaKadosh Baruch Hu? All of this has to be brought to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's the goal. Hatcher takes Kula Lifnei, Tala B'Shachat Mahu. Let's say, I'm not going to get into a couple of other what happens if you suspend the animal on the shaft? See, the way the Kabbalah normally works in the is that you push the animal on the side, and remember again, there are rings inside the floor of the base. You push the animal on the side, so the head was sideways. You lifted up the ring, push down the ring on the neck of the animal, since the animal was immobilized and placed in the position. What happens if Halal Shach? You suspended the animal, right? You hoisted the animal up. People say it used to be, some places still shack like this, where you hoist the animal up. So they hoist the animal. What happens if you hoisted the animal up? Is that a proper shita? Somehow, I'm like, shit, yes, that's fine. That is fine. If you take a look, Rashi says, you suspend the animal in the airspace of the azara. So is that a proper shita or not? So let's say, I have to understand what's driving this question. We're going to see a little bit what driving this question is there a din that the animal has to be situated on the floor of the base of Mikdash or not? That's the real fundamental question. Because if I remember, again, now let's think, well, why would you think that? Because remember, again, as we'll see in just a little bit, the Kohen does have to be on the floor of the base. So the question the Gemara is asking is, does the animal also have to be on the floor? The Gemara is saying, no, even if the animal was suspended, ultimately, again, well, I should say differently. Even if this is Avoid the Shmuel asking Shmuel, if the animal is suspended and you check that it's good, Shmuel says yes. Amalei, his father said it, no, you are wrong. You are wrong. The animal, we'll say the halach is an animal must be shafted next to the Mizbeach, and that is lacking. The way the Gemara understands over here of next to the Mizbeach also means what? On the ground next to the Mizbeach. If it is suspended, then ultimately, again, it is not in compliance with the Yarach obligation. Midla b'shachat mahu. What's the Midla means what happens if the shochet was suspended, right? So again, whatever it is, right? It's an acrobatic shochet. So we'll say he's suspended. In other words, we'll say, what we're asking will be effective. He's not standing on the ground. What happens if he's not standing on the ground and he checks? So Amrullah Ksula, so Shmuel said this puzzle. Amrullah Ishtabashtar. Sorry, my dear son, you are wrong. Shrita al yarech, below shochet al yarech. We'll say there is no need for the showcase ultimately again to be next to the mizbeach on the ground. The only thing that you need is what the animal has to be by the mizbeach on the ground. So interestingly enough, if the animal was suspended, the carbon is kosher. If the shochet is suspended, the carbon is kosher. Mitla the kiva mahu. What happens to us? Say what? If the Kohen was suspended when he did Kabbalah, in other words, he's not touching that when he did Kabbalah. So Amar Lake Shira. So ultimately again, Shmuel says, ultimately again, it is kosher. Amar Lake Shtavashta, which his father said you are wrong. Ain derech sheiros b'kash. That is not a normative form of avoda. That's not how avoda is done. Normative avoda is done with the coin standing on the ground, and therefore if he is suspended, ultimately the avoda is possible. Tala v'kiba mahu. What happens if the animal is suspended during Kabbalah? So what's the status of that carbon? Amar le psula. Suppose Shmuel says it's possible. Amar le ishtavashta. So his father said you're wrong. Shchita al yerech v'lo Kabbalah al yerech. What's actually quite interesting. So apparently the need to do is only shchita, which has to be on the ground next to the mizbeach. Kabbalah need not be on the ground next to the mizbeach. So technically speaking, if the animal is hoisted up for Kabbalah, ultimately again that's what Shabbos said. By the way, there would be a good reason to hoist the animal up for Kabbalah, which is what? To drain the blood. Okay, so technically it's kosher. Amr Abaye, v'kodshe kadoshim kulam psulos. Bar minitla b'shachat. Abaye says all of these cases that we mentioned, when it comes to Kodesh Kadashim, which is higher sanctity Kabbalos, will all be possible except for the case of mitla b'shachat. Except for the case of where the shochet is suspended and he shechts, that's going to be kosher. Otherwise, any other deviation is going to be possible. The Kodesh Kalim, let's say in the case of Kodesh Kalim, lower sanctity Kabbalos, kulan ksheros. All of the cases will be kosher. Bar min nitla v'kibel, with the exception of what? Of where the shochet is suspended. I should say the coin is suspended. That's Kabbalah. Oh, so I don't understand. Ma'ishna kala v'kibel b'kachin kalim b'kshera. So Rabbi says I don't understand. Why is it that in the case of kachin kalim, kala v'kibel, that if you hoist the animal up in the air, and you do Kabbalah with the animal hoisted, that it's kosher? Why? Because it was like, what do you need for Kabbalah? Kabbalah, that goal is it just has to be done in the Beis. So what's the halacha? The halacha is that the airspace of the Azar or the right count the Beis Hamikdash. So I don't understand. If airspace is like the Beis Hamikdash, then what? Because Kadosh Nami over Safon, Kisafon Dami. Then I don't understand Kodesh Kadosh, which has to be shechted in the north. See if the animal is hoisted it up. I don't understand why that wouldn't be kosher. The airspace of the north is like the north. The Beis Hamikdash. But therefore, Rav reframes this and he says as follows: Being the Kodesh Kadosh and being the Kodesh Kalim Sheros. We'll say all of these cases that we mentioned, both by Kodesh Kalim and Kodesh Kadosh will be kosher. Bar, with the exception of the following cases, mean Tala b'shachat the Kodesh Kadosh. So we'll say except for the case of Tala b'shachat, where the animal is suspended, right? So you lift up the suspended animal and check it by Kodesh Kadosh, and that will be possible. Or Nikla the Kibel being Kodesh Kadosh and being Kodesh Kalim. Or the case where what? Where the coin is suspended for Kabbalah, that will be possible both by Kodesh Kadosh and Kodesh Kalim. We'll say now why is that last case possible? Because as the Gemara says, Ein derech sheiros b'kach. Because we'll say that it's not a normative form of service. Because it's a non-normative form of service, that's not the way we do avoda. Therefore, halacha l'maisa will be possible. Very interesting cases. So Rav Yirmiyah asked the following: He who with me, what happens if the coin is standing inside? Vitzitzaso b'chutz. I will say that tzitzaso over here doesn't mean it's so we look at Rashi. It's 4 lines up from the bottom of Rashi. The last couple of words on the line. Tzitzaso. Tzitzis rosho dahenu saro. Let's say the coin has some longer hairs. And what happens? His hair is extending outside of the Beis Hamikdash. So we'll say, so the shaila is, what does that do to his avodah? Mahu Amarle lav amrit ve'vium la'Hashem ad shetavo kula lifnim. So we'll say, we've seen the answers before. What did he say by the carbon? By the carbon, ultimately, again, the halach is the covenant in its entirety, has to be inside. Hachanami, Ravama Aramoid, Achiyabi Kula the Aramo. Such a most of that same thing that applies to the carbon applies to the coin. The carbon is only good as what? If the mice again, the animal in its entirety, its full state is in front of the Baruch, the coin's avoda is only fit if the coin is entirety is inside of the base of Mikdash. But even if he has long hairs that are ultimately extending outside of the base of Mikdash, that will invalidate his avoda. Good. Says in this, what's that beautiful Mishnah? Nasno al gabi hakedesh shalosh keneged haisos. Well, so now we're going to speak a little bit about some of the blood applications. So as we're going to see, so it literally says that let's say you place the blood al hakedesh on the ramp of the mizbeach, shalosh keneged haisos, not opposite the base of the mizbeach. I'll take a look at that for just a moment. Rashi al gabi hakedesh. שאינו מקום מתן דומי, או במזבח שלא כנגד היסוד. יפעיל מקמן ואולתון המתן ולא כנגד היסוד, שיסוד המזבח, ומתן זמה למיעוטי קרם זכסוס. Listen to this. We're going to get into these halachos, but suffice to say our purposes as follows. Blood applications always take place on the side of the mizbeach. Now, different karbanos have different placements. We're going to see that on the mizbeach there is a yisod, there was a base. The base didn't run around the entire external area of the mizbeach, only on certain sides. There was a base. There was also a red line called the sikra. So different karbanos have different blood applications in different places, but they will all apply somewhere on the side of the mizbeach. One thing is clear, which is but there's never a blood application on the ramp itself. So the case is someone Cohen applied sacrificial blood on the ramp. So what's that? Or shalokin eged hayiso, or on the side of the mizbeach, not opposite the base. Or nosan as hanisan lamata lamalo. That's hanisan lamalo lamato. Or a blood application that was supposed to be done above the red line was done below the red line, or below the red line was done above the red line. So, or that's hanisanin bifnim bachutz. That's hanisanin bachutz bifnim. Or I would say if there was a blood app, we see certain blood applications were done inside the head, which is really by paper. So, or if he did a blood application that was supposed to be done inside the ephod. Remember, the ephod is the axis of the base of Mikdash, but instead he did it outside. Or outside, he stole the base of Mikdash. Or he was supposed to do it outside, but he did it inside. So, saying all of these cases possible. All of these cases, the carbon will be possible. There ain't no kares. But ultimately, again, there is no kares associated with this carbon. Rashi points out, ain't no kares means what? Being bakilos, so ain't a bakilos of kares. So what it means is, if the carbon is possible, but if you were to consume the carbon, there would not be a key of kares. But says the Gemara, Amadeus, Amar Shmuel. Hustle basar, psul basar. So what's like when Shmuel says ultimately again that the carbon is hustle. So what meaning all of these cases were essentially messed up the blood application. So you sprinkled the blood, you just didn't sprinkle it in the right place. So Shmuel says, well, so what does it mean that it's possible? What does it mean carbon is possible? So Shmuel says it means the basar is possible. About bailin niskapu. It's actually very interesting. Shmuel says it's possible in that you're not permitted to eat the sacrificial meat, but what? But atonement has been achieved. I'll say, what's the afternoon? And then I'm saying that atonement has been achieved, therefore what? So essentially you have to bring another carbon. Look at Rashi just a moment. Amar Shmuel Apostle, the Kani Masnisi Abasar Koi about bailin niskapu. So ultimately, again, you can't eat the meat, but the carbon was affected. So the Gemara says, my time, what's the where did Shmuel get this from? So Amar Krav, Va'ani Nasativ Va'chemal on his desk was copper. So the Baruch who says that Kianefesh Hamasar B'damu, Va'ani Nasativ Va'chemal on his desk was copper. I've given you literally, I've given to you the blood to be placed on the mizbeach lechaper, to atone. What do you see from here? Ultimately, again, once the blood reaches the mizbeach, kapara is a what's the novel ruling of Shmuel? How do we interpret once the blood has reached the mizbeach? Essentially, once the blood reaches the Mizbeach, in any way, shape, or form, even if what? Even if it hasn't reached the Mizbeach in the prescribed way, or even if it hasn't reached the Mizbeach in the way that it's supposed to reach the Mizbeach, once it reaches the Mizbeach, ultimately, again, Kapara has been achieved. It says the Gemara, if that's the case, that Kapara has been achieved, Basar Nami, I don't understand. So it's like generally we assume as follows, that consumption is a function of atonement, right? Atonement is the barometer of carbonic effectiveness. So if kapara has been achieved, that means the carbon's been affected. If the carbon's been affected, then what? Then consumption should technically be permitted. So I don't understand. You're telling me again, every carbon ideally has a placement of the blood on his bayach, but essentially as long as the blood reaches the altar in some way, shape, or form, the carbon affects kapara, which means the carbon is affected. And if the carbon is affected, then why can't you eat the meat? No, because we'll say the pasuk, when speaking in a general sense, that what we're most concerned about is that the blood reaches the mizbeach, we'll say, is talking about kapara. So kapara nesat below the acher. Ultimately, the Baruch Hu says that it tells you that when in the event that when the blood reaches the mizbeach, even if it's an erroneous placement, that is enough to affect kapara, but that doesn't give you any other form of carbonic license. Specifically, it doesn't give you license for consumption. Amo kasavar, we'll say, what do you see? What does Shmuel hold? Shalobim komo kim komodam. We'll say this is going to be a very important principle. That Shmuel holds that what? That even placement of the dam in a place that is not really where the dam belongs is nevertheless an effective placement. Shalobim komo kim komodam. Even if you place it, we'll say the idea is, I guess as they say, you just have to be in the ballpark. As long as you're in the ballpark, in this case, you're somewhere on the mizbeach, even though again, of course, it's not ideal, but nevertheless, you're good. So Tanan bi'idach pirkin. So we learned elsewhere. Nasno ala kavesh shelo keneged hayisod. This is talking about our Mishnah. So if you put the blood on the ramp, right, shelo keneged hayisod, or on the side of the mizbeach, but not opposite the base, or nasanas hanitana lamata lamala. Or you went ahead of us saying what? You sprinkled blood that was supposed to be sprinkled above the line, you put it below the line, or below the line, you put it above the line. Or you went ahead and what? So most of it's actually different than our Mishnah. Or you went ahead and you sprinkled blood that was supposed to be sprinkled inside the heichal, but you sprinkled it outside the heichal, or vice versa. What's the halacha? So the Gemara says, "In yesh dam hanefesh yachzor." Yachzor kasher mikad. So I say now, we're going to translate this, and then we're going to explain what this case actually is in just a moment. So what the Mishnah sees in here, say is what? What should you do if there's more blood still available? More what they call dam hanefesh. We'll say, what's the dam hanefesh? There's only more blood. Dam hanefesh also refers to the blood that's spurts out when the animal is first shechted. If there is more of that dam hanefesh, then what should you do? Sounds like what we're saying you should do is what? You should do a reapplication. You should do it. In other words, so I'll say something that we just said. You applied the blood in the wrong place. So what does the Mishnah say? If there's more dam hanefesh, go ahead and do zrika again. Look at Rashi. Yachzor kasher v'ikabel. So yachzor koina kasher l'kabel. V'ikabel g'dei matar min adehim. V'yachzor v'itin komo. V'kasar k'dayitcha da'ashta ad hashta. V'goyin kasher nami ayri. V'haya kasher goyin nam k'dei naspa. So it's like, so we'll leave aside that coin kasher in just a moment. What we assume is as follows. What we assume this Mishnah is teaching of us is what? That if I applied the blood in the wrong place, what should you do? Do it again. Now again, assuming that what? There's enough blood. There's more dam hanefesh. We'll say again, it's not just in blood, dam hanefesh. So I don't understand. Based on what Shmuel just said, these sagadaycha, shlom komo kim komo, lama liyachzor kasher v'ikabel. So I don't understand. If we pass it like Shmuel, that's what? Shalobim komo is kim komo. Then what do they say? Then as long as you're in the ballpark, as long as you sprinkle that blood on the mizbeach, even if it's the wrong part of the mizbeach, the Zrika should be good, the carbon should be effective, and let's go home. Like, in other words, why is there a need to do another Zrika? See what like in general again, when it comes to carbonos, so we see especially with the whole design of base either it's kosher or it's not kosher. Once it's kosher, we're done. So I don't understand this concept that if the Zrika is good, then it's good. If you hold the Shalom Komukim Komodana, then it's good. Why do you need to go ahead and what? Do it again. Do it again. Maybe this is interesting. So I was like, maybe what we want to do is, when we say Shalom Komukim Komodami, so that's enough, as we said before, for kapara. So as long as you get that blood on the mizbeach, even if what, it's the wrong part of the mizbeach, the kapara has been achieved. And what can't you do? You can't eat the meat. Maybe when the Mishnah says if there's more blood, go back and you sprinkle it, right? You sprinkle it in the right way. Maybe what that does is that allows for consumption. That's the license for carbonic consumption. The rest of the says that doesn't make sense. Mi ikazvika, the lo mechateres, the sharia basar ba'achila, there's no such thing like that. Meaning, again, if this first Zrika was Mechaper, then what? Then we're done. That second Zrika, therefore, is irrelevant. So now what you're going to tell me? That second Zrika, that doesn't affect atonement. Why doesn't it affect atonement? Because atonement already happened with the first Zrika, is not going to affect, or is not going to create the license for consumption. That's not how Kabbalah works. So the Gemara says, you're right. This case is actually a little bit different. What's the case? Listen to this. If the first blood application, if the first Zrika was done by a Kohen who was kosher, then we would not go back and sprinkle the blood again, because we possibly like Shmuel, that Shmuel didn't come out dummy. As long as you get that blood of the mizbeach, even if it's the wrong place on the mizbeach, ultimately the carbon is effective. So we'll say, what's the case over here? This is actually very interesting. So I'll say, you have a puzzle. So I'll say, what happened over here? It turns out to say that the case over here is that the Kohen who did the first Zrika was in fact what? Was in fact puzzle l'kauna. So it was, or I should say puzzle for the avodah. Look at Rashi. Hachamaskina, Yave puzzle. The Hartikani Nasno Agave Hakabesh Areshakoi. The Kani Kola Psulin Sheshachtu, the Kulan Shekibulas Adam, Va'alokoi Nasno Agave Hakabesh. Also, listen to this. To which the Gemara says this case is different. This case also is talking about where somebody who was puzzled for the avodah, like whatever the case is. It could be it was a regular Kohen who didn't realize he was puzzled. It could be some guy wandered in and said, "Hey, we've never seen you before." Right? So you just moved to town. It's like, "No, let's go. You're Kohen, no, whatever the case is." The point is a puzzle did. So we'll say then what the Mishnah is saying is as follows. If somebody was puzzled to do the avodah, did the avodah, if there's still more blood, still more dam nefesh, then watch, then a kasher should come along and do a proper zrika. To which the Gemara said, but 1 second, I don't understand. Once someone who is puzzled engaged in part of the avodah, was like the carbon not nitra. Dichui means set aside. You see actually that phrase used in different ways. Look at actually just a moment. Dichui, even damina shalom komo kim komo dami. We've actually mistake yave puzzle. How did these become psula? What's like? See, watch this. If you hold shalom komo kim komo dami, then what I will say? That means that the first zrika was technically what? A good zrika. Which means that you had a good zrika done by the wrong person. What happens when a good zrika is done by the wrong person? The carbon is possible. See, if somebody comes along, even if a regular coin, even if a Karna coin comes back from the dead and does the second zrika avosai, I don't understand. The carbon should not be kosher. This is the concept of dichoy. This non. The kulan shekiblu chutz lizmanon b'chutzim koman was that if somebody did Kabbalah outside of the prescribed time of the carbon, or outside of the prescribed place for the carbon, im yesh dam hanevesh, yachzer hakosher v'yikabel. Ultimately, again, if there's still more blood, then what? Then a Kohen who is kosher should go ahead and come back and do the avodah again. Kiblo in, zarkolo. We'll say, if you notice over here, the only time apparently you have the ability to do some type of do-over, we'll say, is when? Is by Kabbalah. But by Zrika, because it wasn't, which makes sense. There are no do-overs by Zrika. Why? because Zrika is the linchpin of carbonic practice. Meaning, at the end of the day, Zrika is what makes the carbon. So if the Zrika is possible, you're out, you're done. Kabbalah, you can get a do. Shchita, obviously, you can't get a do-over either, but that's obvious, right? But by Zrika, ultimately, again, by Zrika, the halacha is you can't get a do-over, but by Kabbalah, you absolutely can. So the Gemara says, so kibble in Zarkalo. My time, I will say, why is it that if the Zrika was possible, even if there's more dam, you can't get a do-over? Ultimately, I will say, is that not because the covenant is nitcha? Once the covenant, meaning once it's set aside, ultimately again, it cannot be rehabilitated afterwards. To which the Gemara says, Lo mishum, though you shouldn't have possible machshav. The Rabbi said, what's the case over here? The case over here, ultimately, again, is where the carbon became possible machshav. So in the case the Gemara just quoted over here, this is where an individual has erroneous mindset. If that's the case, that the avodah is being done with the wrong mindset, then why doesn't he pass up the carbon even by Kabbalah? Furthermore, Rabbi says, it's actually very interesting. First of all, can a person who is puzzled for the avodah puzzle the carbon with an erroneous machshava? After all, we learn V'amar Rabba, Ein machshava mo'elas ela b'misha ra'i la'avodah. Well, so this is actually so interesting. Well, it's like machshava, right? An erroneous thought only works if what? If you're fit to do the avodah. If you're not fit to do the avodah, your kavanas are absolutely irrelevant. U'b'davar ha'ra'i la'avodah, u'b'makom ha'ra'i la'avodah. So what's that ultimately again? Rashi says over here, it's in the wider lines of Rashi 4 lines here. The Mishari Lavoda Kohen Kasher, Ubetavar Harai Lavoda Min Chasidim. Okay, we'll see what that means in just a moment. To which the Gemara says, Lo Tema Zarku Lo. So let's say Inachinami, so don't read it as he did not do this Zrika. Ela Ema Shachtu Lo. We'll say, look at Rashi. Lo Tema Zarku Lo. Vada Ikata Kanta. We'll say ultimately again by Ella Ema Shachto Rashi Shim Shachto Possible Machshava Suleka Takanta the Chaven the Chalapsulim Ksherin Lishchot Posted Machshavta. So I'll say ultimately again what the Gemara says over here is by Zvika, there still may be a takana. By Zvika, he's still able to fix it, even if he did it with an erroneous machshava. But ultimately, again, by Shchita, Rabosai, since a non-Kohen is kosher for Shchita, if a non-Kohen does the Shchita with the wrong mindset, then what? Then the mindset again, the carbon is done. There's nothing more ultimately again to speak about because that's irreversible. But by Zvika, there may be the ability with an erroneous mindset to fix it. To which the Gemara says, what are you coming to teach us? The Pasta Machshava. Are you coming to teach us ultimately again that halacha l'maisa an erroneous mindset and validates an avodah nowadays become murdered? And that we already learned that before. The Ficha in Pasta Machshava was the murderer and the Mishnah. And halacha l'maisa again that a coin has the ability to validate the covenant with Machshava. Rather, the Gemara says Hakamash Malash Dini Kabbalah ve'ilach lo Pasta Machshava. So ultimately, he's actually what is the Gemara coming to teach us? The Gemara is coming to teach us that ultimately, again, from Kabbalah and on, Machshava ultimately, again, will not pass him. In accordance with who? My timer, Kidarava. We'll say Rashi says over here, Kidarava. The upper in Machshava Mo'elas Ali Barai level. We'll say, this is actually quite fascinating. So the Gemara is saying is as follows. If someone who is puzzled does the someone, let's say a non-Kohen does the avodah and does so with the wrong machshava, I will say that does not validate the carbonic process. Why? Because Rava holds that the only time an avodah can nifsol the machshava is when it's someone who is kosher to do the avodah. So, for example, by shchita, which can be done by a non-Kohen, the non-Kohen has erroneous mindset. There, he can invalidate the carbon. But if for some reason a non-Kohen he does the Kabbalah, I will say then what? Even though again his avodah is not good, and even if he has the wrong machshava, that will not invalidate the carbon. Why? Because again, someone who is not kosher for the avodah, his machshava cannot invalidate the avodah. According to Rabbah, that would then be the case. But technically speaking, you could get a do-over. If there's still more dama nefesh, a kosher Kohen can come along and what? Do the Kabbalah, do the Zrika, and rehabilitate the carbon. That was we'll stop over here for today. We're next to speak up with this case.
And having to stay that big all the time. That's also hard.
And then you should probably have to look at CTE, like with China and shit. That was a sad story.
Yeah, that was sad. But,
Man, there's a lot of them.
I mean, look at that shit. They're also giant men. So I think that has something to do with it.
Yeah, you're not too many guys who are small. Get into WWE.
Yeah. They're so big, but they're probably doing an irresponsible amount of crazy, the big steroids like tren and stuff like that. That just works wonders on your heart there. Man, oh man, look at that. Wow.
I didn't know that.
Isn't that crazy? It's a crazy stat. It really is a crazy
Should I
stat.
be a favorite? How many NFL players have died before 50? I'll say there's more guys in the sport.
Yeah, but still.
With the right hand. So the Gemara said, why was it necessary for
Oh my God. A single 3,850. Those qualifies a piece were twice as like back before age 50 right there. Yeah, they were just heavy as shit, right?
22% of all deaths were contributed to heart disease. Again, I think the common factor is NFL players, they're all big people.
Big. And also, NFL guys, they fat. They get fat as fuck. They just do. So, like linemen and stuff like that, they just get way fat. Obesity is, one of the main problems. There's so many problems just being that fat.
Heart disease, cause homicides, suicides count for 20% of the deaths.
Wow. 20%? Wow, that's gotta be chalked up to CT, I guess.
But the small not true. However, if that were to be done while the control is in somebody's left hand,
I think it's interesting that some people are
Check this as well. 73.5% of the 517 NFL players death occurred before the age of 70.
Wow. That's kind of nuts.
So the average NFL player died at the average age of 60. Why you remember the MLB 66?
Rates of NFL players died at an average rate of 59.6. What the fuck? Dude, that's my age.
Damn, but these are big boys. About 30 years of really people running the game, but also like training really hard.
Yeah, it tears your body up.
I apologize.
Tears your body up. And probably, I think a lot of them gain a lot of weight, don't they?
I don't know about that, but then also the MLB death is 67.
That's some shocking too, by the way.
Yeah, because
That's shocking.
like just be athletes in general.
Elite athletes. Yeah, but I think that's gotta be chalked up to their size.
Maybe.
And I also think that
This is 1979, 2013. That's crazy huge. Like they are now. What about NBA? I think they're all just bigger people.
yeah, that's another good question. CNBA. Damn, that is shocking that the NFL's average age is 59. That's crazy.
I mean, they're fucking huge. Holy shit. 687 died before. 20%.
Wow, they're like 5. Do not live to see their 50th birthday. What are you talking about?
Risk factors like lifestyle choices, career-related injuries, pre-existing conditions. Also measures Great Danes.
Great Danes. They're Great Danes. I would imagine too, with anti-inflammatories, all the drugs you take all the time, painkillers, that's gotta have something to do with it.
It's all heart-related.
Yeah. Damn. That's crazy, man.
I don't know what UFC is. I like 4 years ago. And UFC can't be on.
I feel like you are gonna live longer.
Dude, I did. So, Ways to Well has this test you can take.
Yeah.
And it looks for all cancer cells in your body, like before they become cancer. So you get all, you donate all the blood, they run all of them to see if there's any, and it catches it before it's a problem. I just got the call before the show. Or hours in the clear. I was like, really? Nothing?
But you even though you've never actually been an addict, you went through a little stage where you were drinking and taking Adderall, but you have an addictive personality. But you've always worked out, you've always eaten well, and you've always, so there's all that, I feel like. I don't know. Do you have any cancer in
My family? Yeah. Aunts, uncle, my mom had it in her thyroid. All my grandparents had it too. So it does for you. That's like, you're very lucky.
But then your family's fairly long lived, right?
Oh, yeah. That was like 98, that was 99, yeah. And then both the grandmas and one of the grandmas and both the grandmas are still cancer from smoking.
Yeah, my father is 5, and he's a giant, and he's still going.
Brian
Now,
Calvin confronting Brendan Schaub about his addictions for
if
saying
after they were
he wasn't
checked
that
the
addicted
carbon,
to
the
alcohol,
blood
which he
would
was.
blood
But
was
the
supposed to
Adderall,
be received in some sort of
No,
bowl and then
Papa.
brought to his bath.
That was
So
his
instead of being received in the bowl, with the nishbach al haritzah spilled on the
entire
floor,
conversation.
suffer, and then you gathered up the blood to bring it to his bath. Puzzle, that's puzzle. It has to go directly from the neck of the cow into the neck of the animal, whatever the animal might be, directly from the neck of the animal into the bowl. So the Gemara says, Tanu Rabbanan, how do you know this halacha that it has to go directly from the neck into the bowl? It says the Kohen HaMashiach will take from the Dam Hapar. So the Gemara says this teaches us, number one, the first halacha is Dam Hapar. It has to be the blood which exits the animal's body immediately upon slaughter. Below me Dam Hapar, but not blood which is already lying in the skin of the animal. Below me Dam Hapar, which is blood which trickles out of the animal moments or a while after the initial spurt of blood that happens right after it's shot. So that's one thing. So first of all, the dam that has to be accepted is the whole thing about blood comes out after the second halacha is dam hapar. Dam may hapar yikablemish. You have to receive the blood directly from the cow, directly from the animal. You can't go on the floor.
While they were at
Salsa daita, dam hapar yikablemish. Because if you would think that the pasuk is just teaching us dam hapar yikablemish like it normally would be, dam hapar. So the Gemara is saying
these guys are kind of just like
when we find the men preaching
to it at this
it
point.
often indicates
You can
that
tell
we're
there's still a little bit of
taking
tension
a part
there.
of a larger whole.
There's
So
still
when Hashem
upset
said, Moshe
about
Rabbeinu to take the water
the
from
Texas
the Nile to
there's
Midian, he said, "V'lakachta mimeinei
a whole
ha'river."
bunch of
This is
things
what
going
they call
on here.
part of the river, or all the water in the river.
Let me
You
know
can take
your thoughts
from
in
a
the
sampling
comments.
of some of the water in the river. So the Gemara says, "V'lakachta midam hapar." The Kohen should take midam hapar. Could have the implication of saying you should take some of the blood from the animal, but not all of it. So the Gemara says, if you would think to say that, you can't do that. Rav said, Rav said that when you check the korban, you must receive all of its blood in the bowl. So it couldn't be that the Torah is telling us just to receive some of the blood. Shenemar, the ace called dam hapar yishpot. It says later, all of the blood of the cow will be poured on the mizbeach. So all of the blood of the cow is going to be poured on the mizbeach. We obviously have to receive all of the blood, not just some of it. Ella midam hapar. What do the words midam hapar mean? They indicate dam mehapar yikablenu.
So Sydney Sweeney's recent American Eagle ad is being compared to the propaganda. Let's listen to this real quick. So Sydney Sweeney, obviously a gorgeous woman, right? Yeah. It took marketing companies 30 years to figure out, oh, Americans dig hot chick. Not 30 years. They went off the rail. They went off the rail with body positivity thing only about probably 6 years ago. But for the past, I mean, for the longest time, marketing went away from hot chicks that sold stuff. When that's right, they were like the cover of Sports Illustrated. They started putting real
really heavy people on there.
I just want to know who American Eagle. Now, their company went up $1 billion in profit. So they paid her, I think, $20 million. So she actually got underpaid. But I want to know who in the marketing meeting was like, I got an idea. This might be old school. I know I'm dealing this like old school. Why don't we get a real hot chick?
All of the blood
Sydney Sweeney's like number one right now.
Never close the trunk of a car.
Just put her in like some pretty promiscuous words I would make, and then pay her, and then we don't really have to do much. And she's also rich, I get it. She likes like Broncos.
So did the stock just shoot up?
$1 million.
Actually, everybody, $1 billion is $1,000 million.
Just say every time I say a billion.
Important enough.
Yeah, but I think the rest of the staff was like, you think just a hot chick? Like, I might be going on a whim here, but Americans dig a pretty girl across the board.
Selling the lifestyle. When clothing is a lifestyle, and when people wear clothing, they want to look their best. So you might want to have somebody that reflects that. So in your mind, you're like, I want to look closer than Sydney Sweeney. Roll the tape, please.
Hold on, and real quick. You know how I know you're gay? If you see Sydney Sweeney, you're like, she's
some of
mid.
the blood of the cow has already been applied.
Hey, dude, I came out of the closet, man.
Oh, I heard you say that.
Literally,
Oh, buddy, you're
remains.
okay,
It
man.
doesn't say that
Is
says
she
all of
mid,
the blood.
bro?
The Gemara says
Is she
there must be some
mid?
sort of
Hey, let me tell you
extra
something.
level of interpretation.
Show me
another
your
level
last
of
six. You
understanding.
drove her into
The
your
Gemara says,
house
what
without
does it
knowing her. Okay,
mean?
that's the truth.
You can't be talking about
Okay, you
her
just
when
roll
blood
the dice and be
to
like, I got a
lesser
room for it.
because not all
She
the
has
blood
a
is good. Some of it is already been applied.
Correct, sir.
And guess what? You know who doesn't agree with you? Everybody, because you're a gay man and their stock went up $1 billion. Not because she's mid, you're homosexual. It's all good. I condone your life choices. But you're gay. Or you're so ideologically disfigured that you actually think that being proportioned and thin and disciplined about your eating habits is Nazi propaganda. Well, not even any of that. I bet she eats like shit. She's genetically gifted. We don't all start in the same starting.
Sure don't.
There's a reason why she's a giant milk jug. All right, and your girl doesn't.
All right. There's a whole situation going on there. Let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. The reason that Sydney Sweeney is in all of those movies and that TV show Euphoria is because it's her acting's good. Her acting's good.
She can act.
Her acting, yeah.
She just happens to be.
Her acting's good. It's good. And I know there are a lot of girls. Look, come to an acting class now.
The blood
You'll meet some very talented gals and guys.
But they don't look like that.
Well, it's a cosmetic industry, sir. So a large reason we're talking about Sydney Sweeney is because
the
she's
Gemara says that the blood, if your blood needs to go on the neck and then get mixed into the bowl, you have blood, which is not.
But he's a man, so he gets a pass. He's alright looking. But he's so talented.
correct. No, he's actually handsome as shit.
He's alright. He's alright. But if he's not like fucking Brad Pitt, like that's a solid actor.
This is my type. Strong
So
jaw.
the
That's
Gemara
my
says,
type.
Yeah, sure. But the point is, if it's a female, and you're as talented as
You're right, correct.
unless you got them insane knuckles, right? Get off my screen.
Well, I mean,
I don't come. I'm sorry.
look, there are a couple of women.
Parents hard, cold, American cash. Look at a warlock.
There are a couple of actresses like Max Smith
As the puzzle says,
Judy Dench and Meryl Streep who are so good. But to your point,
Unless you're playing an old woman,
to your point,
if I'm watching a horror film and there's a warlock on there, I turn it on.
what you're saying is Sydney Sweeney is
And guess what? The rest of America is just like me.
she's a powerful creature. She's a powerful looking creature. She's rare. It's rare when you see somebody that beautiful. It's rare that elicits a reaction. In men, and by the way, in women as well. But please, roll the tape so I can hear this genius tell me what's wrong with Sydney Sweeney.
I will be the friend that's too woke because the Sydney Sweeney American Eagle ads are weird. Like fascist weird. Not propaganda weird. Her body's composition is determined by my genes.
Blood vessels located in the neck.
Hey,
Ready, please.
as a
Right
parent,
over the
Oh,
airspace.
Ready, please.
I
just brought veggies. Ready, bombing?
Doesn't literally mean
Hey,
that.
also, food trucks take fucking note. All you gotta do is get one of your F-350s all riled up like the red, white, and clear on the hood. Sure, just toss 6 of them dimes in the back, and your fucking sales go through the roof. Guys go, I like trucks. I see the Dodge guy Becker has. I know the commercial already. I know the commercial for a Ford Eater already. Have you ever seen the movie Cannon in the back of the truck with that tailgate? And then they got, well, maybe they got the inside on, and you're off road. And then you're off road, and the guy with the truck all start making you up and down. I'm just saying. I just wrote commercial. I know it's gratuitous. You're gonna sell trucks. Rock hard. And then I'd say, Super Duty, stay home. Okay, I don't need you doing voiceover. Stay hard. For Super Duty, stay hard. No, and it's a V8. We're selling fucking when the road gets bumpy, you get hard. Let's do this.
You know, when the Butter the Kid podcast first started, Brendan didn't talk as much because he understood his role. And now he just keeps interrupting Brian Callen with unfunny jokes. I think Al forgot that he's not funny. You're not funny. That's why you got fired from stand-up comedy. Couldn't tell tickets because you're not funny. And he just keeps interrupting Callen to tell unfunny jokes. And they're terrible.
From the animal
And Callen isn't going to have a talk with him. That he should have the talk with him.
or not.
Callen should say, Brendan, you gotta let me talk. Remember, I'm the stand-up. I'm the funny guy. There's a reason why you follow the Texas and not the other way around. But when Mama thinks he's got a bit going, my God, he's terrible.
And the water has to come directly from the spring and to be put into a creek for the purpose
And completely
the water
lacks
came from the spring and
any
ended up
amount
in
of
this cup.
self-awareness.
And then I decided, hey, that would be
But the fact that he
for the
just
or
keeps
the water that wouldn't
doesn't
just
stop.
come to the rest of the cup for some
And
other
every time
purpose. I
he
can't then go
finally
use it for the car argument. It has to go into the cup for the purposes of
It's
the car
terrible.
argument. So the Bryson
Callen
discussed
is
the following
extremely
scenario.
frustrated.
From this, Shamunah Kastaka says,
You can just tell Callen trying not to go full on about it.
you have a
Well,
barrel
last week he kind of went off a little
which
bit
is
on him.
located
Like, hey,
on the
shut
ground,
up.
and above it, horizontally above it, there
It's one of
is
those
a
things
of water coming out of
unfunny
the spring.
people
The water's kind of
think
shooting
they're
out of
funny
the spring,
and
and it's going to go
continuously try
into
to
the
be
air
funny
and then
and
fall
nobody
down
will
into
call
the
them
barrel.
out on it. This is
So
what
the Gemara
happened, why so
Um,
much
mine and Shep is so
nature was
far.
put
Any
up
water
by
which is
this
already
Anthony
been
and
collected
Anthony
in
show
the barrel,
because nobody
which
can
can
just say to
be
open
summer,
your mouth.
and the water
I mean, the
above the
audience
barrel
would, but
outside
the
of it,
people who actually
the sula,
worked with
they
him,
are hustled to
what's
use
that famous
for
line
the
that Travis said?
because once the water is in the barrel,
Jim Norton
and as
told him I
well,
want to
any
go to his
water
parties
above it, when
after
goes
he
into
yelled
it,
at him.
is considered as if it's
And
already
then
in the barrel, and
Jordan
when
said,
ice come along
you got yelled
and
at by
intercept some of that
the
water
most
before it
unfunny
physically
person
goes into
ever.
the barrel, it's
But
irrelevant,
no one
and the
around
water
him
still
will
can
tell
be
him
used for the
to
car
keep interrupting.
C-rate
Trying to be
Kiva was
funny.
McMahon. If I took that barrel
And
and
it's
I put it
annoying.
right up to
But let me
where
know
the
your
spring
thoughts in the
was
comments.
producing the water, so then Shep is so substituted. Whatever water is collected in that barrel is possible for the Parajuma.
Your ancestors' lives are just
The
as
water
away.
which has not yet reached it, since it's not really above it, where the spring is located horizontally. So if I put the barrel up against it, there is no water located above its airspace. It's just water in the spring or water in the barrel. Those are the two options. So it says the water in the barrel is possible. The water is still remaining in the spring. This kosher and can be used. So that was Rabbi Yochanan's answer to Rabbi Asi. So the Gemara asks, hi, what's going on here? What you mean? Rabbi Asi asked Rabbi Yochanan the following question. Avir she'ein sofo lanua. He asked him, what is the status of an item which is located above the airspace of another item that's not going to eventually come to rest in that item? Why? Because the second item, the bottom of it, gave way. Did come to Chalet, and Rabbi Yochanan's response was a case of Avir Shesofo Lenila. The case of the barrel's intact. So the Gemara says it could very well be that in the case of an intact barrel, so in that case we say anything above the airspace of the barrel, meaning that it's headed towards the barrel, halachically we'll consider that it's already in the barrel. But if the barrel doesn't have a bottom to it and the water is never going to end up in the barrel, maybe it shouldn't be considered in the barrel until it's actually in the barrel, not above it. So the Gemara says Tarti Kabani. Really, there were two questions posed, and we only recorded one of them. In Timtzi Lomar, the first question was, In Timtzi Lomar, Avir She'ain Sofo Lanula, Lav Kaminat Dami. His first question was, if you're going to tell me that, again, when the liquid is located above an item in its airspace, and the receiving item does not have a bottom to it, if you're going to say that at that point, it's not considered like it's in the receiving item, what would you say? What would you say if the receiving item had an intact bottom? Then would it change? That's what Rabbi Asi was asking Yochanan. It was like a double-step question. To which Rabbi Yochanan responded, you see from the case of the Para Aduma, that if the receiving bowl is intact, we would consider anything above its airspace as having come to rest in the bowl itself. Rabbi Yosef Masliman, Rabbi Yosef taught the back and forth as we have presented it just now. Rav Kahana Masli Chavis Ba'ininen, with Pasha Lechavis. Rav Kahana, the version he had of this discussion was that Rav Asi was asking Rav Yochanan about what the halacha would be in that case of the Paraduma. Which Rav Yochanan responded, it's actually a brisa about Paraduma, and he explained the same. Rava Masli Chavis. Rava
Not 30 years.
That the question posed.
They went off the rail. They went off the rail as body positivity thing only about probably 6 years ago. So
but for the past, I mean, for the longest time, market went away from hot chicks and sold stuff.
when that's right, they were like they were on the cover of Sports Illustrated when they started putting really heavy people in there.
But I just want to know who at American Eagle now, their company went up $1 billion in profit. So they paid her, I think, $20 million. So she actually got underpaid. But I want to know who in the marketing meeting was like, I got an idea. This might be old school. I know I'm young. This might be old school. Why don't we get a real hot chick?
So Yochanan is saying to him, you see from the very nature of all korbanos, the way korbanos work, is that they the blood goes into the airspace before going into the kli. And you consider it already before it goes into the kli as having been in the kli. Some korbanos proves that point that an item located in the airspace above a receptacle is key what's already in it. Now the Gemara brings up another topic tonight. Hassan brings up the idea of, again, we're talking about water coming from a spring to be used for the paraduma. So it says in the Mishnah, Nasan Yado or Raglo or Ala Yadakos, what happens if the water going from the spring is like coming down a slope? And it's not going to go directly into the
Judge Maxwell offers a death fight before Congress major conditions
and use it to try to direct the water into
no grant of formal immunity, or it can't happen at a correctional facility where she's serving her sentence. Interview will be scheduled only after the resolution of her Supreme Court petition and her forthcoming habeas corpus. We must support giving her the questions ahead of time.
I mean,
It says it's likely the Supreme Court will not act on this.
well, I'm just surprised that it's not with Tom. I'm also surprised. I was talking to Sagar yesterday, and for breaking points, and it was like,
You know where you book all these guys?
but he had called, but he said that the large question is, why wasn't this offered to her before? Why is it that they didn't have questions? I'm talking about why wasn't Ghislaine Maxwell asked who else was involved? She was only, I believe, picked on one count of or facilitating child sex trafficking or sex trafficking, I think, to a minor.
But if there's no list, otherwise she'd prison.
Well, because she was convicted of sex trafficking to one person named Jeffrey Epstein. Okay?
Yeah, but how
They never asked her. They never.
How do they prove it?
Well, witnesses,
Oh,
right? But they never asked her. They never once asked her and her sentences on appeal. They never asked her once who else was there. Was involved. You know, you have names.
Well, no, but they asked her. That's why not
The
here.
moment to rush on the last two.
Because she might give us some
In
answer.
other words,
Whoa, Epstein. This whole Epstein
the
thing.
man says,
They had 40 witnesses, many underage in 2008, that were there, could have put him away forever. The West Palm Beach thing goes to the feds. The feds and the Justice Department go, hey, by the way, this is Epstein, apparently, Acosta, who's now Trump's labor secretary, I think, said, we can't push it because Epstein belongs to intelligence. And so, okay,
It's hard to see what's going on. If they let just like Maxwell talk, it's going to throw so many people currently in power under the bus. She's never going to talk.
well,
And the chance of her going suicidal pretty soon here is
If the
pretty
water comes
high.
off my hand, my hand is the cover.
well, I think at the end of the day, this is so visible, and
No one's letting us out.
and mainly people are letting it go because as Americans, we feel we're like tired of having like very powerful, invisible people run everything and not be accountable.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man, sorry, I want to know what's up.
What is she got?
However, if the airspace above the top is considered like it was
That's part of the show, is
the
that?
water comes off my hand.
Fascinating. Tom Trump's heavily weighing getting Sean Diddy Combs a full presidential pardon ahead of the convicted bad boy record for life sentencing later this year. Wow. Nearly 2 months after Trump publicly entertained the notion of a Diddy pardon in an Oval Office scandal, a comprehensive get-out-of-jail card for Combs is being seriously considered. An administration source tells them. Explain.
When you do anything, Trump, they do it like sometimes. I don't know if you about this. Any of the other stuff you're doing,
where the water is coming off my hands and going into the
Why
airspace.
is Diddy being considered for a pardon?
Directly into the face.
Is that right? I think they're cool. Did you see the Cassie
And
video?
that's why it's like he created it.
He's not a good guy.
Through his hand, because his hand went directly.
This dude's not a good guy.
I'm sure there's better guys to.
So it's clear about how to respond to
Sean Diddy Combs?
It
Yeah.
says it's
How about
supposed to
that?
be additional.
How about
Today,
pardon
Shiyabu,
Snowden?
the
I
water
think
is
it's pretty
fast.
important. Sean
Has
Diddy
the
reported
implication that it's
before.
going in the air first.
Sean
And then
Diddy.
The guy who beat the shit out of his girlfriend? Like when I saw that video, I believed everything.
Yeah, but so that I agree that video is fucking awful.
that points out
Yeah,
that
let's say that video wasn't
certain
there.
things
It is.
are not in the
It's hard
public
to
If it wasn't, then I would have been like,
If the video's not there,
to create
I
this
think
law,
what
or
Trump
to-
sees in Diddy is
they
what
don't
happened to him when they're going after him, for,
to,
and there's no
direct the
real
water
evidence.
to,
So he's going,
the
I
part
know
of
exactly
Lima
where
and
you're
as
going
well
through.
from Mikva.
yeah.
That's
I
based on
would
the
say
testimony of the
the
Sutter in the
fundamental
following
difference, though, again,
statement.
is what I saw with my own eyes when I saw that guy jump around. And when I saw him doing that to her with my own eyes, I went, oh, you do everything. Like, if you can do that and beat the shit out of somebody, a woman like that, you do everything. Like, when I see that, you're done.
That's where the
flowing
prosecutor
water
released that
and
video.
you're
He's like,
directing the
what?
flowing
Let's go.
water
Fuck that he's a bad
over
dude.
walnut.
He's a bad
When
guy.
the water is approaching to the unit,
Rico Act and all
No, I think that was all an overreach.
Of course.
Do you know who the prosecutor
So
was
the
on that
says,
case?
"Zephyr Yamaisa, but oh, well, yeah. This was a
Comey's
mice in
daughter.
Canada. Uba Masa, the
Who was
first time
another
they
one
discussed about
who
this,
is,
and they
you know,
brought the question they presented
James
to
Comey
the
is.
And before it released
Because
that,
she
they
was, and
released
the
that.
subject said,
I don't
that it
give a
was
fuck what
kosher
else
to
you
call out
release
these
those.
So the the problem with releasing Epstein files is, you know why they have it? First of all, they can't. So one of the reasons you can't as a president is you don't have the authority to disclose victims, young victims. So if you're a victim is underage,
somebody nicked
their
the
name is
ear of
protected.
the animal.
Yeah, but you can black out the name.
You can black out the name.
To protect the predators.
That would be professional.
There's a lot about an indictment like that that you can't. You just legally have to go to the channels because
Yeah, so go through the channels. You're the president of the United States. You know, you know right now?
It has to be
no, I'm not. Because here's the other thing. No, here's the other thing.
that has happened to the animals in between the sheep
You were flying around.
other than
I went flying around.
So the Gemara says,
I went to
you see, this is talking about the animal.
and that's what I did.
I didn't go in.
That's my story. I never went to the
I fished. I caught some great
How do
fish.
you know
I
that
ran Long Beach.
apply
never went
to
in.
even
never
lower
went in.
level
Part started. I got on the boat.
Got on the boat and I
on
left.
my
I was like,
level.
I'm
It
going
says
to.
time
So
is the
extremely
best
attractive
But
women.
here's the other thing.
It says
So
by
when
the
you
Department of
get
Defense.
immunity in
The Department of
2008,
Defense
right? 2007 when you get arrested.
says some
And
stuff like
they,
then
you
shut.
cut a plea
It
deal,
should be a
which means you get your own, you got 2 years, you get
unblemished
your own wing
suffer
in a
male
county
Ben
jail,
Shannon
all that stuff.
You gotta get out of jail for good.
Here's the thing.
Ben
They
Shannon
didn't gather any evidence.
unblemished and
When
1 year
you
old
do a
was
plea deal,
hostage
the evidence
then you
gathering
slaughtered it.
does not exist.
Did
If you
Kabbalah
don't build a
when you
case,
receive his
if you
blood,
don't
the
build a
Holacha,
case,
and
and
the
remember
blood
this,
is
he got
there.
tipped off. He got tipped off that they were coming for his computers. Two
How do you know
computers.
that the animal
Exactly.
still has to be
He got
1 year
tipped
old
off they were
at that
coming for his
point?
computers.
On
Those
the
computers
Lomar
got wiped
says
or
you
thrown
know,
away.
Which need the computers.
So that there may not be any evidence. That's what I'm saying. That evidence may be
all of
fucking.
its steps,
And all this.
any part of its essential
I'm just telling
algorithm
you, you may
must be
see
done
the FC
while the
files and
animal
there's
remains in
nothing
the
there.
state.
That
It
may
should
be
be
the case.
unblemished, it should be male, it should be 1 year old.
You gotta see it.
First, Rabbi asked, church follow
Let's know some people
Rabbi
doesn't have
Yeshua
it.
Omer,
Because the
Yeshua
mental
says,
public's never
Kol
gonna trust you.
You gotta see the
HaDvarim
FC file.
This is what he's not gonna get
You
over.
gotta see the FC files. I'm just saying there is a legal, there are major legal rules to that, which are in place to protect the
Even Trump's space, like, no, hold up, back to China.
emphasize
So watch
He's like,
this.
don't worry about it.
So here's what Cass Cattell was saying on Rogue.
Once
There are
the science
videos.
remains at the animal,
Okay, you cannot make any video with an underage.
and go on
Surprisingly
with the
enough,
service and
I
do
would
this.
not be
So
surprised
what's about
if Ryan
what
Callen
do you see?
ended up on an Epstein list.
Something happened to this
But
entire
away from the
animal
aspect
somehow.
of, like,
And destroyed.
I just saw recently on the Howard Stern subreddit, someone posted a picture of Howard.
That's the greatest
Epstein
thing
was in
possible.
the back.
The animal
Like,
wasn't
that's what
in its
Epstein
whole
did. He
existence.
was in those
From
circles
the
in
beginning
that
of the
world and he was giving out money to people.
as
So,
long
like,
as there's only a little bit of
Chris
the animal
Tucker
action.
would be
The
on the
other side,
Epstein
that
list,
the
but
animal has
that
to
doesn't
remain
necessarily
unpunished
mean Chris
throughout the
Tucker
entire
did
service.
anything wrong.
All the way up to the
Epstein
bringing of
was
the
a
judge.
billionaire giving out
The Gemara says,
money.
Arguma
And
Abba
the
that
guy
requires
here
the
can't
part
get
of
money.
the
He was funding a lot of stuff, so
entire
it wouldn't completely
that
shock
requirement
if
is
Callen
only
ended up on one of those
that
lists.
requirement does not apply
And if you just
to
completely get listed all the
being
Epstein stuff
unblemished
too.
or any
But
other.
I
The
love
Gemara asks
how
the basic question:
Shaw called out Callen.
Shashita ben Shana,
Callen
the Shas
talking to
Veloshos
Sagar
Stein.
breaking
How
point.
can that be? We don't have an
You know,
animal,
Sagar
which
was
is 1 year old
involved.
in the shepherd.
Maybe Sagar is trying not to burn
1
that
moment
Joe
later,
Rogan
when
bridge,
you
that
Rita,
Crystal
it's
Lake.
not a year old
Whereas
anymore. How's
Mikhail
that going?
Kalinske is
So
there,
Amar
but
says, Zosa man, you see that
Callen's
what
doing that. Shaw just called out, goes, wait,
when it comes to
you're
pledging,
talking to
you
your booking
follow a
guest
lot
now on your show. Way better guest, by the way.
24-hour period.
And you don't
And
care
therefore,
about
the
this
animal
show.
actually
You don't care about this
turns
podcast.
the next
Duh,
when it
Shaw.
becomes that
By
time
the
of
way,
day,
everyone sees
exactly
you.
following
I
2
made
days after
that
the
video
So
a few
therefore,
months ago
if
that
it was
Callen's
born right in the
distancing
middle of the
himself.
afternoon,
Duh, dude, he cares way more
prior,
about his
so
own
that would,
podcast
2
now.
years prior,
He
it
flew
would
to
be 1
Texas
year
to do
and,
a residency
11 months old.
at Joe
And if the
Rogan's
shooting
comedy
was done,
club.
and a moment
People
later
followed it.
was the exact
You're
moment
not
of the
part of the
2-year-old
plan.
birthday, that was
So
the
he shows
and
up
then the
disinterested and doesn't give you any
I'm
help
going to
in
stop
your
here, but I just want to
podcast.
ask you a little bit of
He's
time.
booking
Really quick.
actual guests on his.
You go back to
I
something
mean,
of
why
Alex.
do
The Gemara
you
is
add
Russia.
other
The
people?
Gemara said, the person says, well, like, half
Sagar,
down,
Sagar's a big get.
and the Gemara says,
Sagar was
we
just a
take away the
plain
men and we
breaking
from
point.
down, and we put it on the word Hakar.
Sagar
And
isn't
we
like,
treat it as if it says,
and
well,
Shaw
half
was
down,
talking to
may
Tim
Hakar.
Kennedy
You
and
should take the blood from the cow's
catheter
neck,
guy.
and
I
therefore
don't know
you
his
see that
name.
it can't go on the
When
floor.
Callen's
So
not
this
there.
is a principle called burning
So,
the
like,
system, the
Shaw
changing around
probably
the
like,
legs.
wait a minute.
The
You're
Malcolm
doing your
in
own
his spiritual
podcast. You
Torah,
don't
Malcolm
help
often
here.
will explain
And you're
how
getting
the
way, you're
Hakanim
booking way
came up
better
with certain
guests.
brushes that they
You
came
don't
up
book
with,
any
and how it
guests
makes
for
sense
here.
based on
What
a
you're
list of
doing here,
613 rules that he
is like,
comes up
hey,
with
stupid. He
for
doesn't want
the
to do a
Torah's
podcast
draft.
with you.
So he says the following
You're
thing,
being
which is
sued
fascinating.
for
He says many
fraud,
defects in the Torah
conspiracy.
can basically indicate
And you're trying to not do a podcast
the
with
many
you before
defects
that.
even indicate
But now that's
when
it. That's
when
big.
it's followed,
Callen
when
is
it follows the word
distancing
the law.
himself from you.
So
You
it
tried
only
having
means
the talk
either
with Shaw
that you should take
already, by the way.
nay from
You tried
a certain
saying
place. So
Shaw
it indicates to mock them. So Hashem tells us take something, and then it'll say take it me from this, take it from this place. That's one possibility. The second possibility, which often the Gemara says, is that the men indicates you should
job of
part
the
of
guy
something,
that
but not the whole
I've
thing.
heard
An
his
example
report.
is Islam Hashem
Theo did this to me.
from the Nile. He said, take
Coming
one
with you.
He's saying take some of the water
Cal
from the
was
whole.
just
Those are two possibilities. He says, what is the
let me know
Torah?
your
How does
thoughts.
the Torah convey the idea of taking the entire thing? So the Torah will say the word velokach followed by the word es. It will say velokach es shemen hamishkan, take all of it, not part of it. So what's going on here? Here he says, the Torah says, velokach mi dam hapar. You should take from the dam hapar. So that can mean two things. Because either mean take some of the dam of the par, or take all of it. So he says, well, it can't mean take some of it, because the Gemara, if you remember, brought a pasuk that says, it says, the es kol dam hapar yishkol. All of the blood he must pour on the outer mizbeach. So he says, we're stuck here. It can't mean take part of it, because in context, it's clear it doesn't mean. So what must that mem mean? That mem must mean you should take from it. It's indicate place you should take it from.
One and
So
only,
the Gemara
the
says,
greatest co-host of all
instead
time,
of saying velokach
possibly
mi
one of the
dam
greatest
hapar,
streamers of all time at this point.
where should you
What?
take it
Why
from?
do you think the influence
Nay,
of
hapar.
the
The mem is
content
going
creator?
on, let's say,
This is
take it
stream.
from
Rampage Ross, ladies and gentlemen, Rampage Ross.
why is the Torah saying all these things? Why is the Torah just right for the first time? How do you know it's right?
Like kind of semi-loaded
Which
baseball
now
league.
is causing us to make this Torah calculation. It says another one.
And we're sitting here with the real Slim Shady, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, come on, man. I was here when Al Bronco got the hit. Come on, man. That's energy.
The first dam adam. One who kills the dam of the person. That's called the season. The word dam is connected to the word following. The word says dam has the blood of the person. Every time it says the word it always refers
That'd be sick.
to dam adam.
Really like Wesley
So
Snipes
it
from
refers
Definition
to the
Man.
life blood of the person. So the word dam adam means to take away the life
We don't
blood
respect
of
Blade.
the person.
You want
So it says dam
to
also means to the life. When the word dam
Look who the fuck it is. How you living, pimp?
Yo.
Yo, it's been a long 27 fucking minutes.
What's up?
Living
What's up, Mr. Rabbi?
Living the dream, baby. How are you?
I'm jolly as a elf in my elf factory.
All right, you jerking yourself off raw?
All day, every day.
No
Never
doubt.
stop. Can't stop, won't stop.
Rockefeller. No doubt about it, big dog. All right, so are you ready to get your ass kicked in like 1,000 different games?
I'm outside with my dog right now, so
Okay, how about tonight? How about tonight?
yeah, tonight probably. I just have to chill at some send this application thing to my town, and then I'll come back with her.
Okay.
So I can talk for a little bit right now.
All right, so what's new?
Take all of the lifeblood from
The U.S. Canada women's game just happened,
Who won?
and U.S. Well, Canada tied in regulation, and U.S. won in overtime. But I kind of dispute the overtime because it was the overtime in the gold medal game should not go to 3-on-3.
Oh,
If you want to make the overtime 3-on-3 to expedite it to get to the gold medal game, fine, but you can't just make the gold medal game 3-on-3. That's just a new game, and I get it's equal or whatever, but it's more. It's not a formal way that the Olympics should operate, in my opinion.
would you rather have it be a shootout?
No, it should just be 5-on-5.
I understand, but nobody's got time for that.
We do have time for it in like several past Olympics. I'm thinking. I mean, it would be pretty sexist, honestly, if the men's overtime goes to 5-on-5, which is the way that they've done it every Olympics, as far as I'm aware.
Oh, that is totally sexist.
Yeah. But it's like what, like the ratings or whatever. No one wants to watch the women as much, I guess. So we're just gonna make it 3-on-3. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. That's totally sexist and wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, dude, I was so excited about the fucking Winter Olympics, and they're on Peacock, which is like a bitch, and I've watched a little bit, but nothing great. And I see that your fucking curling team takes after your Play-Doh skills by giving yourselves unfair advantages, but that's just how it is. I'm sure those motherfuckers would want an iPad if they had one. You don't know what I'm referencing, do you?
I do. The Swedish guy that got mad at Team Canada because he claimed that he touched the rock after the line when clearly he did not touch the rock.
He touched it on the he touched it on the line. There's no doubt.
No, there's clear photo evidence that he did not violate any rules.
Dude, I don't even know why that is. I mean, with that being said, I don't know why that's a big deal. Like, it's not a big deal. Who cares? Like,
yeah, there's like some cool painting of like this dude with like his arm extending, and it's just like his index finger like just floating out there as like, and it's like, yeah, he's not gonna get any power by just gently like making contact as he releases the stone. But I mean, rules are rules. You can't. I'm all for having fair rules. I think that's definitely a thing that plagues hockey for sure. I don't know if you saw the Czech. I'm sure you didn't because you are American, but the Czech yellow. Don't use that. In the Czech game versus Canada, they Canada goes up 3-2, and then Czech comes down the ice. They block a shot. They go down 3-on-2. Pass to some guy. The Canadian back checker was just not covering his person. The guy scores, and they count the goal, so it's 3-3. But somehow, no one on the Canadian bench noticed this, and no referee noticed this, and the people in the stands didn't start chanting too many men on the ice, because for the entire play, there were 6 Czech hockey players on the ice the entire time. It's not like they were doing a lane switch or a shift change or anything. There was just straight up 6 people on the ice, and they counted the goal.
Dude, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I know. It's just unbelievable how that slipped through everyone's fingers, and then luckily Canada won in overtime, but had they not won, it just would have been like Canadians would have gone to war with Czech or something. We would have been absolutely, people have been losing their minds, making death threats and doing what, God knows what, like riots in the streets in Canada, I'm sure. Everywhere, boycotting everything from Czech, like, I don't know, that would have been mental.
Are you guys going to win the gold medal?
I mean, it's a little bit like poker, to be honest. I think there's a lot of luck involved in hockey. I mean, it's skill, but it just could go like, it's kind of a coin flip a little bit, so it's hard to say who's going to have luck on their side and perform the best. But I hope we win. The some Czech guy is just like a complete goon, and they took out our captain Sidney Crosby because the refs didn't mind him getting cross-checked in the face for being after the puck, and like 4 people trying to injure him, and they injured his knee, so he's probably not going to play. which is not great.
Not great at all.
I think they still have a pretty damn good team, but still pretty shitty that happened.
Oh, totally. And do you think that, like, give me some odds? What are the odds that they win it all?
Well, they're already in the semifinal, so statistically that would be 25%. But they're playing Finland. So Finland is a weaker team, I think, than the U.S. has to play. We're hoping to see a Canada-U.S. final. Whether there's going to be an upset in that, I think the odds are that it's a Canada-U.S. final, and then the Canada-U.S. final. I mean, I'm not a bookie, but I'd say like maybe 60% chance Canada wins, and I'm just throwing that number out of the sky. I have no idea what the odds are, but that's what I feel like it is. Which is not 60-40 coin flip is not a cakewalk by any stretch of the imagination.
Oh, I agree with you there. Okay, so that's not
Will
bad.
you watch the game if it's Canada-US final?
Potentially, yeah. I watch the big shit usually.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, like, I know it's like really important in Canada, but in the United States, it's like, it's okay. I mean, it's I hope that, I hope the United States wins, but again, like, I can't really name anybody on this team. And I could probably name more Canadian players. I mean, Sidney Crosby would probably be. He's pretty old to be playing still, right?
Yeah, he is. I think he's like 38 or something, which is definitely pretty old. Like there's guys on the Team Canada team that like literally they grew up watching Sidney Crosby, and Sidney Crosby was his idol, was their idol, you know. So
right, and now
he's got like a decade or almost 2 decades on these people that he's playing with potentially, because some of them are 20 years old. So
right. Do you think that Sidney Crosby, has he won the gold medal before? He's won 2 of them, right?
Yeah, he scored this iconic gold medal goal in overtime against the U.S. in the 2010 Vancouver Olympics, and people absolutely lost their mind when he scored that goal. I don't know if he's won another. Probably, I'm guessing, he won another Olympics.
Yeah. Okay, so it's Finland, Canada, United States. Who's U.S. playing?
Slovakia.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so it looks like it'll go Canada, United States. United States has not been doing as well as we normally do in this year's games. It's just, we're usually pretty dominant. Italy's done really well, but that usually happens with the home team.
Right. I mean, Italy is like, last I checked, they're like the second highest medal winner, which was interesting because I don't think of Italians being that great at winter sports. Like, they have mountains and stuff, but so does Switzerland, and so does like France and Austria, and like all sorts of places in Canada, US. So I don't know if that's home field advantage. Definitely in skiing, on like this course that they did, and it was like this gnarly, like icy sheet, and some athletes didn't want to compete in it because it's too dangerous. And this American woman that like destroyed her knee, she tore her ACL and then still competed, and then on like the second turn fell and destroyed her knee again on the track. The Italians definitely have like a home field advantage there because they can train on that specific track all the time. But for other sports, I haven't really looked at what the Italian medals are, but if a lot of them are in skiing, that wouldn't really surprise me.
Right. They have some major advantages. Have you watched figure skating at all?
No, the only highlight I saw was some I think he was an American, wiped out twice. Disappointed in the men's singles, but yeah, normally I do like figure skating, kind of. At least the pairs when they throw stuff, but I don't know. Normally I'm hyped about the Olympics, but this Olympics I'm just it all just seems so meaningless a little bit. It feels like fabricated hype that I'm supposed to care about almost.
I agree.
But I guess it's cool, but
I agree with you.
I don't know.
No. I totally agree with you. And it's a shame because it is usually it's very exciting. People, get very patriotic, but the United States is pretty divided right now, and we're not behind our president, and usually, at least in the United States, we're the president will either go to the games or attend something, and that hasn't happened. And I don't know. I just think that generally people are more excited about them, and because there's a lot going on domestically, they're just not. People aren't as excited as they normally are. But I don't know. I mean, maybe there are some people who are super. Not really though. I've talked to a lot of people around the globe, and nobody's really that excited that they're going on. And I mean, I think it kind of hurts as well. And I could be wrong, but there to see stuff live, it's European time, and that isn't always that convenient for people in the United States. And because of that, people in the U.S. just basically, I just would say, are not very enthused. As
yeah, I agree. It kind of we're waking up at 9 a.m. to watch a hockey game.
Exactly. And the Winter Olympics never have the same pull as the Summer Olympics do, at least in the United States. Summer Olympics, people really get behind them, and I think people are excited for the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics, and they're just kind of okay, we've got to get through these games, and and just frankly, the United States does not have any really good I don't want to say any really good athletes, because that puts down some people who are really good, but
no well-known phenom.
Yeah, we have
people that are just celebrities practically.
Exactly, Apollo Anton Ono, or that one girl who was 41. She blew her knee out. Tiger Woods' chick. Lindsey Vaughn. And we're just not super enthused, I'd say, about the whole.
America has a lot of good freestyle skiers.
Yeah, I mean, But that's still not a sport. The sports that really people get behind are figure skating. That's a big one. And
Hockey, I think, is like the most. I mean, one of the most exciting ones.
oh yeah,
Not the most exciting one.
no doubt, no doubt. But Americans still don't get behind it like other countries do. And
I don't know. I think there's a lot of Americans that do like hockey. It's just it's not like football.
Agreed, 100%.
A ton more fans, but there's still a decent amount of fans.
Right, it's probably like I'm doing something right now, so I'm like not like able to look up the statistics that I want to.
What are you doing?
I am trying to log a device in, and I'm just going through this thing with Discord where it keeps telling me I have to verify my email, and I've literally verified it like 15 times, and it's like it's not getting it.
Are they asking you for a phone number?
No, I've verified.
Discord's locked me out of my second account because I didn't provide a phone number because I don't have a second phone number to provide.
No, I
Very
verified.
stupid.
I verified my phone number, and it's an aged account, which just I don't know. I think they just have something on there. And did you know YouTube had an outage a few days ago?
No, I did not. There was that other big outage that like took out the internet a little while ago. I forgot what it was, but it was like some fire cloud host thingy.
Yeah,
Cloudflare.
Cloudflare.
Cloud host?
Cloud.
Or what's it called?
Cloudflare.
Yeah.
Like many times I have a second device in here that shows my screen on one of my other computers, and I am using that computer for something. I'm using that device for something else. Basically, I made a like a robot that automatically uploads my life onto Instagram, and I did a cool thing. It's actually really cool. Okay, so I okay, so what this thing does, and I showed it to you, and you were like, that was like that thing that had like 100 things, but like I'm just going through every major artist and even not major artists and creating a video on every single song that's in the Instagram database, basically. And what that's
So that is like when people click the song, it will comes up.
yeah, exactly. And I just think it'll be really cool in the future. Like there'll be small artists who will become really big because I made a video of them in 2026. But like there's like a band, I only know one of their songs, Franz Ferdinand, if you've ever heard of that band. And I don't consider myself a Franz Ferdinand fan, but I just didn't know they had all the songs that they do. And so I just went through and like just had this bot going that just made a ton of content of theirs. So someday somebody from Franz Ferdinand's going to come in here and they're going to be like, dog, that's amazing. And what I really like about it, there are a lot of songs out there that I only know it's like an instrumental song and I don't know the name of it. And now all I have to do is just go through and I'm like, oh, I know that song. Or especially like great like symphony orchestra songs, I just wouldn't be like, oh yeah, I know that, or operas. And so I'm just like making a ton of content. So what I did was normally I can create a robot on a um, like an iOS device or on an Android device, but I haven't been able to do it. I have like a bunch of Amazon tablets, and I was never able to do it on those, but I figured it out the other day, and that means it's like I can, and they work really, really well. They're really consistent, and so it's a lot of programming, but it's actually kind of a lot of fun. It's like pattern recognition and stuff, and I really like that kind of stuff. And so what I have done is been able to take my robots and make them create like tons and tons of content, like ridiculous amounts of content, which I think is really cool. And meaning like, I don't know, thousands of Instagram reels, and then they just like upload even when I'm asleep, and I just think it's cool. So um, I needed one of the devices that I was using for that for something else. So I just created uh, this channel. Yeah, yeah. So the account that I'm coming in with right now, it says Speed Racer Girl, but um, that should have a different name to it. But that's okay. That's if you're like, why do you have Speed Racer Girl? Sometimes I have to create. Just let me mute myself. Sometimes I have to create accounts to see that my other account is working. And if I go in with two Rabbi Rothschild accounts, they'll just ban both of them because they consider that to be like, you're not supposed to have more than one account in a given server. So to get around that, I'll sometimes create them on different profiles. So anyway, I'm going to create a robot that every like hour or so joins this call and shows my screen. If I don't do that, then what ends up happening is I have to keep manually restarting the manually restarting the um, device every like, I don't know, 12 hours or so, and it just gets annoying. So I'm trying to really just automate a lot of things. So, but it's kind of
Where
fun.
do you find the music database of every single song on Instagram?
Yeah, great question. So I'll go in and just type in Taylor Swift, and then it'll give you every Taylor Swift song, and I'll just save it. And then it'll give you a bunch of songs that are related to Taylor Swift, and then I'll get all of those as well. And then I'll go through and just get like, I'll type in the word like musical, and I'll just get a ton of musicals, or like orchestra, and it'll give me like a bunch of things for orchestra. Or I'll type in.
So you're just randomly typing in shit?
Oh yeah, definitely. So I get every rap song ever, and every musical ever, and every symphony ever, and every opera ever.
Yeah, it's gonna be every rap song ever. Yeah, I get that there's a list that comes up, but it's every single one.
Well, it's not every single one. There are, I'm sure, people who don't have their music on Instagram, but it's basically.
Yeah, I'm talking about even on Instagram.
Yeah, because they end up repeating themselves. So if you like, I don't know, do it enough. I mean, they probably have like 20,000 songs on the entire platform. Maybe they have more. Maybe they have hundreds of millions of songs, but they really don't. They don't have a lot of repeats. So I'll find that like if I go through and I type in Jay-Z and I get all the Jay-Z songs and then go to the bottom, it'll be a bunch of people who are related to Jay-Z, but I don't know. And then if I do Kanye West, it'll go all the Kanye West songs, and then the same people will be in the same list. And then I'll go through and do like Cool Mo Deep and Cool in the Gang. Like I'll just do like the top 100 artists ever, and it kind of gets a bunch of people at the bottom who just.
How do you upload a song to Instagram?
There's an import button. So in Reels, there's an import button, and you press it, and then you can upload your music into Reels. However, and then from there, I believe you name it, and then other people can use it as well.
You tag the genre of it?
I believe it's just the name and the artist name and the song name.
Okay. Just because, I mean, there's like a lot of like obscure names of bands or whatever, like Dream Ivory was like an indie band I listened to. It's like, how are you gonna find Dream Ivory?
Because I'll type in a band, I'll type in a band like Red Hot Chili Peppers, and it'll give me all the Red Hot Chili Pepper songs, and then it'll give me all the Weezer songs, and then it'll give me all the Nirvana songs, and then at the very bottom it'll be Dream Ivory.
Do you know that they're niche, like really niche artists at the bottom, or are they just recommending popular songs that everyone else?
No, the further down you go, the more niche it gets. So like at the very bottom, it's like people you've never heard of. And then what I've also been doing is going through and making it so that I like will double dip or whatever. I don't know how else to describe it. But like, let's say I have a video where I'm asleep during it. I want that artist or whatever, that band in the future to be like, oh, he was sleeping during my song. So I will just make sure that I go through and do it again, and when I'm awake. So I basically have like multiple bases covered. Like I'm doing multiple artists, and I'm doing or I should say multiple videos of the same artist. So I mean, am I like 100% sure that I'm getting every single song? No, because somebody's gonna upload a song that is really really small, or just people's voices. Like if they have like if you do a reel of your own, somebody can import that as a voice. And so I'm not doing every single person's voice, but I am doing
a lot of like voice things.
Yeah, but I am doing some of them. So like there's a lot of stand-up comedy on there, and so I'll just have like a random video of myself that is like has like a stand-up comedy routine. So I've been putting in like famous stand-up comedians, and then I just have like I just consider it to be art, and that's really what I'm making. Is I'm taking their art and putting video to it, and that creates new kinds of art, and I think that's really cool.
Is William Montgomery in it?
He is in it because he's in Reels. Were you aware that William Montgomery is he has not been closing Kill Tony, and he's having trouble selling tickets? Of course you wouldn't know this because you're not as big a William Montgomery fan as I am. And that's cool.
I tuned into your Twitter stream, and it happened to land on a William Montgomery Kill Tony thing.
Because I'm a diehard. Because I'm diehard, baby.
That wasn't you weren't watching a recent one?
I was the other day. I was watching like a bunch of them in a row. I do that. I'll watch Kill Tony, and then I'll watch it again like 2 or 3 times during the week because I don't always hear the joke the first time, or I may not always get the joke. Like I'm doing other things, so just so I make sure that I get everything. And yeah, William Montgomery, people just don't think he's that funny anymore. And I
that easy. For it working in production, absolutely. She was like, even the side she delivers like shit. I'm not my folks.
I
um,
um
is as follows.
just a moment. He's losing his momentum. I'm not saying he's not funny, but he's losing momentum. At least for the Kill Tony audience, if you like check the subreddit and stuff, people are just generally like they're like, is
He's
it?
not performing.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of blame him to some extent. Like he misses a lot of time. Like imagine, I don't know, you're like a I don't know. I'm just somebody when I go to work. I'm at work. I go to work. Um, like I don't miss work when I'm employed. Um, I just think that he misses like twice a month, at least over the course of the last 6 months. And I know he just says he's sick or whatever, but it's because he can't come up with jokes. And the jokes that he does come up with are not really that hilarious. What makes him funny is not his stand-up comedy; it's his banter with Tony and other people. And it's just, I mean, I'm not saying his stand-up comedy isn't funny. It is. He had some funny stuff this past week that I thought was funny, but he, you know, I would just say his stand-up comedy is kind of easy. All he has to do, he doesn't have to memorize anything. All he has to do is go read his cards, and he has to put out like 5 jokes a week or whatever. And his jokes are just generally pretty. What's the word for which I'm looking? Generally pretty. Like sometimes they're related to like new content, but other times it's just like it doesn't make any. I don't. It's not related to anything. I think he's talented. I do, but his talent is really in the banter that he has with Tony, and not so much he's like the best storyteller ever. And I mean, I don't expect him to be, but
I can't imagine watching him do like a 15-minute set because I've never seen him do these so-called performances that he speaks of. Because he can't just. I don't know what the hell he's doing, but if it's anything like Kill Tony, where he just does these like obscure one-liners, I mean, I guess, but I feel like it would just really lose its magic after like the first 3 minutes almost.
I agree. And it's not a good sign when he is not selling out. Like usually, somebody who has been doing it as long as he has should have like a lot of fans, and wherever he goes, he should easily sell out. But it's not. It's not that way. And
where did you find that out on Kill Tony? Brought that up.
Yeah. So he says, "Hey, I'm not selling out. So if you could please, like watch my stand-up or buy tickets to my stand-up, I'd really appreciate it." What I'm finding is, and this is what he says. This is what I say. He says that the clubs are having to comp a lot of his tickets, which is not a good sign for him. Now, do I think he could be one of the biggest stand-up comedians in global history? Yeah, I do. He has that kind of talent. But as of right now, he's like what do they call that thing? Where you make videos for
Bobbling is opportunity.
Yeah, where you make videos for people. What's that called?
Cameo.
Cameo. He's like a cameo person. And Not that that's not cool.
I mean, people have highly reviewed his cameo, though. If you actually check the reviews, he has, for sure, a 5-star rating. Because he does an excellent job on the cameo.
Right. But what I'm saying is that's like really small. Or
What?
they're really short, is what I'm trying to say.
Where is he carrying it? He's carrying it in his left hand.
Yeah.
Again, the plastic.
But I mean, for like $200, $300, I do a minute video just talking to someone as they make a career. What pisses me off about Cameo is that they don't show you the videos, or at least like they give you like maybe like a few sample videos, but I feel like you should have the option to allow it to be shared with other people.
Oh yeah, you're not allowed to do that.
Just from what I've seen, I mean, I think you can share it. Some of the on William Montgomery's page when I last checked, there was like no cameos to even see.
Okay, just one moment. I have to use the restroom. I'll be right back. I'll just be a moment.
No. So because it's not the easier in the hockey that you shut up, even if the coin did it with his left hand, it's going to be totally fine. I have a Hari Kabbalah. The Hari Kabbalah, the Sibu, so what about the receiving of the blood? Kabbalah, the Sibu, Kiruna, because it says, Vita Brahmahaki, Kabbalah. I will say the Kabbalah is one of the 4 blood avodos in different necessary parts of the Kabbalah. What did we learn? Key-belt is small. You did Kabbalah with your left hand. Muscle, ultimately, again, Rabbanan say that it's muscle. Rabbi Shimon Makshi. Yes, the most Rabbi Shimon says it's conscious. I don't understand. If every single time the Torah says, by Abraham Haki, when someone is in a second part of the sacrificial service, it means you have to do it with your right hand. And how could Rabbi Shimon say that you will give Kabbalah with your left hand, that it's kosher? This is where it says, no. Rabbi Shimon, Harki boy. Was in reality, Rabbi Shimon actually requires both. Rabbi Shimon ultimately requires the word etzba and tefillah. It's only where the Torah is both etzba and tefillah that it tells you that it has to be done with the right hand. And if it doesn't have both etzba and tefillah, what does that teach me? That it can even be done with your left. Who's talking about something? Me, by Rabbi Shimon Harki, is actually Rabbi Shimon requires both etzba and tefillah. Not kind of, we learn Rabbi Shimon in there. שנאמר יד, this is yad, elo yomim. So we'll say yad in the Torah only refers to the right hand. Etzba, elo yomim. Ultimately, again, it's so too when it says etzba also teaches me that.
Yo, what up, big dog?
Etzba. So we'll say, see when you have that plus.
So anyway, I just think that William Montgomery is, I think he's very funny, but he has some work that he needs to do in terms of just being a better stand-up comic. I think he's funny, and I'm obviously his biggest fan in the world, but he's just, he could be funnier, and
I've said this before, but I feel like the Kill Tony format just kind of sucks, and maybe it's not like the format itself, but just the comedians that come up or whatever, like they do their minute of stand-up, maybe they get like some feedback on it, they get roasted or whatever, but like most of the time it's just like not, I don't know, I've seen a lot of just dry interview. It's not even like Tony's or Red Band or any like the judges' fault. It's just like the judges are like the guest judges are usually like the funniest ones, and then the comedian just is like a deer in headlights when it comes to like interview time. You can barely like say funny words.
yeah,
It's like it really kind of gets rid of the illusion because it's like sure, anyone can rehearse like a minute of material, but the interview is basically just improv for whatever 5-10 minutes until they get bored of you and check you out. If they like you, they'll keep you along and maybe make you like turn you into like an Uncle Laser or whatever. But just so many comedians, I'm just like astounded by how much they suck at the interview. Or it's just like they're not being funny.
Right. I mean, I think that a lot of them get stage fright. Some of them, it's their first time. And I think that they should know. I mean, he asked, I can tell you exactly what questions he asked. He says, how long have you been doing stand-up? What do you do for a living? When did you move to Austin or where you're from? What's your love life like? Do you how much money do you have in your bank account? Did I ask like what's your career? Like that's it. He doesn't ask any other questions in that. So if you just know that or have funny answers to that, you can do really, really well. There was a guy 2 weeks ago who wasn't funny. I mean, and maybe he was funny, but he was ill prepared and was not able to do stand up. He was not able to get his minute out, but he was really funny in the interview, and they gave him a golden ticket. Meaning, like if you can show that you're funny, you have a chance. There's also the issue where
What does the golden ticket mean?
Means whenever you want, you can contact the show and perform 1 minute of stand up.
Oh, so you get like a free re-up.
Yeah, but for life.
You have to go again.
For life, though. So that's like a big benefit to a stand up comedian. Because then they're only like,
what the hell?
in the history of the show, maybe 20 people who have golden tickets, and a lot of them are not in Austin. So that means the ones that are in Austin have like a huge advantage on the ones that aren't, in terms of they can go up and maybe be on once a month or so, and that means that they're able to then sell tickets and basically
Build a career.
yeah, exactly, thank you, exactly, build a career, which is extremely valuable to them. And then there's a really good opportunity for them to make a lot of money. And when I say a lot of money, just a moment, I'm joining with this other account. When I say a lot of money, I mean a few $100,000 a year. And a lot of these people are like homeless. So, that's way better than they were doing. And I would say as well, there's the opportunity that they could then make millions of dollars a year. Like they could become really, really big. Do you? Oh yeah, Casey Rocket, like from the William Montgomery Show, of course. He's someone who kind of squandered his. I don't want to say he doesn't have a chance to be successful, but he went into rehab and no one's heard from him, and he had to cancel his. He had a what do you call it? A residency, and he had to cancel that, and he doesn't do Kill Tony anymore. Like he had a chance to go from nothing to $100,000 air to potentially millionaire pretty easily had he just stayed clean, but he wasn't able to stay clean, and now his career's in jeopardy, and everybody wonders where he is, and is he ever going to be back, and all that other shit. I think that somebody like Cam Patterson, if you know who Cam Patterson is, he's going to be a millionaire. He's going to be a multimillionaire someday. And not too far. I mean, he's already on Saturday Night Live, and even though he's not super popular on Saturday Night Live, he's gonna be, or he's gonna be able to get movies and at least like a Netflix deal from that. So that's like really impressive.
Where did you hear Casey Rocket is? Because I thought
dude,
you told me you just moved to Chicago.
No. It's well known on the Kill Tony subreddit, so that's where I found out about it.
Well, that's speculation.
No, it's all over. Like everybody knows it. It's like pretty well known. It's pretty well known within the comedy scene. Like there are people who are like, we're friends with him, and we just wish him the best. He is just, I think, supposed to be out of rehab this spring, something like that. So certainly hope the best for him. But there was even a post on Monday that said, "Hey, what happened to Casey Rocket?" And the people were like shitting all over the person. Like, don't you know? Like, everybody knows that he's in rehab. Like, how could you ask such a question? The person was like, "Wow, sorry, I liked him as a comedian. I didn't know what happened to him." So I mean, when people are like shitting on you for not knowing that, it's just kind of like it's like,
I think it'll just be a setback for him, and it'll be fine because he is popular enough to keep kicking the can down the road.
Yeah, but he's got to get the drugs under control. Too many.
Yeah, I thought he had been saying that he was clean for a while anyway.
He went into not remission, but he relapsed. Thank you. Yeah, he relapsed. And as I'm sure you're aware, drugs are extremely powerful, and especially when you're in a situation like he is, where every night you're in a different city and people know you to be the guy who like does drugs, there's going to be a major temptation to want to live that fast lifestyle. Like Uncle Laser, he just got in trouble. I don't know if he got in trouble, but people were like, "What's up with Uncle Laser?" He was on some podcast with some porn star and got blown by him on the podcast, or got blown by the porn star on the podcast, the woman, and apparently that like was not a good look for. I don't know. Tony didn't like it. I don't know. Now that one's speculation because there hasn't been anything about that, but. See, like these guys.
I mean, when people witnessed it on the podcast.
You're asking, did people witness him getting blown on the podcast? Apparently, yeah. I mean, I didn't see it, but like that's kind of how Uncle Laser is, though. When in terms of like his personality and everything, he is like a guy who would like thrive on that. But I don't know, like Kill Tony's become very corporate. They've got Netflix gigs, they do arena shows. It's not what it once was. And I think that they make just on YouTube every week $40,000. And I think for each ad read they get an additional like $20,000 each, and they do like maybe 5 per show, something like that. And then they have like smaller sponsors as well. So like overall, I think they're bringing in maybe $100,000 profit per week. That's after everybody gets paid and everything. There's an issue that arises with Kill Tony too. This is what uh, everybody hates about it, but especially David Lucas and Casey Rocket. You don't get paid to do Kill Tony, so you basically you're on your own for transportation. So let's say you're going on a tour of the Western United States, you have to be back on Monday if you want to do Kill Tony, and that can really cause issues with your planning and such. Usually the life of a comic is you get into town on Thursday and perform maybe Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, and then you're home on Sunday. At least a big comic, but if not, maybe you're home on Monday. And with Kill Tony, it just doesn't pay anything. So these guys are like, I have to be back in Boston every Monday if I want to get well known on it. Have you seen the new guy? His name's Dedrick Flynn.
I don't watch Kill Tony.
Okay, so they have a new guy, Dedrick Flynn, who is pretty funny, but he's kind of getting old, but he's like a guy who started in his car basically, and now has some money, so it can change lives. But he's not able to. He's got to be back on Monday. Wait, hold on, I misspoke. It does. Kill Tony does pay if you are a regular, and they're like William Montgomery makes money. I think he makes $100,000 a year just from Kill Tony. And like if you're a guy who is so some of the guys sign contracts, and those aren't disclosed what they are, but I think it's about $100,000 a year for like William Montgomery just to do that, and then he can go and do shows anywhere he wants. And they have, I think, 3 regulars. So right now under contract, I think they have Dedrick Flynn, William Montgomery, and Ari Mahdi. But I could be wrong on if they're all like getting paid exactly for the work that they're doing. And I know you don't watch it, but like that's basically the rumor that goes around. Whether it's true or not, you tell me. I am trying to program this thing, so apologies if I'm not like as focused as I normally am. But okay. In terms of Casey Rocket, though, he was never, I think, a paid regular. He could have been, but I think he was just like he would just do little skits here and there or whatever. And his shit got old very quickly. William Montgomery at least comes back. Everybody gets old. I mean, I think that's what everybody finds, except people still think Ari Mahdi is very, very funny, and he is. He's like basically a professional comedian. And if he,
that's the guy from
Estonia,
right?
Yeah, and if he had his green card or like American citizenship, he wouldn't need Kill Tony anymore. He could tour the world. He was already though Estonia's biggest comedian when he came in, so that's kind of a huge advantage.
I haven't seen his stand up, but I heard him on William Montgomery show.
He's very funny. Like of anybody who I would go and see, I would want to go see William Montgomery just because I'd want to know what that was like. But I don't think William Montgomery is as smart of a comedian, perhaps. I don't know. He's just not as polished as Ari Mahdi is. And there's another guy, Dedrick. I talked about him, Dedrick Flynn. He apparently just absolutely kills the room when he's there. But people haven't been really super enthused on him. Then they have this Timmy No Breaks, who I think is just a one-trick pony kind of a deal. Who those are like the big uh, either golden ticket or regulars who have been making moves. And then they have some other people who get on who are just absolutely awful. I think they're bad. And I wouldn't have given them a golden ticket. Maybe if they did get a golden ticket, they didn't deserve it. Um, but you can tell what Tony Hinchcliffe wants. He wants a situation where he had someone from every, like a very diverse group. So he has like a southern white guy, that's William Montgomery, and he has a Texan, that's Uncle Laser. He's got an Asian lady, or a couple of them, like a Chinese woman, a Vietnamese woman. He's got a Persian. Well, she's not a regular. He's got like your like he has like an African American guy, and when and like Mexican people. But you can tell like the people aren't held to the same standards. Like there's an Asian woman who recently got a golden ticket, and she's not that funny. And if if she had done the same stand up and been a and say been just like a um and she had been a just a regular dude, I don't think that she would have been as well received. But because she was an Asian woman, I mean, they even said like that's like a huge reason why she got the bump that she did. They said that like Red Band will let any Asian chick up, and not to say she's not funny, she is, but it's just like they want someone from every like background, which I'm not saying is a bad thing. I like the diversity, but sometimes they'll give some people more um, benefit of the doubt than other people. Like there's a like and and then also there's been the rumor too that if Tony needs somebody like he needed like an African American male after Cam Patterson left, and so all of a sudden like the next week or something he makes this Dedrick Flynn not just a golden ticket winner but um a regular. So this guy's been on a lot. And I don't know, people have just said like he needs to fill these certain groups. Um, but again, I think funny's funny, so it's just whoever they can find to be really funny. I think they should be rewarded, not based on what they look like. Basically, how much can they make the crowd laugh? So I know I'm so shocked that you don't like Kill Tony, but you really like William Montgomery. That's his bread and butter. You know that's like he's one of
I like watching William Montgomery on Kill Tony, and I'll watch the compilations of just William Montgomery on Kill Tony. But just because I've been burned way too many times sitting through these unfunny comics, these awful interviews, I'm like, what's the point of me watching this? But like I mentioned, what's his face? The dude who was the guitar player that got fired from Kill Tony.
yeah.
Jeremiah Watkins. He has his own stand-up on the spot show, and it's just improv comedy. That one I like more. There's no interview bullshit. Just crowd yells out suggestions, comedian roll. It's more comedy focused because Kill Tony is like 1 minute of comedy, and like the rest just like random banter. But this one's actually like comedy. We do comedy here. The thing that Zoot sucks at, we do it here.
Dude, he I don't know what it is. He cannot get off those 10 topics that I talk about that he's obsessed with. He just can't get off them. And I've told him, like, dude, your comedy's going to get really old really quickly if everything's about sex and mental illness. Like, it's just, you need more than that. You need to be a like you need your stand-up needs to be diverse. And so I told him yesterday, I just want you to make a joke up about food. That's a big subject. You can, you know, just basically like what we were doing with him in terms of um, improv, but just do it with food. That's it. All you have to do is just make a joke up about food. And you know, the joke that he gives me is about is semen considered a food? Like, dog, come on, man. Like, I kind of hate the people from Raw Comedy or whatever because they basically made him think that he's funny, and now he thinks that that's what people want. And I mean, I'm glad that he made it as far as he did, and I'm proud of him for that. But he thinks that like people are like, oh, that's what they want is just like mental illness jokes and jokes about sexuality, and I just don't think that you can do those. Those are fine, but you're a one trick pony if you do that. And I don't know.
I mean, I'll honestly, I will disagree with that because I think that there's two types of comedians. There are clean comedians and there are like dirty comedians. Dirty comedians will like touch on just edgy subjects in general that people don't want to, that are not politically correct to express views on typically, even if the observation is like inherently like negative or like rude in any way, but they're just like these taboo topics and like sex, drugs, whatever, hookers, transgender people, like whatever the unclean stuff is, those types of comics will touch on those subjects. I'm guessing there's hybrid comics too, I guess you could say, that do both clean and dirty topics, which I think is a good strategy.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I want him to be.
Yeah, I feel like Zoot, I mean, I could see Zoot more excelling if he just told these like ludicrous stories and he actually polished his stupid, like outrageous stories that are just like over the top, goofy, and absurd and rude and offensive to some people. But I could see him excelling in that niche because that seems to be what his brain is drawn towards. But trying to get him to do a joke about like traffic lights or like cardboard or something, it's like pulling teeth.
Well, and food is just a big subject. I mean, he couldn't do it. And it was,
what's your food joke? Let's hear your food joke.
You know, it was awful. It was so Zoot showed me a video of one of his friends who just Zoot said food's not funny, and I said, dude, you showed me a video of a friend of yours who ate a banana with the peel on, and you thought that was absolutely hilarious, and I just thought that it was a cheap joke. So even you thought food was funny, and he was like, well, okay. So I just was coming up with something. I said, what determines whether we eat a fruit whole or we have to peel it? Apples, people eat whole. Oranges, people peel. Grapes, people eat whole. Yet avocado, people peel. And I recognize that there is a thickness of the skin which may help to determine how we eat. But then why are there some fruits that some people eat whole and some people peel, like kiwi or and then I couldn't think of any others, but I was just thinking off the top of my head. Like that was just my joke. It's not very
What was
deep.
your example?
Kiwi.
Oh, kiwi.
Like I could see somebody eating just a kiwi with the hair on it. And that I just not saying that that's how I would, but I'm saying that I could see somebody doing that. And I don't know. Okay, so let me try again. Okay, so it has to do with
I mean,
food.
Jim Gaffigan is an excellent comedian that talks.
Yes,
a lot
he
about
does. Okay, yeah, he does. He is excellent with that. All right. So what about why don't people cook steaks in the microwave? Everybody's so specific about how they cook their steak, whether it's on the grill or whether it's on a flat top. But why don't people just cook the steak in a microwave? You cook popcorn in a microwave, you'll heat up leftovers in a microwave. What is stopping you from cooking a steak in the microwave? I'm sure somebody's done it. I don't know. I've done it. I actually like microwave
It's
steak.
actually possible.
Yeah, it is. I like it. I've done it before.
I thought maybe it was like a temperature thing that it has to be cooked at a certain temperature.
So here's what you do: is you just cut it up in cubes, and then it's fine. Does that make sense?
I don't see how that solves the temperature issue. I get that there's less, like it's easier to cook the surface area. Like, I don't know what the temperature of a microwave reaches, but I don't think it's anywhere near the.
Oh yeah, it is. It's grill. If you keep it in there, it'll get hotter than a grill.
Not my shitty microwave.
Well, and that's the thing. Some people don't, but I mean, I've done it, and I cooked good steaks in a microwave in a Pyrex container, and I've like cubed it, and it takes a long time. It takes like an hour, and it's a lot of power. But yeah, so
Jesus, that's very strange.
Yeah, I mean, a normal steak might take you 20, 30 minutes. So you got to think that it's not, I don't know, maybe it doesn't take an hour, but maybe 30 minutes. But I don't know.
I've never microwaved food for more than like 3 minutes. Like,
yeah.
If it's in the microwave for like 30 minutes, that's just very alien and strange and like not correct in my world.
I get that. And I was like that for 30 years. And then I just tried it one day with water. I was just like, I wonder if I just kept the water boiling, what would happen? And I just put it in for like 30 minutes and it just boiled the water. And I used that water for something, like a soup or something. And I was like, oh, okay. Wait, no, what was, oh, no. I used it to cook pasta. And once I did that, I broke that threshold. I will now cook stuff for a long time. I will cook French fries without needing to defrost them, and I have to put them in for like an hour, but it cooks them.
It's bizarre, but I guess it works. I mean, if you only had a microwave, I guess that's how you're making your pasta.
Yeah, I mean, just I live with other people, and a lot of times the kitchen's not available, or like the stovetop, or I don't want to be sitting in there babysitting some food. So I will just take French fries, put them in a Pyrex container or like Tupperware container, and just I'll let it go for 30 minutes, and then I will mix it up so that it like evenly cooks, and then I'll put it in for another 30 minutes. Now, is it as good as if I put them in an oven? No, but a lot of times, like I don't have access to, like there are other people who are. You know, like I live with other people, so they're using an oven or whatever, and they make like big meals, and so I just normally am pretty quick. Another thing that I've done is like I was like you. I didn't cook anything in the microwave for longer than 5 minutes, like ever. I felt like the microwave would like break if I did. But it doesn't. And I have come to learn that like really you can cook something for like an hour in there without looking at it or like babysitting it a little bit, but I wouldn't necessarily have an issue cooking um, something and like moving it around or like ensuring that the temperature is even. I wouldn't have an issue with doing that. Dude, I'm trying to program this thing and for some reason it is not the programming is like really delicate. Anyway, hey, I have a question for you. How's the greatest cryptocurrency in global history? Or the greatest cryptocurrency of all time? You were so excited about this, and then you just fucking sat on your thumb.
That's good.
It's not good. You haven't.
Excellent.
No, you haven't been chilling it. You haven't talked about it. I've been.
And now I'm working on a. I'm gonna host a Twitter space like next week and do a big presentation on all the details. And also, yeah, just need to go viral, kind of basically on Twitter. And accumulate hype, which involves educating people about it. But I keep getting good feedback on it, which gives me motivation.
Okay. Why don't you go to chill and chills?
I was doing it. I just took a little break. Takes a lot of time, but I'll go back and do chilling again.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm not. For me to believe in your project, it needs you to believe in your project, and I don't feel like you do. Not saying that you're not a great person, I don't love you, and you're not a good friend. None of that. But you just don't have the focus that I would want in a project lead. And that's on you to teach that if you wanted to be successful. Because I give you the same feedback that I'm sure you're hearing. It's a really good idea. You have a winning idea on your hands, but you're not taking advantage of it.
Right. Yeah. No, I think my brain was telling me that it was less of a winning idea, and then I got kind of sidetracked. But I do think it's a good idea.
Absolutely.
Again,
Why?
I am more motivated.
Why is your brain saying that it's not a good idea?
Maybe less about the idea and just like the daunting task of trying to build a community from scratch, and then it's just like you can DM. It's just so much time commitment to just be spending all day on Twitter, and then you go and do a chat, and then it's just like flooded with Nigerian people, and I have nothing against Nigerian people. It's just like it feels like alienating being like the only like white person of like this like chat, and then I don't know.
I get you.
But yeah, I think I feel like it's more about like contacting like quality people to contact over quantity. I feel like if I shift my focus to trying to actually connect with like legitimate people with 10 or 100K followers and actually give them a precise breakdown and detail of everything in a very clear, transparent blueprint all out on the table type of manner, then hopefully people will think there's a worthwhile opportunity and actually be willing to get behind it more.
All right. Did you create a Discord?
Have not.
Okay.
I need people in the Telegram, but I guess I can show both. But
Oh yeah, if you have a coin, you need to show both. Because there are some people who don't like Discord who like Telegram, and there are people who don't like Telegram who like Discord, and you want to be able to cover both groups. And I think that
yeah, my brain doesn't really immediately associate crypto and Discord, but I get that it's a thing. I prefer Discord as a platform. Telegram is garbage.
Telegram is garbage, and Discord has a lot more safeguards. And you may not associate Telegram or Discord with Telegram. Pardon me, Discord with crypto, but it's huge. It's giant. Like that's where big projects are. At least more
And I
recent.
think another strategy, like really nice to have a bot that does this, but as you recognize, like the low hanging fruit of communities that have been like rugged or have died out, but there's still like maybe marginal activity or like liquidity in those things, in those billions of like rug coins, basically. Like having a bot that like goes into like their Telegram, Discord, chills, purges like their revival, like make a wish that they can seek refugee to. Is not a bad idea.
Yeah.
I am like it's on my list to just spend a lot of time going through Dex Screener and finding coins that meet that criteria and shilling shamelessly in my Telegram. The other thing I don't like about Telegram is that if I send a message to some group or I have to like join some group, and it's like all of my personal conversations get cluttered with like these random groups. And just,
How awful is that? Where
there's zero organization in that.
absolutely none. It is mind blowing that you could be in a group with 10,000 people, and that has the same weight as just some random person across the world who's sending you some drainer link. Like it's like I can't believe that. I don't like it. I'm on Telegram. I'm in a Telegram right now, live streaming, but I do not personally think that it is a good platform. It's full of scams. It's just like you can't even have a call like this really. Well, you can, but like it's so limited. Anyway. Okay, so you're still planning on doing your coin. When are you thinking of launching? I mean, or is that like inappropriate to ask?
Yeah, I think I really shifted my mindset of kind of like being in like this like sprint mode to more of like why am I rushing it? Because when I'm in like this sprint rushy chill mode, it just like is mentally taxing. But if I just kind of dedicate time to it when I actually like I'm gonna go about it more strategically than just like ruthless kind of manpowery and try to navigate more like intelligently with contacting more people directly and having phone calls with them and actually like contacting those types of coins that are the low hanging fruit and stuff.
Well, in terms,
it's still like I think people that are part of it want to see that there's some progress being made at whatever speed, and obviously it's like the sooner the better. And I'm all for that, but it's really like assembling like an army practically, people, and then you have to convince them that the team that they're joining is better than their existing team. And it's interesting, and I kind of like the challenge. So, yeah. There's also stuff outside of the crypto project that I'm also interested in, like my mural career, which I need to come through with that and have big plans for that. But I'll do both.
Okay. Have you been able to do any more programming on your mural, your graffiti app?
I haven't touched that in a few weeks, unfortunately, but it is like 90% complete. Yeah, you did convince me that I'm not going to make too much money on that, so I haven't been super motivated. But I just view it as like a tool for myself to practice murals on, which I definitely most certainly will be utilizing it that for. I pretty much just need to have like 2 little things into like this menu, and then it'll be a lot more useful, and I can focus on like map design and stuff. And I'll still try to monetize it eventually. It's on the list, and I do like the app a lot.
Is it possible to use the app without VR?
No.
Okay. Is there a reason why you haven't considered potentially having just making a mobile app of like mural art?
It really wouldn't benefit me in any way. Like, the primary part of the app is to enable my graffiti or artistic skills in a virtual environment. And if it has an unintentional consequence also is appealing to other users, that's great. But the only reason I made the app is so that I could do my art in VR, which I enjoy doing. It's really cool.
Okay. All right. Like okay, you know how we play whatever the GeoGuessr?
Well, yeah, did you win a game? I don't think so.
Yeah, Doug, I won all the games because I didn't cheat. Okay, so you know GeoGuessr, right?
The game that you wanted to make the timer like 5 seconds, so that it was just completely luck based.
Yeah, because I don't want to read fucking street signs. All right. Why can't you make GeoGuessr, but you can spray paint on everything?
There's a multitude of reasons.
Okay. Tell them to me.
Like translating, computationally, probably going to be, you're going to need like a million gigabytes of RAM to run the app. And
wait,
maybe
wait. I think it's pretty easy. It's literally just GeoGuessr, but with an overlay.
That would be like a cheap way to do it, but that's
keep it simple.
Like the thing that you're missing is that in GeoGuessr, you're using Google Maps where like you hit an arrow and you just get launched like 50 feet, and then you hit an arrow, you get launched 50 feet. It's not a smooth actual 3D environment. There's a tool in Blender that's used to import Google Maps as the data into like an actual scene. So you need to import the entire world as a 3D scene, and then I guess you could render it as you go.
Yeah. Okay.
And you can do it that way, I'm sure.
Okay.
The game file might be like 1,000 gigabytes, but that's fine.
No, it's not fine. It needs to be small. No bigger than like 5 gigabytes, or people aren't gonna want it on their phones. Um, okay. All right. Well,
Do you have any video game ideas that have been
um,
of your
yeah,
imagination?
yeah, it's called Grand Theft Auto 6. Yeah, I do. This is a. I don't know why this isn't a. I mean, I don't know. I think it's probably already a game, but you. So this was a game that we built on computers, or I didn't build it, but like I was able to get the file on computers. What was it called back in the day? It was called. So we had these TI-83s, which were like old calculators that had a screen, and this game I think was just called Drug Dealer, and it was like a it was like a choose your own adventure game, and you would just sell drugs and make a profit, and the the goal was to become like a millionaire, and that would be tough to get on the App Store or Google Play, but you could maybe change the name of it. So I don't know if it's the best idea, but it's something that I remember as a kid. I always thought that was like a cool, uh, like just a cool game, really. Whether it's um, whether it's marketable. That's another thing. I mean, if you just want to make money, the best way to do it, and I hate to say it, but is just to go on Pump Fund and then just rug coins, and you'll make a lot of money doing that. Have you ever thought of doing that? Riser? Riser. All right, Riser. Yo, dog.
I was talking, I don't know why it didn't work, but yeah, I've launched a pump fund coin, and I see thousands of coins launch on pump fund that have $0 put into them because no one, practically zero coins that you launch without an actual like audience are gonna go anywhere because there's just way too many coins being minted that it's just impossible. So unless you have a community that you're in attention, that you're able to rug constantly, the river's gonna run dry, in my opinion.
Okay, so
or you have like liquidity and you pump it and then wait for people to buy more and then you steal money from them or something. I don't know how it works. It's really not the great. I think video games is the greatest idea, like for becoming a millionaire.
oh fuck no, no way.
Yeah.
No, even that guy who built what is it, the most successful graffiti art game? That person still only made like 200.
The VR mini cup guy made like $10 million.
All right, but he was early to market too, right?
I mean, potentially.
Um, no, I think that the best way to make money is still through good old fashioned having a job. The second best way to make money is to potentially be an influencer, if that has a huge amount of upside to it that people don't really realize. And Then from there, I would say a cryptocurrency perhaps. And after that, in terms of how much work you're going to take and pay out, it would be gaming. After that,
No, gaming's still a shitload of work if you actually don't enjoy gaming.
oh, you're
Same
right.
with like streaming.
Yeah, but there are ways to. I mean, there are ways to make money streaming. It is a lot of work, no doubt, and it's expensive. But there are ways.
If you enjoy doing it, then no big deal.
Yeah, I mean, I think a good way to make money, and maybe this is wrong, but and I know you said you tried this, is to do a podcast.
I mean, and do you have like a niche of this podcast?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
No.
Podcast? What kind of podcast?
It's an influencer podcast, and it's a great idea. You just go to ask people on YouTube, literally while they're live streaming, hey, do you want to be on my podcast? You send them the link to your podcast, you interview them on their stream. It's win-win. They win because they get to promote themselves, and they have a good conversation that summarizes what they do archived, and it's win for you because then you get their audience. And if you do that enough,
yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I know that there's definitely like people that do this, but I don't know if there's like a podcast that focuses on this solely, is just interviewing YouTubers and people with YouTube channels.
exactly. I mean,
That would be a decent idea.
it is a decent idea. I did it. I did 15 of them, and I could see if I weren't live streaming my life, that's what I would do. I would be just, it's so easy. It was the reason why it was so easy to get people on the podcast. All I had to do was go into their chat and say, hey, do you want to be on my podcast? And they would drop everything that they had to be on a podcast. The hardest thing about it was getting the first person on it. Once I got one person on it, everybody wanted to be on it. Or I shouldn't say everybody wanted to be on it, but like, you know, it was really easy because they could go and compare themselves, and they're like, oh, that's a pretty big influencer. I'll get on board with them. Like basically, I'll throw my name into that hat. And you're right, there isn't really a podcast out there that uses this type of strategy, and it's a brilliant strategy. I'm telling you, if I was not live streaming, that's what I would be doing. I would go into people's chats and say, hey, do you want to be on my podcast? And the people, like 90% of the people say yes. I mean, that's what really shocked me, was like nobody said no. And so if I were you,
I mean,
yeah,
but I mean, you didn't ask someone that was like Aiden Ross.
No, that's true.
But you have to, you build it up.
Yeah, but I asked like people, so I didn't ask anybody in the top 10 on Kick, but I asked people in the top 100 on Kick, and I got like 5 of them, and I only asked 5 of them. I mean, I got everybody who I wanted.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, definitely.
How many views did the podcast get?
You know, it's a good question. I didn't even really check because I wasn't super serious about it. I just wanted to start my own podcast because I know in the future I'll be able to have AI just make this podcast for me. I asked everybody the same 73 questions, and I didn't put any pressure on anybody. And how many people did it get? So let's, instead of me just beating around the bush, let me get you that answer. So without any promotion,
Did the people that you're interviewing share it with their audience or make them known?
yeah.
Even if you don't subscribe to the principle of everyone agrees that what? That
I got like
Fighter and the Kid. Fighter and the Kid is a good career path.
no, theirs is a different way. I got like the ones that I got the most, maybe like 56 people listen to. Now you may be like, oh, that sucks. Doug, I didn't promote it at all. And I wasn't super serious about it. So, like it, but like in terms of,
I think you can't even look at it like that necessarily because it's the same thing with like a YouTube channel. Like starts off nothing and then it gets bigger and snowball effects, and then like those old shitty videos with 0 views or whatever. As the channel grows, it's like evergreen content that will continue to produce revenue
that's exactly right.
in the future.
That's exactly right. And I already know 2 people you could interview. You could interview me. You could interview Zoo. So those are 2 people. I mean, you might be like, well, you guys
The
aren't.
most famous comedian in Southwest Australia.
And the biggest live streamer in the world. I mean, that's actually 2 really big names for you who, doesn't necessarily have anybody who.
No, I can get people. I had a very famous artist. I mean, I have a podcast. I just stopped doing it. But
Same.
this idea, yeah, kind of makes me want to restart it again.
And it's so
Yeah,
easy.
But my niche is like interviewing. I mean, I don't really have a niche. I guess it's just interesting, to be honest.
I get that.
Typically artists.
I get that.
But
But it's
like musicians or whatever, but I do my research on them and then I have to come up with a bunch of questions directly like associate that person.
It's so easy though to just go and do someone's Twitch or Kick Chat or YouTube and say, "Do you want to be on my podcast?" And guess what? They all say yes. It's free. They're not doing anything that's important right then. So, like, I think you could.
No, to get more credible people, you need like an audience. So it's a chicken and egg problem kind of. So you have to just start
It is,
to
but
nobody's.
it is, yeah. But I mean, I'm telling you, like right now, like the people who
There's a payoff. I agree that there's a payoff.
okay, so the guy who I got on my second stream,
So what the process would be is that the coin would do the kiddush of Daim Raglayim. He would sanctify his hands and his feet. He would make him tummy. He would go to the mikvah, and then he would do the process of paraduma. He would tefillah zuba bahara mishcha haisa bahachi trambam sekas para.
okay, he has.
So say, why is this important for us? Alma,
he gets them. So like his last clip, he got 7,000 views. Before that, he got like
that even though the coin is actively being defiled,
he's like
he goes to the mikvah,
8,500 followers on
and then what happens? There is no
Kick, but that doesn't include all the other shit he's on. I've got some other people who. Okay, here's one. Somebody interviewed me. Here's a big one. Sam Bond. He's got 20,000 followers on Kick, but that's not his main one. And he interviewed me.
And then becomes coming. Then ultimately, again, if you speak that does not.
So to just kind of give you like an idea.
Subsequent kiddush raglayim will not be necessary.
Like what will happen is people will see you and then start to interview you.
You can't bring a raya from paraduma until you
like you could create a bot just like I do on X or on Kick and just have it literally just say be on my podcast. And people are going to be on your podcast. You will not run out of.
I personally want to have like people that I am interested in on the podcast. I think some streamers. I did ask some gamers who were popular, so I'd have gamers, but I'd have to do my background who this person actually is.
Okay, I mean that's.
And at the end of the day,
that everybody does that kind of podcast though. I'm saying do a podcast, and like even now, this is content. Your stream is the whole process of getting someone to go on your podcast. So this is what you do: you do a screen share, and then you type to people, "Hey, you want to be on my podcast?" And they say yes, and then like it's the journey of you finding the person to be on the podcast, interviewing them, and then publishing it, and then you just do one of those a week. So basically you start out with like, hey, we don't have anybody to be on our podcast this week, we need to find somebody, let's do it. You go to YouTube, you start asking people, hey, you want to be on my podcast? And then somebody says, yeah. So that makes it like very meta of a podcast. Not every podcast, the guest is already set up. What makes your podcast different than all the trillion of podcasts out there is you don't have any of the guests set up. The beauty of it is that you have to go find them, and then people actually would watch your video and listen to your podcast because exactly, yeah, that's a cool idea.
I don't see how that's very entertaining. So the Rambam says it's okay. Typing, will you be on my podcast and Twitch stream?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like fishing.
I've read a cordial email.
No, that's boring. That's boring, but it'd be like fishing. It's like, how fast are we going to be able to get someone on our podcast? Maybe it'll take us 10 minutes to find somebody. Maybe it'll take us 30 minutes. It won't take you hours, though. And then you know, like,
I'm just telling you right now, this idea. I'm just going to put it bluntly. Blatantly, this idea sucks.
Somebody watch my stream someday, and this will be like its own niche of podcasting. It will be like, I don't know, what would you call it? Like a spur of the moment interview niche. I don't know what to describe it as. Somebody will come up with a good name for it, but it's where that to me is better than other podcasts. Sure, I could go watch your podcast, which is cool if you do an interview, but it's even cooler to be like, hey, you had no idea who you were going to interview, and then you found someone. That's, I think, cool. You may not, and that's okay. I mean,
just like the process of me finding my guests has just been sending them a direct message on Instagram or email.
Yeah, but
it's just like not entertaining.
But no. But that's not.
Typing a message into their Twitch stream.
But that's not live.
You can make it entertaining,
but that's not live. What people would want, and what makes this a good idea, is that it has two elements to it. It has the fishing element, like you're basically looking for the person, and then there's the interview aspect of it as well. I know you don't like the idea, but I'm telling you, it's a good idea, and we can agree to disagree on it. But it's an outside the box type of idea, and it isn't done currently by any YouTuber or any podcaster. It basically combines the two. It's a sweet idea. But anyway, I understand if you don't like it. That's cool.
I saw a Instagram reel today. You know who Benny Blanco is, right?
Yep, that's Selena Gomez's husband.
Yeah, we've talked about him. Now this is a decent idea, I believe, but his concept was like, it might be better if I just send the reel. Do you want me to send the reel?
No, explain it to me.
Okay, well, there's like starts off by saying like every podcast is the same. It's like the same studio. You've got the mic, boom, and the guest comes in, and then they're just all the same. And so he's like, well, we have a podcast, but it's also a television show at the same time, and it's also a live stream at the same time. And we combine these and blend them all together into some weird, never before done type of media that no one's ever done. And is a little abstract and
How do you utilize
unorthodox,
main
but
Mahara? You immerse yourself in it. So apparently the issue is
it'll probably be,
as
it
opposed
could be a very big
that
success.
requires water,
Okay.
which is collected.
I came up with the best idea ever for what you call what my type of podcast is. You ready for it?
So we can infer from this that if one were to immerse one's hands and feet
Sure.
in the
It's called
keyboard,
ambush
that ultimately,
podcasting.
again, it should
And
be
that
good
would be a
towards
really
the
good
process.
name for
Not
a
necessarily.
podcast, the ambush
Main
podcast,
Mahara is
where someone doesn't know that they're going to be picked. The journey is documented to get them on the podcast. They're on the podcast for however long or whatever, and then you move on to the next person. But it's an entire genre, ambush podcasting. It's an excellent idea. Maybe one of my
What's the ambush part?
well, it's the idea that somebody isn't ready to be on the podcast, but you're giving them the invite. But the thing is, to be on the podcast, they have to accept right now. If they don't, then you'll just come back to them if they're interested.
Yet we know that statement is.
It's the idea that, look, there are a ton of, if somebody came into my Discord right now, and they're like, hey, you want to be on my podcast? Yeah, sure, I'll do it. Why? Because I'm a streamer, and like, you know, it's something to do. It's a free way to get out the word about what I do and who I am.
It's interesting enough. How do we
Yeah, I mean,
so again, the Rambam over here, so all this is the same.
I am pro creating
Hit Bill
new
Yoda
forms
Belagla
of
domain
media, and I respect that this is I knew never before been done type of media.
Doug, you'd be first to the market with it. Well, I'm sure other people have done it in similar ways, but nobody's marketed it like that. And that's a really great name for it. The Ambush Podcast. So everybody on every other podcast is used to having pre-prepared answers and having their hair and makeup done and all that other shit. With yours, you're just going to get them on YouTube and say, hey, you want to be on my podcast? Sure. What's it called? Ambush Podcast. Where we only want people on the podcast who are ready to do it here and now. And they say, okay, great. How do I do it? And you just say, all you have to do is just keep streaming. I'll just interview you basically in Discord, and you just keep your camera going on YouTube. And then you have the beauty of this podcast is you're using their audience, whatever people they're watching, and then you get that in your own audience. See, all these other podcasts are like, hey, let's do it off-site, and they don't have their audience watching them continuously. With yours, the people are already streaming, so it's just like all you have to do is answer the questions that I ask you, and I'm going to publish it. It's a brilliant idea. I'm telling you, if I wasn't live streaming, that's what I would be doing, is ambush podcasting.
Let's see, it's before Ben Cotton went in and made 12
It's limited to live stream.
No, it's not. You could have situations where somebody might say, hey, I would love to be on your podcast, but I can't right now. Can we set something up? And you can say, I mean, that I guess that is the brilliance of it, that it is just live streamers. But you could have other people on there. It doesn't have to be. It could just be.
If an influencer, if you go to what's that soccer play or fucking the football dude, Tom Brady, and you say like, hey, join my podcast, and he's like, okay, sure.
No,
I guess.
I mean, you're not
Anyone can do it, basically.
you're not going to get somebody that big. But what you will do is get someone with 10,000 followers or 20,000 followers. You could go right now on X and find somebody with 100,000 followers and say, I'd like to do an interview with you. Is this possible? And they'll do it.
What is a very fascinating statement.
Yeah, it's fucking actually, it's an entirely new genre, and it's brilliant. Like, it is a $1 billion idea. Nobody does it. And it's really easy to do. You have unlimited people, basically, who you could interview. And this way, you don't have to go through the whole thing of like, oh, I have to make sure that they meet my credentials and I have to look at their audience. Fuck no. You go and you see if they're live streaming. If they are, and they seem like they'd be a good candidate, you just send them a chat message. Hey, you want to be on my podcast? And they'd be like, okay, what is it? And you say it's Ambush Podcast or the Ambush Podcast. You can look us up on Spotify, iHeart, Pandora, and anywhere else, and Apple Music. And like, it's really easy to multi stream that. Basically, if you just upload to Spotify, it'll go to all those other platforms. And you say, look it up. And they'll look it up and they'll be like, okay, so what's the deal? You just randomly come to people while they're live streaming and interview them. And you say, absolutely. I want to hear about what you do. I want to hear about your journey. Do you have any projects that you're working on? And all of these people do. They have merch. They have communities. Hey, tell me about your Discord community. Tell me about your multi-streaming journey. How'd you get into streaming? Is there anything that you want to promote? It's win-win. And then you're done. And then you do another one next week or whatever. I would do them every day because it's not that hard. And then you just edit it and publish it. And it's exactly what you said. It's evergreen. You might not get a bunch of people who listen to the first 10 episodes, but you do 100 episodes of it. And then you're going to get people who want to follow that journey. Hey, I know when they interviewed XYZ, I want to see them interview somebody else. It's like, just like, I don't know, like hidden camera shows are their own genre. It's almost like a hidden camera show where you are in it with the host and you'd be like, okay, we're going to find a new target today. Who do you think? Should we get a guy? Should we get a girl? Should we get a gamer? Should we get someone who's a dancer? Should we get someone who's a DJ? What are you thinking? And then you could even get people who, give their opinion on that. But, it's like basically you're in it with the host and you're like in on something cool and you're looking for a new target. I hate to use the term target, but it's a new guest. But, you're targeting it basically. It's a great idea. Doug, you know how many kick streamers are going right now at this very moment? More than 3,000. So you're not going to get all of those kick streamers. And then you can always do Twitch, and you can always do YouTube, and you can always do X Spaces. You know the X Spaces? You could just go in and be like, hey, tell me about your project. It's basically a free shill for them. It's a brilliant idea.
Can you filter by live streamers and
Oh, of course, yeah. There's a filter for it. Go to the YouTube homepage and then just press. Exactly. And then all of the people who are live. Now, I would not do it on YouTube. I would do it on Kick. Kick, at least to start, because Kick people are already streaming on YouTube many times, and they're much more available on Kick than they are on YouTube. Like I've noticed, like I'm a king of these different platforms, and at least getting people's attention. YouTube doesn't have that great of an interface. Usually, people aren't paying that much attention to the chat, or they're gonna think you're some kind of scam. But if you go on Kick, Kick will people on Kick. I mean, I can even give you the ones who've been on my podcast, and you can basically already have an open, like audience with them, and you'd be like, well, that takes away the ambush part of it. No, it doesn't. You can just say, hey, I saw you were on Rabbi Rothschild's podcast. I'd like you to be on my podcast. I thought you did a really good job. Would you like to do so right now? It runs exactly the same way. And people will be like, yeah, that's cool. And so you can get probably 10 of the people there. And then once you have that 10, the sky's the limit. Because you're going to get some people with 60,000 followers on X, but only 25 followers on Kick. And you're going to get people with 10,000 followers on Kick and 55 people on X. Like their audiences are going to vary. But then you just, if you said to yourself, look, I can just tell you this, and I still have to do this today. I've been teaching a class on Jewish Kabbalah, which is Jewish mysticism, every day for the last 54 days. Today's going to be day 55. And my classes vary from anywhere between 1 hour and 3 hours. And I've just said to myself, I want to do that every single day. And if you did the same thing with a podcast, your podcasts don't have to be an hour long. They could literally be, hey, you hear somebody shilling. I mean, this would be a really great way to do a podcast. Hey, you hear somebody shilling on X of a project, and you come up and you say, hey, if you want to be on my podcast, it's known as the Ambush Podcast, or whatever you want to call it. Let me know. We want to do this right now. So after this call, come to my Discord. We'll do the podcast and we'll upload it. And you're going to get some people who aren't necessarily streaming at the same time, but you can get them to be streaming, or you will get people. Like what I'm saying is there's a huge audience out there. And then they tell all of their audience about it. It's like this domino effect.
I mean, same is true for any podcast, really.
No, what makes this one different is that their current audience are watching you do the podcast.
No, I get that part.
For the avoda of the nighttime, for the hector chalavim, those waters
it could work.
It's
It's not my area of interest, so
It's a brilliant idea.
something
It's known as ambush podcasting, and the people of the future, when you watch this, you are going to remember I'm the fucking founder of it. And you're also going to hear Riser here, who had the opportunity to take the ball and run with it, and is just going to sit on his fucking thumb on it, but that's fine. He's got a really good opportunity here. You're always...
If I don't like the idea, I'm not going to spend my life doing it.
I get that. You haven't even tried it yet. You've never tried even once.
I don't need to try it.
But at the end of the day,
I
to use
mean,
it to sanctify for that night,
I like-
again, it will be permissible.
Yeah, it has made me want to reboot my podcast. Because you're right, the value of podcasting. I really hate the way my own voice sounds. So.
Dude, your voice is fine. Your voice is fine. Everybody hates the way that their own voice sounds.
No, mine actually sounds good.
No, that's great. And then if you want, you can always use a voice changer.
Everyone knows that I've tried it.
Doug, you got
And then
to
that's cringe, and that's even more cringe almost.
Okay. I mean, do whatever makes you happy. But I'm telling you, even just having this discussion, ambush podcasting is giant. It's going to be...
Will there be vocal cord surgery in the future so that I can physically change my voice?
That already exists. That already exists.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah.
What?
Singers have it done. I think Miley Cyrus had it done. Don't quote me on that. She may have said she had some like nodes on her fucking voice, but her voice changed significantly. And but yeah, that's already a thing.
Is it like a guitar string? Is it just kind of tune it? And what is it like extended? Like, can you make someone sound like Donald Duck?
Yeah. So I've heard that there are several ways to make your voice deeper. One of them is doing exercises. Others are breathing patterns. Others are where your like your projection point is. That helps. But then also smoking can significantly deepen your voice, though obviously not great for health purposes. And then There are vocal cord surgeries that are being done that are changing people's voices. Some people don't recommend it because you don't necessarily know what you're going to sound like, but it is something that is. I mean, I'll look it up. I won't
You
continue.
mean Joey Diaz? I want to sound
Change voice vocal surgeries.
You wouldn't be able to. Maybe you can modify your own voice to change the pitch of it. I feel like
Yeah, so
your
voice feminization and masculinization surgeries are specialized procedures designed to permanently alter vocal pitch, resonance, and overall tonal quality to align with gender identity or personal preference. So yeah, you can do it.
So ultimately says the Gemara, why is it? What's the difference over here?
right, but I don't think that they're like necessarily like a shift
versus over here.
like it's not like a voice changer where you suddenly sound like a
And what's
totally
different over here? That ultimately
different
by the
person. It probably still
you
sounds
have to
like
go ahead and immerse
your
it.
voice, but
Which
just
means
in different
the
pitch.
That's a different voice.
The other mishakele. So the Gemara says ultimately again the
No,
case
it's
over
your
here
voice
is where we
in a
go ahead
different
and
pitch as
we
opposed
lift it
to
out. In other words,
Joey
even
Diaz
if the kira has been
voice.
immersed, we go ahead and we draw it back out.
Okay.
We pull it back out of the bar, use it, and then afterwards submerge it again.
I mean, they're gonna get better at it.
To which the Gemara says, if that's the case,
I mean, there might be biological limits, but yeah, maybe there's some like Joey Diaz modification.
Why do you want to sound like Joey Diaz so much?
I'm just throwing that out there because it's
Ultimately, again, says the Gemara, what do you see from here? That for those who are the matirin, the water is still permitted to be used for Kiddush Time right line.
what do you use for your
To which the Gemara says, and the drug is stop. If that's the case, then that is the same exact position as we stated before. The same position. What's an afternoon?
I have been trying to program this fucking device, and
so this is in the wide lines.
browser, I am not
It's like halfway into the wide lines, right across from
having
Tosos.
much
That Tosos says Hagol.
It's unfortunate.
Here we go.
Um,
Gemara says that Yochanan
right.
mitzvahs shikua mi ba'erech.
Are you is a mouse clicker one with your recording?
Here,
it's
Kivan
on phone now.
sheshakol shut in ma'alei. Once they immerse the pure, they do not lift it back up. Which
So
also
I
is
am
not to be understood literally as
gonna
a
try
source of
something
force.
else.
So according to Rabbi Yochanan, Rashi says, Rabbi Yochanan,
Let's see if
mitzvahs
this will work.
shikua mi ba'erech. There's a mitzvah to go ahead and submerge, be pure at nightfall. Kedishim se'enu mishuka the kiddush shumas hadasha. Right? Because also under normal circumstances, you see quite a bit of Yochanan.
Hey,
the normal seat.
when is the next Canada
What happens? So
hockey game?
Pure normally when right before Shumas Hadasha. That's the goal. Right before Shumas Hadasha.
There's a semifinal tomorrow and a final.
Until nightfall. Right before nightfall, we submerge it.
Sorry, it might be on Saturday, Sunday.
If the U.S. plays Canada, you want to make plans to watch it together?
Yeah, if you're up at like 9
The goal over here is right before they want to submerge. So we'll say, what about the Kohanim? We're going to do Hector
I mean, like your
What
personal
about the Kohanim? We're
sleep.
going to burn the leftover fats and limbs that night. What do they do according to the Kohanim? What's the
Yeah,
The
fortunately,
simple answer. Show up
I've
before
gotten
Shkia.
my hours
So I mean, or
some
use
effect
something
now,
else.
which has been
But
really
if
good.
you want
I
to
was
use the
having
cure,
some
it's
trouble
fine. But in other words,
sleeping like all
the
fucking
putting
day,
away of the
up
cure
all
before
fucking
Shkia
night.
was like in no way undermines
You know, living that rock star
what it just
lifestyle that I do.
is that it says either you have to show up
All right,
before the cure is put away, or you'll accomplish Kiddush of that right line.
I'm gonna try right now to okay, you're gonna be part of this experiment.
Here's what everyone agrees.
I am setting up
Then
a
what
new
happens? Let's say
camera.
if you just leave the key out overnight until the next morning, what happens? What happens? The water is possible. Everyone is going to this possible.
Okay, this thing's gonna come.
Which again, listen.
It's gonna leave and come back.
You see salty.
every minute for the next 10 minutes. And if it works, then I could get it correctly. And if it doesn't work, I'm going to be pissed. All right. Would you say that if vocal surgery were, if you could sound like Joey Diaz, would you want to?
That's what Yochanan told you. His says no. This is leave the cure out. They use the cure for remember again.
Yeah.
Saw before when do you have to use the cure?
I mean, for like Halloween,
when you first come to do
like a day on
you also have to use the cure.
Yeah, no, we're talking like this is permanent. Right?
Right, so again, you see like
I don't think.
so all of these different
I
things.
mean, if I suddenly gained a lot of weight and moved to the Bronx or whatever, and
so you just have to make
had
sure
Cuban family adopt me, then
submerge it just sometime
there'd be some contingency there.
Have you watched Joe Rogan recently?
All you need to do, you don't have to leave the cure submerged.
Has Joey Diaz even been on Joe Rogan recently, or has he been put on the shine block?
Dude, he seems to be put on the shine block.
You must submerge that cure. Pretty amazing.
Joe. Oh, dude, hold on. We got to talk about Brendan Schaub.
So that's not community between them.
No, please.
You are not described a little
Why?
bit at the beginning of the avodah. So remember again, first avodah of the day is Trumas Hadeshin.
Last time we talked about
also.
Oh, dog.
Let's listen to this. When the coin would get up to the
Did you watch any of his shit?
No one saw him and no one heard him. Now Rashi points out no one saw him.
Why not?
Why Rashi says, Lo hayu rowan also. Misha zocha b'Trumas Hadeshin. Come I read in the second comment. Kishayim nichnas la'azar lechali shadav ragla. He brought in no source of illumination. The Kohen didn't carry a candle, he didn't carry a torch. So what?
I don't know if you can hear me.
What guided his way?
I don't think you can hear me.
Again, the fire on the mizbeach.
Just one moment.
Ishkamid is what guided his way. So when the Kohen would come to do the avodah in the Mesa Mikdash, no one saw him, no one heard him.
No
Why did
fucking
no one hear him? Why did no one? They were sleeping, right? They were sleeping. So ultimately, again, so what happens?
No fucking
We'll say, so when would they hear? They would hear the wooden wheel that was used to go ahead and lift up or move the kiyur. So the alarm clock for the Kohanim and the Neitzim was the pulley system of the kiyur. When they heard the pulley system of the kiyur, they knew it was time to get up.
Yo, I'm here. Just one moment.
So say what happens, and the Kohanim would say, "Oh, it's time to be mekayim."
I'm back. Just one moment.
Hands and feet.
Just one moment.
Rashi says over here,
Dude, this is so fucking crazy.
So remember again, at this point in time, they all jump out of bed as we all do.
Can you hear me?
Morning.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Dude, this is so wild. I've never been able to track this closely. Whenever, so this is a Chromebook on what we're talking on. Whenever Google puts out an update for it, immediately it stops working. Like I have to refresh it, and then it will not do well for until I do a refresh. Okay, so we're testing my little robot that I created for Discord, so seems like it's working this far. Anyway, okay, so I heard you see, yeah, you watched the clips and you were just like, this is boring, right?
So it sounds like over here the coin is coming to the base.
So I've seen enough. Like,
removing the cure from the bar. This seems to support the No. What's the case? The case of us is the coin is showing up. Remember,
I can tell you this: for as bad as Brendan Schaub is, I like Brian Callen even less.
He is submerging the cure. The cure was out.
So you were like,
the first order of
it doesn't seem like Brendan Schaub, like what he did was all that bad. And I get that. But anyway,
I don't understand.
If you don't want to talk about them, I understand. But
why would there be any noise?
I am so
Rashi says there is a second
elbow
line of
deep
what's
in that
Mishra
motherfucking
Koretz.
podcast.
Elohim
It's
Mukhu
unreal.
Yizar B'Shoko,
All right.
Ela Lahaloso. Aval Shikur
So
B'Shasho
you
L'Barbu Nocho Me'ilim. So we'll say again, we're
are
lowering the PR into the bar. We'll say you just
in the
rely on
middle. We're
what?
doing my test.
Right, so there's no
Um,
noise. There's
all
no
right,
real
so you-
mechanism needed to lower the QR.
Back to
Noise is
your
the
coin.
system of pulling the QR out. The Gemara
And,
is saying
well,
that
let-
every time
no.
I'm making up the noise
Okay.
of the
No more
QR,
coin.
which was it doesn't sound like the
All right.
lowering of the QR.
So,
but
you were
rather
saying-
hoisting out of the QR.
Well, can we
to
talk
which
about
the Gemara
crypto
says,
just for a second?
So in reality,
Absolutely.
Okay, so I was saying that a really easy way to make money in crypto is just to go on Pump Fund and just wait until any coin drops and just buy it and then sell it within like 5 minutes, and you will do really well for yourself, because usually, I mean, like 99% of the time, all those coins will be increasing in their value right away. And
so therefore, again, he used the wheel.
you could create a bot that did that, and you could probably make a lot of money doing it. But you said, yeah, but how do you know which coins are going to be successful or not? And a huge way to know this is the ones that are live streaming when they launch, because those people are doxxed, and then you know that there's a community behind them. Does that make sense?
He would use the wheel. He would use the police system.
I mean, any person can start a live stream with zero community. I get that.
Well, you just have to. You don't have to be in them long
I don't think
term.
that's a great way to become a millionaire. I don't think there's like a risk. You can get run with a coin that doesn't go anywhere. Because I've seen way, maybe I'm overly trepidatious, but I've seen a lot of coins, like every single coin practically, like 99 to 1 chance the coin doesn't do anything. So, no. And there's bots for the coins that do get something.
Okay. You don't have to be in them long though, so the amount of risk is very low. Basically, what I'm saying is that whenever a coin launches with a video, 99.9% of the time within the first 5 minutes, it's increasing in value. So you always buy within the first 5 minutes. If it goes longer than 5 minutes, you never buy. And I'm saying 99.9% of the time, you will be making money.
See, it's called Gvini. So the Gemara says, there's a Gvini. There's always a Gvini.
I mean,
Gvini ultimately, so I need the police to make it
that
very up.
sounds plausible
That's
enough.
amazing. So,
Yeah.
Why aren't you
Gemara
doing it
says,
then?
base
So
Shrei
far.
Hikari.
I don't buy
Listen,
crypto.
Some people need 2 alarm clocks. 2 alarm clocks. The Shalom Hayasi.
You're not buying crypto, you're investing a strategy.
Oh, that's true.
Right? So what happens? Some people wake up because of Gvini. Some people wake up ultimately again
But
because
it's buying crypto,
because
and
of
I
the
just
police
don't do
system.
it.
People wake up for
I don't. I
different
mean,
purposes,
I feel like
and therefore again halakha l'maisa they had both. So therefore, we'll say we end up over here.
why don't I?
Just about how
If I weren't live streaming, I would. But I'm just paying attention to like who comes in here and talking to them and promoting myself. And well, frankly, I just don't at this current point in my life like need huge amounts of capital. I mean, sure, it'd be nice, but and perhaps in the future I will do that. But it's just the thought that like you have a fast computer, you have reliable internet. You just would, whenever there's a coin that drops, buy $1 worth of it and then sell it within 5 minutes. Oh, that would kill you though. The gas fees would go on that strategy, wouldn't they?
Or was he lifting out the cure?
And the pumpkin coins are still on which is like
But again, the good news is either way, right?
Okay.
If he was lifting,
So
or
then it
whether
could
he
work.
was immersing, he made sure to what? Make as much noise as possible. Because the goal
if you're doing only $1, takes a while.
Well, all you need to do is turn that dollar into $2, and 2 to 4, 4 to 8, 8 to 16, etc.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible.
To me, it's the most surefire way to make money in crypto today. Okay, but we don't have to go into crypto anymore. We're gonna watch and see if my fucking bot works, and it should start working in the next 3 minutes or so. So we'll see if that works. All right.
Exception to the rule is to his father, his mother, close.
Why don't we do this? And if you don't want to do this, it's fine. But why don't you go do whatever you need to do, and then come back tonight and we'll play Scrabble.
Yeah, if that works for you, then sure.
Absolutely. So it's 3:46 right now. What if you come back at like 7? Does that work?
So Rashi already points out Emor
I just gotta,
twice. Emor stated
like,
so Rashi
if I can finish the thing by that, sure.
Okay.
And ultimately, again, this
All right,
be
well,
given to the adults.
finish if I
It
may.
shouldn't take me too long. It's basically just
So it's very important because in this
copying my chat GPT chat into an email
concepts, many
so that I
concepts how
can
we educate and raise our
apply
children
for this
on those
permit.
doctrines. There's a beautiful insight.
Is it a permit
So
to start a
says
university?
something amazing. He says, Emor va'amar t'shtei amiros. There are two different things that are number one, Emor
In a way,
elakohen.
I guess,
So what you just say to the Kohanim?
but it's
Lesson
a
number one,
sidewalk
Shein
occupation
ru'im
and that's
lihios b'nei
for
Adam.
9-year-old
Ultimately, again,
Oh,
they
that's
have to
tight.
be
IRL.
b'nei Adam. We'll say, what does it mean? Lesson number one,
That's-
Emor, tell the
that's-
Kohanim, lesson number one, b'nei
Lace
Adam.
it
It
up.
doesn't mean to be b'nei Adam.
But I have
Or the shalom
confidence
below.
that it will be
We'll say, tell the Kohanim
one of the
that the
greatest
Kohanim have
skills
to be b'nei
in
Adam.
history.
Be b'nei Adam. What does it mean?
Tight.
Who's Aaron?
And guess what?
It'll be the opposite of what keeps comedy.
Excellent. All right, well, you go do that and then come back, and it looks like my bot's working, so that's baller as fuck.
On a scale of 0 to Zeus comedy, how well is that?
Right now, it's Shane Gillis.
Are not looking for flaws. But
Shane Gillis is 7 out of 10. 8 out of 10.
You don't, you don't think he's that funny?
I think he's okay. I don't find him hilarious. He's alright. He's not like William Montgomery.
Lesson number one,
Did you watch his Super Bowl commercial?
What's lesson number two? Lenefesh lo yitama ba'alav.
It was garbage.
Lesson number two is, but however,
It was
do
garbage.
not allow yourself to become tamei.
I mean,
What was the advertising?
no, he was advertising Bud Light like he did last year. I think with Post Malone, and their commercial last year I thought was funnier than the one this year. It was basically they were at some wedding and they wanted. They said that it was like last call for Bud Light or something, and the keg or something rolled down a cliff or like down a hill, and they all went running for it. Yeah, it's just it was okay. It's just to me, I thought he could have just been, he's got a lot of talent. It could have been funnier, but it was alright.
I've seen
And Shalom is an incredible
there was this really funny
but you have to
Instacart
Shalom at
commercial.
costs.
I thought it was AI at
But
first.
you have to
It
compromise
might be
your own
AI.
Shalom.
It
You have to
probably was
compromise your
using
own
AI,
spiritual
but
standing.
it had the guy from Zoolander in it, Ben Stiller,
Yeah.
and it was just like he's doing like I don't know if you see him, but he's doing like this like really stupid like kind of like disco like 80s song singing about like bananas or something, and then he like goes and climbs up the stage and then like falls off.
As a result,
That made me laugh. I haven't seen the movie
Zoolander,
Zoolander though, which is outrageous.
Did you watch the Super Bowl?
Shalom means being about there. Shalom means yielding. Shalom.
No, we talked about this. I slept through it.
Oh, that's right.
That game sucked.
Yeah, you didn't miss anything. Did you? Who do you think's gonna win the Oscar this year? for Best Picture.
Sometimes again, Lenefesh Lo Yitamar Ba'amal. I have to be Bnei Aaron, but I
I have not watched any of these. I watched I only watched a few documentaries. I have very, very seldom watched movies. So I couldn't even list you
Have you ever seen the movie The Aristocrats?
And there's Lenefesh Lo Yitamar Ba'amal. There are two different.
is that like the cat movie?
No, that's The Aristocrats. The Aristocrats, it's all these stand-up comedians like Drew Carey and Gilbert Gottfried and Whoopi Goldberg and George Carlin. There are all these. It's a stand-up comedian movie, and they all tell one joke, and it is so funny. I saw it the first time I saw it.
Are you telling me about this though? It's like this is so good slow, kind of, and like everyone modifies it or something. It's like telephone and a joke form, but it's like also dark or something.
Maybe I told you. Yeah, maybe I said it. Everybody tries to make the joke as dirty as possible. So it's literally like the world's most dirty joke, but it is hilarious. So someday, not today, we should watch that.
What are the negative influences? What are the things that
Sounds good.
Excellent, big dog. Okay, well,
Sounds good.
you do.
I'll be back.
Sounds like a plan, my man.
We should be talking to internalize
Peace.
stated lesson of the Chozak and the implied lesson of the Chozak. The stated lesson of the Chozak, Rabbi said we should be Zocher to be Bnei Aaron, to be road to face Shalom, but also in life to know sometimes where the pursuit of Shalom has to end, because at the end of the day I'm being forced to give up too much of myself, of those things I'm being forced to defile myself for the sake of Shalom, then perhaps that may not be a Shalom that is worth having. That's lesson number one. Lesson number two, to be Bnei Aaron, individuals who are constantly seeking new avenues of growth. But combined with that, Lenefesh Lo Yitamar Ba'amal, to also able to identify the negative influences, the things that are holding you back, and to find the courage to detach and to let them go. Looks like it's more than less than the students are not having a today. Today is not tough. For instance, we are taking part on it's nighttime is ready. It's on the test on the day one. It's 3 times every life. I was sure this morning. Very dedicated by Sunday London. Very
They brought in the bag test, right? Yeah, I get it. I'm not even asking about that one. Yeah, you don't know. I don't even want to ask. We celebrate once he signs well for not his martial arts career. Yeah, both. I think he's a great martial artist. What's he saying? Yeah, think about it. He's a great martial artist. Listen, if he can pull off all those techniques in a movie, you know what you're doing. I'm not saying he's a great fighter, but he's probably good at martial arts. Oh, that's a good one. I thought you were just saying he's a good fighter. I didn't say he's a good fighter. He's a good actor. Yeah, but he can do a lot of. That's like saying the Undertaker can fight. He can. I bet you the Undertaker. He's a black belt. He's an Undertaker can't fight. I bet you. What do you mean? He's what he did in Kane, no horse. No, go. Why are you laughing at that? No, I'm just saying. I bet you the Undertaker can fight. He's actually a black belt. He's a bad example. He rose 3 times. Yeah. Right. He rose 3
Yeah, like he's the man. Yeah, he's a badass. I grew up watching Undertaker. Wait, is there a difference between a martial artist and a fighter? Yeah, what's the difference? One does art, one fights. Self-explanatory.
Yeah, some martial artists like you got taekwondo guys. They're really good at taekwondo, and they don't really
Like Bruce Lee, right? Like he was the godfather of all that shit, but he never fought. Bruce Lee never fought.
I'm sure he had.
Yeah, he had underground fight in San Francisco. Oh, really? Over? Yeah, me too. Yo, someone bring that up. Show me the best Bruce Lee knockout. He had a fight, not from Paramount. He had to fight the guy from where he's from to be able to teach in the U.S. Yeah, sure. Show me the footage.
Do you think he probably had fights, but they just didn't film it?
That's why not. No, and you know he's tight. Don't get me wrong, great businessman, pioneer of martial arts, but was never like a fighter. Like not a real fighter. Chuck Norris is more of a legit fighter than Bruce Lee.
He had fights.
He had fights. Black belt jiu-jitsu like Chuck Norris. Yeah, Bruce Lee invented the MMA club. Sure.
He had been in the push-up.
Just invented that. Chuck Norris did it.
Yeah, Chuck Norris.
Really? Like he just woke up one minute and said, "Yeah, man." You know who invented the high five? Dusty Baker. The legendary manager. Yeah, Dusty Baker. I didn't believe it either, but this is real. He's like, Marvin was overloaded with it. Because I'm a high fellas. And he was the first one to do a high five. He gets credit for it. I'm not trying to be Dusty Baker invented
That's good. I didn't know that. I just couldn't remember the guy's name.
You figure people did before that just like this man gets so natural.
That was in the 70s, right?
Shit, he was 60s.
The 60s.
I think so. Because he was playing. I got a big announcement. We've been literally blessed to watch the Hot Touch Live camp going on. We're 2-3 weeks in. We got Brendan Schaub in the house. We got the Jackson Media House. We got Ray Alto here. A lot of high caliber fighters are here. Newport Beach trainer. We got Harmon. We had TJ Dillashaw coming in and out helping. He linked up Hamza and he linked up Harmon with Zeb Helvita. Used to train with him. We've been seeing a lot of content of Hamza and Armin training with Sam during the week. Plus, they've been training here in the jiu-jitsu. Santos did jiu-jitsu with Bernardo, and they've been doing some boxing with Yogi, and then they have their full camp with all their team from Sweden. We have the Albanian gangster Ilya, the big heavyweight Ilya, like heavyweight Ilya. No. Tuffy, yeah. The Albanian is Sweden. She was out all day for Justin Finn. Yeah, he's a monster. Like heavyweight. He's like a stingray.
He's in the UFC.
Used to be. He was like my era. He retired. Yeah, Latifi. Yeah, he fought Terry Davis. Yeah, he fought some big names.
I didn't know his name.
He lost, yeah. I mean, but that was towards the end of his career, but he was a monster at his time. Have you ever seen him fight Earl? Yeah, but he's here because he was telling us his story because he was at All Stars with Hamza.
And a room full of stupid people somehow dummy proves to be the dumbest. If you just say Dusty Baker and high fives. And Rampage Jackson said something stupid before that, but this dummy had to just find a way to lower the bar. Maybe like his competitive spirit's coming out. So he's like, he said something really stupid. Maybe I can top that. I like how they call it Slim Shady right off the rip. Oh my God. Watching this so far, I'm just going a bunch. This is, whoa. The CTE is strong in this room. You can almost see it. You can cut it with a knife. But him doing this stream with Rampage Jackson on Rampage Jackson's podcast, something tells me a lot more is going to come out of this. But so right off the rip, my God, what an idiot shot is. That is so stupid. And dumb. And redacted. But I guess he's doing it now that Callan is expanding out, trying to do his own thing. So Sean's like, I gotta do more interviews because my co-host is literally trying to leave me behind. So he went ahead and went on Rampage Jackson's podcast. But so far, yeah. Two redacts just talking. And Sean just What an absolute dummy. Pat, let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Namely, that once you wash your hands with food, that sanctification is good as long as it's washed, you don't have a lapse of awareness, right? As long as you're quote unquote concentration, but no necessity. So however long that is, one sanctification could go a very long way. According to that opinion of us, it holds that one sanctification could span a significant amount of time as long as there's no lapse of awareness. Make pure marriage shmutsu was physically very interesting question. What about to make pure? What about the water of the pure? It's really good. So like that, the pure is the large wash basin. Our right wish we call how do we do different life. So it's like if you use water in that pure overnight, does that water become hustle arena? It's a arena means that the city
I just spent some of it in the CR1, but the rest of it I'm investing in my kids' education. It's a small CR1 needed. Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, it's a C6 CR1 since 2009. We had 1,000 horsepower to the wheels. The guy's building San Antonio right now. It's so dope. It's 6 feet. Yeah. I'll tell you what, not crazy. How many cars do you build a year? Build 3 to 4 in my own personal. I have a 9, but you sell them right or you give them away. I do raffles. Yeah, you raffles. So what happens? Like people buy a ticket and then they buy a T-shirt. We give it for free, but usually through merch. We're at fastonggas.com, and we're doing a TRX now with over 800 horsepower. Wow. $50,000 in bonds, the winner gets that, and $10,000 cash that ends in August. So I'm driving I enjoy it because it allows me to build the trucks and partner with brands and build cool shit. I drive it for whatever 2 months and how much a t-shirt costs? $40.
So you can win a car for $40.
Yeah,
we have a t-shirt.
No, we had some. You give you better chance to win. But our last one, I bought like a shirt now. Yeah.
We on Santo Studio right now, we're giving away a brand new bagger that we're leaving from Concrete Cowboys. So if you buy a Concrete Cowboys Santo Studio t-shirt on SantoStudio.com, you get more bands to win the bike. Rampage has a drop coming soon, very special. Can't say yet, but you have that t-shirt dropping. Yeah, so he's got some stuff popping off. Listen, you have a lot of stuff going on right now. What is the best way for people to follow you? Look at what you got going on.
Just my Instagram at Brandon Shop. Just listen to the podcast, Find the Kid, Shop Show.
And then you moved to Texas. Well, you moved to Texas. Is that official?
Oh yeah.
So did you move into Joe Rogan's back? No, I heard it. And it's the rumor. Wait, you heard this? You were with me. I didn't want to bring it up. They said Joe Rogan back house. You were teaching the Secret Service. He hired like Anderson teaches the White House cops. Teach them fucking hand-to-hand combat. I wish, bro. I wish. This is fake. That's being dead serious.
Oh, I wish. I lived in this fucking house. I wish I lived in that area. I got my own house. Yeah, I'm awesome. Outside, awesome. I'm like Travis. No, he lives on like Austin. I love like Travis. They all say, I wish I lived in this fucking area.
The show, I hadn't seen him in a long time. I love Joe Rogan. And he took us to the UFC. Yeah, they ended up giving me 4 tickets. I was giving to him. It was very unexpected.
He's a go. Without him, there would be no. I mean, think about it, he's the most, I would say, listened to person in the world, daily and weekly. And all he talks about is MMA, and is still hosting the UFC show. Like, that's so crazy. That's like, people don't understand that he literally puts MMA in a different stratosphere just by being involved with the sport. He's an influential guy. Yeah, it's crazy. UFC is going to be in a world of hurt once that guy stops going to intimidate the stop. It's going to get scary.
Why you don't look at out of the country shows anymore?
You're going to have to. Like, I don't like traveling either. I'm not even close to his level. I turn a lot of shit down. So for him, it's like, I want to do Russia. I want to be home with my family. That's why I build the other ship. So you have to leave all the time on the road. Other ship is like, Austin, comedy store. It's his I watch those conspiracy videos on TikTok all day. It's like Joe Rogan told later. I'm like, that ain't true.
My love. So what do you think of that? My love that the reservation. The best is not the fact that you're that the nice thing that thing that you know, or else if you lose the life right now, it ultimately again that there is no problem with what we're in over. Which was no revenue. So ultimately no revenue prevents the food of that which the virus has the holidays have a reservation and safe and not in the reservation. But that's the first part of the crisis for reservation. And ultimately again is safe and should be as well. Which the virus said, Carnation, follow pizza for us. Just when I was speaking of that kind of stuff. The meaning of that rice is when Pandora comes before his pie, and Pandora comes before Pandora comes before his, which by the way, one important piece on this. You could actually see myself that, actually just 12 forces, 1 12, she would see me, but the meaning of the city, you know, she show myself from having her own speed coming, the capture of our samples. It's actually very easy. The maximum number of Kohanim that you would need for the coming service would be 12. So the 112 stick is 12 awesome. But this thing, again, anyone who really figures that line, they all accomplish it together. It's what they're so this is now what's this now look at the shot of that nice stuff. Far low, it's so hard out, so this when the other one ahead and comes to his part, comes to his cow, I'm gonna give her. Hello, now you're only thing that we don't understand is now the cow is standing in between the wheels and empty chamber, those members can be some infrastructure itself is like you have a long and narrow area code, but you run and you have a rectangular box behind you, hold the mid flash. So the part of the thing was very between you love and you get. You can see by the way, not you have this by you have this by the way, that is or there's a picture on WhatsApp also. The only book in the picture on WhatsApp, nothing else. Alright, so again, or you can just look at your tomorrow. I know I'm looking out like that. Most of you guys have a picture of it. Yeah, everybody has a picture of it. Yeah. So you can see it over here. It's a very simple picture. So you have the there, you have the altar. Now remember again the one part that's missing is that the red, but that's fine. It's not important for our purposes now. You have the Rugal, which is like the top of the T of the base Hamikdash, and the base Hamikdash behind it. So the cow of the Kohen the car, was placed in between Ulam and Mizbeach. Rosh Hashanah Parmanato, Rosh his head. His head is going to south and it's facing towards the west. You got Kohen only through Mitzvah. Kohen was standing in the east. Upana Parmanato, facing west. So lunchtime is the time that we are starting Safon. Who is the whole second thing is there and the Ulam is still considered to be Safon, is still considered to be northern. The revelation was in the revelation, the revelation when I signed up into the Safon. So also the man discusses again what is considered good. And what the man that's for years, I'm not going to tell you now, but the man that's for years, not significant. So you notice that certain what happens when the same amount of countries that it's Charlotte becomes so far in certain directions spun within the courtyard area by the Mizbeach. So the Gemara says, "Easy stuff, and what's the next stuff on you give it back to the head goes on, that's about from the side of the coming on the side of the until easy stuff on the camera's back to
What up, Zoot? I'm working on a project right now, so I can't really talk. What's up? All right. Well, I hope you're doing well. Do you have a joke on food yet? Yeah, that doesn't involve seminal fluid.
Not behind the Mizbeach, when I say behind the Mizbeach, I mean the area between the Mizbeach and the Mizbeach. Yes, that the Elizabeth Shimmy says that even between Europe and Eritrea is considerably more important in the northern area. Rebbe Moses at Jesus Ragle HaKohanim, in Makom Jesus Ragle Yisrael, Rebbe Adon, even in area where the Kohanim would traverse over Israel would traverse about Minachalifos, Restream.
Do you have a joke on food yet?
Everyone agrees that Halifos is the best Halifos, the 90%. Where was the 90%?
It's okay if you don't. Dude, you even told me that you thought it was funny that your friend ate a banana with the skin on. Okay, I thought you just said food's not funny.
Prince Andrew got arrested.
Yeah, but he was let go.
He was let go.
Yep, without charges.
He not got charged.
No, he didn't.
Right, he did.
He was released.
For sure, he charged.
Look it up, dog.
Yeah, the guy on the picture, he's cooked, leaning over that little girl, doing whatever he did.
I mean, he was released.
Yeah. Most of them think they're going to get released.
But he wasn't charged.
Oh, he wasn't charged. Probably because they don't have enough proof, maybe. Because I think the pictures, they only show the leaning over, but if he doesn't get charged, then I think people just need to stop expecting everybody in that list to get charged. Because I think a lot of these things happened like, what, decades ago? I ran that shit. I think all this is just a distraction from like wars or whatever. Start on the war or something. Or at least Trump is.
That's what they're saying.
No, I know, but they just make up something about anything. Yeah, it's those reactions. So funny.
I remember people hate on them and say that now this is not.
I don't think it ever stopped when you're that famous. You know, like any they definitely do, but anybody, you know, I don't anybody hates on you. You know, but some people just know you, but you guys experience too. Like we have Bryce Mitchell, you deal with it, right? If you're gonna put yourself on camera and talk, like just come with the territory.
Everybody thinks Barry's Jewish. I think he's Jewish. I'm Roman Catholic. I know, but everybody thinks he's Jewish.
Listen, if anybody who knows me in the MMA space from you to Mighty Mouse, Khalil Roundtree, they all know what we do here and what I do, so I'm never worried about it. It's just the internet, everybody is what it is.
How would you want to I mean, look here now. So, how do you know that? I know I don't.
It's different.
It's why. And what is my nose look like? Jewish nose. Well, you kind of have like the same nose or no?
They always think of bell pepper. They always think of it. Yeah, they always say look like brother. Yes, they do.
No one says that.
They all do. Hey, can I ask you an honest question that we'll wrap this up? Who would win in a street fight? Joe Rogan. How dare you? I'm fucking doing it. Bro, what's going on with it? Is it real or is it fake? I think it's real. Liver King's part. I think it's like an episode. Right, Rogan, dude, just lost his shit. That's how this goes. You gotta be careful. You make fakes. He sure as fuck knows. Like he just eats the liver and stuff.
He's the king of the livers.
Yeah, I just think he's going. We've had him on the podcast. He's a good dude. I just think he's had a manic episode, and for whatever reason, he pointed his energy towards Rogan is a bad idea.
What I would respect, you met him in person.
Liver King, yeah.
And he looks like he smells.
He did. But you know, it depends what you think smells. He smelled like all, like, he smelled like caveman. You know, like he doesn't shower, doesn't use shampoo, just like fucking like he was like man. Yeah, like he just, yes. Like he just came out of the fucking forest for 6 months. Yeah, she was ready. His wife's ready. His kids. Again, good dude. What he's doing for Rogan is such a bad idea. In order for Rogan to go far and entertain it, he needs what's going on.
Can I say this? I'm not going to help this person. This person can be close to me, but I know somebody in my life who has a meal, right? But he was married. And one time, when I was and I asked his wife, like, how do you this P.O.? And she was like, oh, P.O. I can't smell it. She didn't. So I'm thinking like someone that like those pheromones or something.
Yeah. It wasn't Ortiz, was it?
No, it wasn't Tito Ortiz. He wasn't a professional fighter or nothing like that.
Brendan Schaub called out by Rampage Jackson for moving to Austin, Texas to be with Joe Rogan. Now, not technically true, but kinda. I know that's weird. He moved down to Austin, Texas to follow Brian Callen to be close to Joe Rogan because Joe Rogan offered Brian Callen a residency at the company mothership, Joe Rogan's Club. So Brian Callen took the offer, moved to Austin, and Brendan Schaub followed him because he didn't want to lose another co-host like he lost Theo Vaughn. So technically, Schaub didn't Austin follow Rogan, but he didn't go Austin follow Brian Callen to Austin because if Schaub was just going to move to Austin, just follow Rogan, and like he would have did it when Rogan first went down there. But Schaub doubled down. He thought he was going to make it in LA. He thought he was going to be a superstar. He didn't want to give up the opportunities or to stand up. He loved the Addies and Maddies, and he didn't want to give any of that up. So, he had to move down. When Callen said, look, I got to move to Austin. Rogan offered me the residency, and I got to worry about my stand-up career. I can't do the podcast anymore. Schaub was like, oh, just go with you. Callen was like, damn. But that's the reason why, oh my God, Schaub, this podcast, oh my God. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Okay, so basically, I will say that either way, the good news is everyone's agreeing with what they're showing up for work that morning, but you're showing up while it's still technically what nighttime, and you wish you're either at lying in bed. You need not be sanctified when the sun comes up, because that is considered to be the beginning of that day's anointing. They say there is a construct. You will end up according to your life. Listen, watch this. What happens is, so actually goes into the first so let's say again, the points from that with the shovel full of ash, maybe 2 months like that.
But I can't help it. I feel like he can't help it. Like I had a friend who had a hoodie enough, and I waited 12 years before I was like, hey, your breath smells like shit, correct? You know, really?
Well, there's ways to do that too. Is that why you say so far apart from the podcast? I'm joking. It wasn't stuff right now. But anyway, that's why you moved chin across the road. Hello. Oh shit. I like that social assassin thing because I remember once I was at the airport and then there was a line, a specific line. It was really packed. Everything was crazy. This older couple was like sneaking in front of the line. So I looked there and everybody was looking around and they're like, oh, that's just my set. Oh, I gotta be the guy. So I gotta be the guy. Nobody else gonna be the guy. All right. Hey, excuse me. This is not. Yeah. Anyways, but that's good. Second scenario. Before you get into the second scenario, how'd you tell your friend that about the breath?
After 12 years, I said, man, your wife has never said nothing? Because no, I go, yeah, man, it's like we're the shit up the windows. Wow, that's awful. So that kind of thing, I would be upset. Right? You go to your wife. Well, maybe, no, I fully think that people smell different to different people. No, I bet you. No, I do. I bet you this guy goes to his wife and goes, babe, you know, Brendan said, my breath, you know? And then she goes like this. She would go, hey, like, you know, I wanted to tell you. Yeah. So if I love someone, I would, if it was my, well, first of all, I wouldn't be with that person. I wouldn't be with that person. I totally agree. Yeah. But you need to tell me. The only friend would just be let you able to look in, you know, for like all day. Yeah, but that's the kind of shit you don't say nothing. You know, if I had I couldn't marry somebody that had breath almost. I couldn't marry somebody that would tell me the truth. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, that's to me, yes. But more so what I'm saying. I could not marry somebody. I could not be around somebody. Okay, so how long? Go on one date, you're like, hey, are you out? Yeah, it would be. I tell you what, it's out right away. I tell you what, if it's the first time I see her, I try again, but it's always kind of like, how did that happen? But if it's like if it's a fifth time or something, it's like your core syndrome will exist. How you like this? If it's the fifth time though, or if you give her 5 times, I'm saying it has to happen, and then that's how I chance it. Really? I don't fuck around like that. I'm also not confrontational, so I would just like, nah, I don't smell anything. I understand that, but look, you're not confrontational. Look. I've only been with people where I'm like, wow, we never had it. It's just right before she saw you. She was like, that's not it. But yeah, I know you're being silly. But my thing is, would you rather have that guy that's not like pure hella shit that Eric was sitting next to, or would you rather have a guy like a dude that just jumps on cologne? Well, cologne gives me a headache. Yeah, dude, you know what? I'd rather the cologne, even though I hate that. I'd rather have shit. You'd rather sit through me and then like hardcore like Armenian cologne, yeah. Dude, just think of Armenian without the cologne. That's what this was. I don't know. You know what I mean? So, I'm drinking my second cigar. I'm really curious as to what everyone thinks about when you should say. Okay, yeah. All right, so here's another scenario. So I just booked a dine up here. Okay. All right. Again. No. This piece of shit. You know, the way you said it made it seem like it's like season 2. I can't wait. No, it would be 3. So I just booked on Diet up here. That's how you should have done it. This is back then. Yeah, all right. So I'm at the Improv bar, and I see a comic that I haven't seen in a while because he was going through some stuff. And I walk up to him and I say, well, where you been, man? How you doing? And he's like, it's been a rough time. But you know what? I'm feeling good. I'm back. I'm actually up for this show. Oh, no. I'm up for this show. It's called Down Up Here in this part. All right. And you're just gone. I just got it. Now, one of the things I look at and I've said to myself, I'll tell you what I did. But after, you tell me what you would do. Right, so what you said, he was going through stuff. So like, I know what I would do. What would you do? I would go, bro, I just got that part. That's what I would do. I would not do that. I would really do that because I'm not a therapist, and I don't want to deal with the crisis management right there. I'm like, oh man, hopefully you get it, and I'd walk away. That's wild. You know what? I understand why you would. That's not a wrong answer. No, I know. I understand, but I would not his agent. I understand, yeah, but I would tell him because I would feel like it's the right thing to do, I guess. But I get why you do that, and you're making a fair point. It's like you're close to blowing your head off. Listen to this. I just got the part. No, well, my thing, I would say that my thing was like how you said it. You should be like, I thought it like this. And this guy later would be like, oh man, yeah,
you got that part, and it's like, yeah, it's like, oh fuck, because I know the business. This sucks, dude. It's happened. This a version of this happened to me.
Yeah, that's my favorite was there. It was the same party you were going out for.
Yes. So that's what you did.
Yeah, I said to him, I said, oh man, you know what? I just booked that.
Yeah, exactly. That's I think that's what I just wanted right now.
Because like that whole.
Yeah. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I get what you're saying, Brenda, but that is interesting though. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Well,
Because like I'm glad that he said that because I totally agree with his sentiment. Well, a lot of people do. Yeah. But I just had the same thing here. Like some of the dad's kids tried out for the same team Tiger did. And I found out early Tiger made the team. I didn't say shit.
well, that's a little different. There's so many spots.
Even though there's not, there's 9 spots. There's 250 kids.
Okay, does it get it? Let's say it was football. And Tiger was going out for the quarterback. This is the starting quarterback for this like prestigious kids. I still think it's different when it comes to your kids.
No, within it's terrible because the dad was so excited.
The other dad kind of was like, my kid's about to be the quarterback of that team. I can't wait. I would do the same thing. I would be like, just so you know.
Chris, you say that, and when we come up, I'm like, man, how can we hear something? I'm like,
If it was a friend, no, I know. Check this out.
I'll tell you why I disagree with Brendan on this. Because let's say the kid is not going to be the starting quarterback, the other kid, but then you're going to see him. But that kid makes the team, and it's like, they're awkward. I'm trying to avoid the awkwardness later when you could have been up front. That's all I'm saying.
No, I'm not even. That's not even in my calculus.
Brendan Schaub upset that he got made fun of just a little bit by Chris D'Elia. I mean, first of all, that bad breath story that Schaub told, I bet you it was actually the other way around. And one of Schaub's former friends, Schaub doesn't really have friends anymore, told him that his breath was really bad. Because everything about this is a lie, so I'm betting the opposite is probably the truth of that story. And someone said it to him, because his breath probably does smell like crap, because he's always doing that dipping stuff. That stuff you put in your mouth and your lip, you're gonna spit out. That is the most disgusting thing anybody could ever do. I remember when I was in the Navy, the guys on the ship with their dad walking around with their empty water bottles, spitting into it. And they would just leave their water bottles all over the aircraft carrier. Oh, that was so annoying. They gotta remember my job to have to clean any of that up. So much job, not mine, but just you get that been there and lived and they're trying to talk, and it's like, I guarantee you that story was actually the other way around. And they were telling Baba that his breath stinks because he's always doing that dipping stuff. What is that stuff? I know he probably uses some other brand, but with the pouches and everything. I mean, he is a sensible fellow. He would do it by singing. But he's sitting there looking like Slim Shady. And I gotta say, kind of a little trashing for Texas, but let me know your thoughts.
right away.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That to me, I don't want to think I'm going to get something and know it's dude. I've been there, and it is so like you're like, why the fuck did they just tell me? That's how
But also, Chris, it could be like you also don't know what's gonna happen. Like to the Tigers team, like maybe the kids were so good they're taking 11 kids. Not you're not getting it. So I don't fucking know. That's why I'm saying acting. When it comes to acting too, it's like maybe the guy was so good he got another role. So I'm not the fucking director. So I can be the one that gives you bad news.
I understand. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just talking.
Yes, I would.
It's not. That's a coward's way. Like, no, it's not. It's not. It's actually not a coward's way because you want to.
The fucking.
Honestly, I don't appreciate you teasing him. Anything with the tank top. The last scenario. Okay. I mean, the fact that he came with. I'm just guessing. Hilarious. It's not him. But he actually was going for this part too. You know what he said to me? Donnell comes up to me and goes, he sees us getting out, going out for that part, but he goes, but there was a weight requirement, and he just walked away. I was like, you motherfucker! I told him to his back. All right, last scenario, guys. Just wait
real quick, back to the audition thing. I was once on this audition, and Brian was helping me with it. He's like, you didn't get it, dude. And my buddy was the director. He's like, you didn't get it. And I walked in the audition room, I saw Nick Jonas going for the same part, and I just went, all right, I'm not going to get it.
He said, you're going to get it or you're not going to get it?
You're going to get it. I was like, dude, this is a show, and you fit everything. And our boys, the director, I walked in, and Nick Jonas was sitting there. I went, all right.
And that's how he made the band. What was that?
Yeah, but Jonas Brothers kid. I don't know. I mean, I just say this. I've been fucking know.
I've been in that exact situation. They had that similar thought. I walk into an audition and there's like famous people sitting there. You know, and I was like, oh, I'm not going to get this. I was that guy. But I did get it. And I was workaholics for 8 years. So, you can't think like that. I was that guy. I was the guy that was in the room. I was like, sorry, I'm here.
Sorry, guys. Well, that's why you're a successful actor, Eric.
I remember I was down up here. I walked into the audition room.
So when he comes back, he has to recycle. The nature of that recycling depends on what you do. On a nice set backlog, so as I keep on for a nice sub, he dedicated. When he comes back to the place that makes to work, tell him to do that. He requires conversion to the midpoint. On the other hand, look on a natural marriage, it's just urinates, then how
what's up, sluts? Everybody's favorite pimp here. It is 2nd of Adar, 5786, Thursday, February 19th, 2026. This is day 55. And I told a story yesterday where I would just say 55. I didn't do it for a long period of time, but I just, I did it. Then when I realized that it like hurt somebody, then I stopped. But I just, because you're supposed to honor your father and mother. All right. There was something else. I did do something else. I don't know. Anyway. If you're wondering, I've got these bots going and just programming robots. And I think it'll be worth it in the future. So if I have to like keep an eye on them, apologies for the distraction. Nobody's watching this bullshit anyway. Okay, I've got 99 Ceresin, but a bitch ain't one. Xylozone, Nerix Trunculus, that bitch is always like a Pokemon, Dolus, that's the Jewish diaspora in exile. Chachma, wisdom, being understanding, Dahat, knowledge. Chalaf is the knife. Shechita is slaughter. Shochet is the slaughter. Vedika is examination or inspection. Chalaf is the instrument of surgical sharpness used to perform Shechita. Halakha, body of Jewish law, halakhic in accordance with halakha, kosher, correct, fit, appropriate. Neviela, an animal that was not slaughtered by Shechita, thereby this pimp. Shechita, a Jewish religious humane method of slaughtering animals and poultry for food. The Chabad website has a typo. They have a poultry. It's poultry. Poultry. Shochet, plural shochtein. The person who performs shechita, qualified with a thorough knowledge of Jewish law, animal anatomy, and pathology, and licensed by both religious and civic authorities. Torah, the source of all Jewish teaching and law, also referred to as the law of Moses. Trefla, literally torn, generally used to denote non-kosher food. Zar, ba'alei, chaim. The Jewish teaching that cruelty to animals diminishes man's own ethical and moral standing, and that it is contrary to Jewish law to cause animals pain or distress. Shochet must be learned in the laws of kosher slaughter and adept at sharpening and polishing his knives, could be her knives, known as Stellen Chalef in Yiddish. He or she also trains under an experienced shochet to learn how to hold the animal firmly, to slaughter it quickly and smoothly. Often, but not always, shochet is also trained to be a bodek, a checker, who examines the inner organs of the animal to ensure that it was healthy at the time of death. In the modern factory setup, these tasks are often divided. Gaycock and often yam go piss in the ocean, like tis dying. I got this bullshit. May Hashem bless you and guard you. May Hashem shine his face upon you and be gracious to you. May Hashem lift his face to you and grant you peace. Akin ani medaber ivrit bekar ivrit mikrai afshe befol anachnu amur medaber Yiddish o ulai army shegam otan ani yakol ledaber bamida mesu yemet Ravo ani ma'adit angli lakin bo'u medaber angli zainishma tov lecha. Oh yeah, just bear with me. This will be worth it for Israel. So, okay. No way, that fucking works. No shit. Alright, let me tidy up that shit. Alright, so to sing this song. Wouldn't it be careful? Nagila Chava, Nagila Chava, Nagila Ben Ismecha, Chava, Nagila Chava, Nagila Chava, Nagila Ben Ismecha. Havanera, 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 Venismecha, Havanera, 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 Venismecha. Rahim Benesamea, Rahim Benesamea, Rahim Benesamea, Rahim Benesamea, Rahim Benesamea. Hey, Abba, Nagila, Abba, Nagila, Kava, Nagila, Hey, Mistaka, Abba, Nagila, Kava, Nagila, Kava, Nagila, Hey, Mistaka. Havanera, 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 Venismecha. Havanera, 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 Venismecha. Urafim, but that's a man. Urafim, but it's a man. Urafim, but it's a man. Urafim, but it's a man. That was tight. All right. Dude, maybe we should do the Kabbalah part now. And this is coffee and Kabbalah and coffee and Kabbalah. Really? Yeah. Why? Why not? All right, high color Zutari tea. The Lesser Palaces. It's an anonymous Mercantilistic 3rd to 6th century CE, made antique Roman, Byzantine, Palestine, or we don't use that. Scratch that.
body imagery, highly symbolic and later controversial. The throne vision echoes Ezekiel 1, early occultic traditions like First Enoch, liturgical elements, heavenly hymns, angelic praise formulas, repetitive chant-like structures. This shows early links between mysticism, prayer, proto-Kabbalistic theology, theological themes, human ascent to heaven is possible and dangerous, divine names, motions, cosmic keys, angels resist human intrusion, authority of Torah, sages over angels, mystical experiences links, sacred knowledge, importance of foundational texts like Greek literature, influenced later works like Heikalo-Rabamati and Three Rock, 700 precursors medieval shows Judaism's early mystical and magical traditions. If you'd like, I can next outline Heikalo-Rabamati and Heikalo-Rabamati greater metaphysics, or compare Heikalo-Rabamati to
No, that's okay. So why do we sometimes say the world to come, but other times it's heaven? It seems like heaven isn't mentioned in Torah. So where does this come about in using the term heaven? That like heavens are used, but not heaven in the traditional like afterlife sense. Give me the breakdown, please.
Great question. You're 100% right to notice the distinction. In the Torah, we see Shamim, Shemayim, heavens, but not heaven as a clearly defined afterlife destination the way later Judaism and Christianity speaks about it. The shift happens gradually. Here's the breakdown. In the Torah, Chodesh Shumash, 5 books of Moses, the word used is Shemayim, heavens. Example, Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. What does Shemayim mean? It means the sky, the cosmic realm above, God's dwelling metaphorically. It does not clearly mean a reward location after death, paradise for souls. When people die in the Torah, they go to Sheol, the graveyard. Sheol is shadowy, neutral, not punishment focused. Not clearly heaven or hell. So you're right, early Torah theology does not describe heaven as the post-mortem world. Early biblical development, prophets and writings, later Tanakh books begin expanding the picture. For example, Book of Daniel 12 introduces resurrection. The Book of Isaiah hints at eternal life imagery. Psalms sometimes speaks of being taken by God. Still, there is no fully systematized heaven as reward. The seed is falling. The righteous are associated with God's presence. God dwells in the heavens. Therefore, proximity to God begins to imply post-mortem reward. Second Temple period, major shift. This is where things change significantly. Influences of apocalyptic literature, angelology, resurrection theology, possibly Persian ideas and protocol often discussed. Books like Vanity and Maccabees. Now we see multiple heavens, heavenly, judgments, punishment areas, thrones, angel realms. Heaven starts meaning a structured post-death reality for the righteous. Rabbinic Judaism Talmudic period. Now we get clearer terminology. Gan Eden, Garden of Eden, used as the place of living for righteous souls after death. Olam Haba, the world to come, can mean afterlife realm, future messianic era, post-resurrection world. Shabbat symbolizes described in Talmud Kiyid world to be. Now heaven becomes a layered cosmology, place of souls, a realm of angels, God's throne domain. Why we switch between heavens and hell is they're historically different. Later, Shemai, heaven's the sky, cosmic, spiritual, heaven wrapped by sense, not explicitly called Garrett. Earthly God, most definitely not, but not into theological afterlife concept. Originally, heaven was philosophical term. Later, heaven, theological designation. Theological philosophy, Judaism does not focus heavily on going to heaven. The main focus becomes resurrection to eternity, the messianic era living in a perfected world, so even later Judaism doesn't emphasize heaven the way Christianity does. So, where did heaven come from? It developed through biblical evolution, conflicting literature, rabbinic interpretation, mystical traditions like Haggadah literature, 5, later medieval Jewish philosophy. It was not brought from before it was written. It emerged over centuries. If you'd like, I can next explain the difference between Galilee and Olam Haba, whether heaven in Judaism is temporary or eternal, how this differs from Christian heaven. Your instincts here are very sharp. This is exactly the kind of textual historical awareness I'm expecting. Perfect. Let's go deeper. I mean this. You're asking for the real distinction between Aleph, Gamet, God the Reader, Olam Haba, Olam Haba, or world economy, because people use them interchangeably, but they are not the same thing. Gan Eden, Ganet, what it originally meant in Genesis is a physical God on earth, but in rabbinic Judaism it becomes the place where righteous souls go after death before resurrection. Key features: it is spiritual as exists without bodies. It is a core state. It is often called heaven in popular speech. Sources: Talmud, Midrashic literature. Important, Gan Eden is usually understood as temporary. It lasts from death until resurrection. Olam Haba, Olam Haba, the world to come. This term is more complex. It can mean three different things depending on context. A, the afterlife, sometimes used that way. Sometimes rabbis use Olam Haba to mean the soul world. B, the messianic era, the perfected world under Mashiach, Messiah. C, the post-resurrection world, post-technical body, after triumphant eternity, resurrection of the dead. This is the ultimate eternal state. How common a system? Very important. Maimonides makes a sharp distinction. Gan Eden is metaphor for intellectual soul pleasure. Olam Haba is purely spiritual eternal existence of the intellect. Resurrection, temporary stage before ultimate spiritual existence. He downplays physical paradise imagery. Rambam system, opposite direction. Nachmanides Rambam disagrees. He holds Gan Eden was temporary soul realm. Olam Haba was physical, spiritual, resurrected world. The final state is embodied, not disembodied. This becomes closer to Kabbalistic thinking. Kabbalistic view in Kabbalah, there are levels of Gan. Lower Gan, upper Gan. Souls ascend spiritually through levels. Olam Haba is cosmic rectification, divine revelation, post-resurrection reality. That is heaven eternal in Judaism? Short answer, usually no, not in Christian sense. Classical Jewish structure looks like this. Death, 2 possible heaven unification temporary, 3 Gan Eden soul world, 4 resurrection, 5 Olam Haba, ultimate eternal state, heaven. Gan Eden is often awaiting. The final goal is a perfected, resurrected reality. Why people refuse them? Because in casual speech, Gan Eden is heaven, Olam Haba is heaven. Going to heaven means dying righteous, but technically they are different stages in Jewish theology. Big conceptual difference from Christianity. In most Christian theology, heaven is final and eternal. In Judaism, the final state is tied to resurrection, earthly restoration, national redemption. Mashiach is God's Redemption is if you were to go into Gehenna, you have events where the non-Jews have Gan Eden, or how to rephrase all of this.
Yeah.
And the Avoda. So you're talking about a case where it's on his left hand, or it's on the back side of the hand, and obviously the point cannot operate with the bandage. The body is with itself and the Avoda that you do. Okay, so that's what I'm asking. So I don't know what's you could have the Yemi, or you could have the arm, you could have the walk that's less than 3 by 3. So what do you see from this? And according to Rambam, if the bandage is more than 3 by 3, you get into the issue of what? Of each sort of government. You get into the issue that potentially that's more significant, potentially that is considered a different
Right, let's plug in the missing piece.
now,
Gehenna.
by the way,
Gehenna, this is the part that people
let's
either
have a
exaggerate
reaction
or completely misunderstand. Where does the word come from? Gehenna comes from valley of Hinnom. Geben Hinnom, Geben Hinnom, valley of the son of Hinnom. In Tanakh, this valley near Jerusalem is associated with idolatry, child sacrifice, divine judgment, and the time it became symbolic of post-tribulation. But is Gehenna entirely to imagine Sheol, the grave, but Gehenna as a structure place of judgment develops later, especially in second-temple literature, rabbinic literature. What is Gehenna in rabbinic Judaism? In the Talmud, Gehenna is usually a temporary purification process, not eternal damnation or hell. Famous teaching, most sons are judged for up to 12 months. That's why Kaddish, Kaddish means prayer said for 11 months. We assume a loved one isn't wicked enough to leave for 12. What happens there? Think less eternal torture, spiritual detox, soul experiences, awareness of its misdeeds, shame, distance from divine light, pain is existential, not necessarily physical fire, though fire imagery is used. Mystical means exposure to truth. Who goes there? According to the rabbis, most people go through some level of Gehenna. The completely righteous may bypass it. The extremely wicked may face equivalent punishment very debatable. But classical Judaism does not emphasize eternal hell the way Christianity does. Structure of the afterlife, classic rabbinic law. Here's the traditional flow. 1. Death to immediate judgment. 3. Gehenna, evening to temple. 4. Gan Eden, son of the state. 5. Resurrection, Tekiah Hametim, Tahiyat Hametim. 6. Olam Haba, ultimate perfect existence. Gehenna is a stage, not the destination. Do non-Jews have a Sheol? According to the Mishnah, Egypt 10:1, the righteous of the nations have a Sheol in Olam Haba. So yes, non-Jews can attain judgment. Linguistic expansion. Kabbalah describes multiple levels of Gehenna, some reincarnation, reincarnation, spiritual repair processes. In this view, Gehenna is part of cosmic rectification. Judaism's afterlife system is an ultimate heaven versus hell to higher. It is purification, elevation, redemption, ultimate goal. Ultimate goal is resurrection, divine revelation, a perfected world. If you want next, go even deeper. Is Gehenna fire literal or metaphorical? Do souls recognize each other? Where does Satan fit into all this? Or how Shabbat explains the whole system differently? You choose the rabbit hole.
This is the way that the clothing is worn. Let's say the collar is going on the Avoda, and in the midst of the Avoda, he puts his hand in his shirt. Right? He puts his hand in his shirt, just like the rest of his hand on his chest. But in that moment, what's happening? His hand is between his flesh and the Karuna.
Alright, let's go to the next layer. Where does Satan fit into all this? Because Judaism's view of Satan is villain. Alright, let's go into the next layer. Where does Satan fit into all this? Because Judaism's view of Satan is very different from Christian. In the Torah, word shaitan, Satan, and very prosecutor literally means
my body and
cute.
the
Alright, let's go into the next layer. Where does Satan fit into all this? Because Judaism is view of Satan is very different from the Christian devil. In the Torah, the Torah refers to Satan as very prosecutor literally means both accuser, both close call. It is a role, not a real God. For example, in Book of Job, Satan appears as a member of the divine court, prosecutor, operating both God's permission and anti-command. In the Talmud, says something extremely important. Open quote. Satan, the Yetzer Hara, evil inclination, and the angel of death. Close quote. Meaning, Satan is the inner impulse to wrongdoing, the heavenly prosecutor, the force that carries out death. It is one system, not a cosmic enemy of God, from the afterlife, after death. The soul is judged. Two sacred functions as prosecutor. Three, divine mercy still overrides eternal. Gehenna, judgment is divine, cosmic. No individuals. Judaism's practical monotheistic. Even destructive forces are from God, serve divine purpose, all for the good of mankind. Satan is not a fallen angel, a rival deity. Translated Christian theology, Kabbalistic view. Kabbalah adds its speaks of the Sitra Achos, spiritual seal. But even these are not necessarily fulfilled. Cosmic intelligence, divine concealment, they can exist independently. Hasidic explanation very clear. In Shastra, Hasidut, Hasidic views, evil exists for free will, spiritual growth, feeling to profit, Baal Shem Tov. Even the saints is evil. So let's tie it all together. Afterlife system in classical Judaism. Satan prosecutes, Gehenna purifies, Gan Eden rewards, resurrection restores, Olam Haba perfects. But the whole system is unified under God. There is no dualism. Now let's go deeper into all this. Is Gehenna literally fire? Do souls recognize each other? Is reincarnation mainstream? What happens at resurrection exactly? Pick your direction. Going full steer of the forward, clean structured. Is Gehenna literal fire? Short answer, depends who you ask. In Tanakh, Gehenna imagery comes from Valley of Hinnom. It was associated with burning and judgment, so fire language entered Jewish imagination. In the Talmud, fire is described but minimizes flame. Fire is spiritual shape, awareness of truth, exposure to divine reality. It burns because the soul recognizes the duality. Rambam, I wrote, he strongly leans metaphorical. Punishment and loss of closeness to God, flames. Kabbalistic view, fire can be spiritual purification energy, the intensity of divine light experienced as pain, not necessarily physical combustion. Ultimately, classical Judaism does not require literal fire. Fire is purification, is exposure to truth. Do souls recognize each other? This is debated, but mostly yes. The Talmud implies souls are aware, they know their descendants, they know each other. Midrash describes the righteous sitting together in God. Kabbalah says souls exist in relational structures, therefore isolated. However, recognition is souls are not bodies that have all essence and appearance. Is reincarnation mainstream? In early rabbinic literature, no. In medieval Kabbalah, yes. The idea of guilt, reincarnation, becomes central. Isaac Luria, Herzog. According to Luria and Kabbalah, souls return to fix unfinished spiritual work. Not everyone reincarnates, only when needed for decommissioning. Hasidut accepts this framework. Rationalists like Rome today, in mystical Judaism, reincarnation is standard. In philosophical Judaism, it's unusual. What happens at resurrection? Tahiyat Mati, Tikiyat, resurrection of the dead. This is one of 13 principles of faith according to Reuben. At some future stage, bodies of restored souls reunite with purified bodies. Death is abolished. World is perfected. Debate about resurrection may be temporary before final spiritual existence. Resurrection is permanent. Final state is impermanent. Resurrection begins at times divine light and physical reality. Matter itself becomes transparent to physics, putting it all together. Here's the full Jewish arc. 1. Death. 2. Judgment. 3. Gehenna. Purification. Gan Eden. Soul. 5. Cosmic reincarnation. 6. Resurrection. 7. Haba. Ultimate perfected existence. No eternal hell. No rival devil. No sinful heaven. Hellfire. It's a repair and elevation system. Coming up next, we can tackle do people ever get annihilated? Do animals have souls in this system? What happens immediately in the first 72 hours after death? Do Jewish sources? Basically, mapping the entire Jewish metaphysical structure of this world.
Yes. How's that bitch working? Really beautiful. Seemingly.
Alright, we're going to finish the whole metaphysical plan. 3 big questions. Are some souls annihilated? Do animals have souls? What happens in the first 72 hours after death? Let's go carefully. Some souls are annihilated. This is one of the most debated topics in Jewish theology. According to the Talmud suggests most Jews have a share in Olam. Some extremely wicked individuals may not, but it does not clearly define eternal torture. Rambam's position. My mind is. He introduces a major idea. Some souls may experience current spiritual position, meaning the soul ceases to exist and does not receive eternal life. For Rambam, the worst punishment is non-existence, not fire, not torment and extinction. Rambam and Kabbalah, Ahmadi and later Kabbalists disagree. They generally hold very few souls will be destroyed. Most undergo purification. Even very damaged souls can eventually be repaired. Luria and Kabbalah especially emphasizes cosmic repair over annihilation. Annihilation exists in some Jewish thought, but eternal damnation is not central focus in Judaism. Do animals have souls? Yes, but not the same kind as humans. Judaism describes multiple souls. Fresh life force. Spirit, Shema, Shama higher soul. Animals have nefesh, life force consciousness. Humans have nefesh, ruach, neshama. Do animals go to heaven? Ecclesiastes raises the question: who knows whether the spirit of man rises upward and the spirit of the animal descends? The Talmud does not systematically describe animal afterlife. Kabbalah suggests animals have sparks of divine vitality. Their soul force returns to its spiritual root. They do not face judgment like humans. Some mystical traditions say animals connected to righteous people may be elevated. What happens in the first 72 hours after death? Now we enter traditional mystical materials, observing new passages. Here's the traditional breakdown. First 3 days, soul, heart, grave, is disoriented and unaware. Why? Because the soul is still attached to the body and decomposition, some describe the soul experiences distress and body decays. This is one reason Jewish burial methods are quickly. After 7 days, by the end of Shiva's 7-day mourning period, the soul begins fully transitioning into its next stage. After 32 days, the soul rises further in its post-death state. 12 months. Judgment and purification generally can take 12 months. The full system Soul Harvard's initial judgment came and purification completed. Ganymede state was reincarnation, resurrection, rebirth. So extreme souls was annihilation by creation. Life returns to light source, judgment. Eternal torture, purification, focused on repair, focused on resurrection, focused on restore. The end goal is the eternal, its cosmic redemption. If you want to go even further, we can explore near-death experiences might align with Jewish sources. Evidence to suicides according to Allah. Whether Mashiach changed the avatar system or Jehovah's Witness is different. You've basically completed the classical Jewish afterlife architecture.
Have you ever had a near-death experience? Yeah, I never thought I would, but I had surgery, very important surgery in my life, one of like four I had that year, and I don't want to go into them right now, but there were complications apparently. I was never fully explained, and I think I understand why, because I would have potentially had a major lawsuit against the doctor, and I really liked him, and I didn't want to sue him, and I did everything that I could really to schedule the surgery around Shabbat and around my working life, and I didn't have any time off. Um, but I had to have the surgery basically done. And so I received approval and was able to pay cash for it, which was expensive. And I made arrangements and had it. I was going to be home by Shabbat. With hours to spare. And I remember going under, and we were going to count down from 100. I'm like, okay. And I've been in surgeries before, and I remember that I only get to like 98 and then I'm out. But when I woke, I saw it there, like this, and I could see the relief on his face that I came to. And I didn't know how much time had gone by. And I could just tell he thought I was going to die or I was dead. I mean, maybe I wasn't dead, but I could see his face, his life flash before his eyes, that like he was in fear that I was going to die. And I think it was a lot on him, and without going into complications, I was not coming out of. I really don't know. I think I know I had a huge loss of blood, and I had a huge loss of blood to the point where I couldn't walk. And when I woke, I'm thinking to myself, well, okay, it's going to be Shabbat in a few hours. And he said, it's almost midnight. And I'm like, it's almost midnight. And he said, we couldn't do everything that we were supposed to do in the surgery. And I was really disappointed because it was already like, what am I going to do about Shabbat? And then boom, they weren't able to do everything. That's why, I mean, I had 4 different surgeries that year, major surgeries, where fully under anesthesia and such. And my car was at the surgical center. He wasn't just a doctor, he was a surgeon, and a very famous surgeon. Has a Wikipedia, was someone who developed a certain type of
very important surgery. He was like one of the forefathers of this type of surgery. Not, I wasn't having that. He was doing something else with me. Um, but anyway, it was like 11. What time is it? It's near. It's about 11 o'clock. And he knows that I'm a religious Jew, and um, he and the nurse got me off the table, and I could not walk. I remember being like, "There is no blood in me. I could not walk." Um, Than just like I just had a lot of trouble walking to the point where they were having to like. And I think under other circumstances they would have called an ambulance and taken me to the hospital, but he didn't want to do that. I think probably because he didn't want to necessarily perhaps lose his license. But when I saw him, I could really tell that he thought I was gonna die, and he was relieved that I didn't. And I was very bandaged, and I was. I don't remember what happened during that, but when you go into a surgery and it's supposed to take like an hour, and it takes like 10 hours, something went wrong. And I remember saying that to him later that I was not planning on this, but I could not drive on Shabbat. And I couldn't drive in the state I was in anyway. And the surgeon took me home. And I remember talking about religious discussion. Well, so his father was Jewish, and we were talking about his upbringing and such, basically, and Judaism. But I remember just talking to him about Judaism, and I got home, and because I had to leave my car, and I just knew I was going to have to leave it there until Sunday or Saturday night is when I left it, and I couldn't walk to the door, and I had to be like carried into the. And I remember just struggling to get up the stairs, and then just. But I will say this: you'll see. I would go to I think all my emails one day will become very famous, and I don't miss Shabbat, and I didn't miss Shabbat of my own control. But the first surgery that I had, I was so badly bandaged, but I still wanted to come, and it'll be like funny in the future where people were like, "This person wanted to go to Shabbat, wanted to daven and look like a mummy." And absolutely, like, that's how serious I was about it. Still. So yeah, in your death experience. Yeah, but I can't really tell you any. Maybe one day under like hypnosis I'd be able to remember something, but I just remember looking at the doctor and he was just like white. And I looked at him in the face and he was like so relieved that I came to, and he told me that we could not do everything that we had planned in the surgery because there were complications, and I just had bled a lot more than had been expected, and I could feel it. I mean, I bled a lot in my life, far more than any person should ever bleed. I mean, I have bled to the point where I push on my head and I drop and I pass out. Like, it takes out everything. It's just a terrible situation. No one should ever bleed as much as I have bled. And it's one thing to bleed and have the ability to have treatment. It's another thing to bleed and not have to use and not have the resources and supplies to be able to clot yourself or to get proper medical attention. Bleeding is terrible. And especially when it's from artery areas or close to it, or places that won't clot. Oh, it's just a terrible situation. And this was not even that time. So I dealt with the loss of blood a lot. And when you don't have a lot of blood, you get very cold. And I can tell you I've experienced it multiple times in my life. And you become like absolutely weak. And was this the closest you ever felt that you were going to die? I didn't. I think it's probably the closest that I came to ever dying. I mean, I'll just ask anybody else out there. Have you ever had a surgeon drive you home? That just doesn't happen. I've never known it. And I think I would have had, if I wanted to, a major lawsuit against this doctor if I wanted, but I didn't. He had helped me. He's my friend. And it was a situation where do you wish he would have taken you to the hospital? I mean, if I wasn't coming to after 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours, I would have been able to. But it just was a bad situation. So did I have a? Do you see like kind of a no? But I have known of people to do that, and I've known one woman. She never told me this story, but she told a family member this story, where she, I believe, was in a surgery, and there was a light that everybody talks about. You know, you see the light, and the voice in her head said, "Don't go to the light." And apparently, if you go to the light, you die. It was against your intuition. Like, oh, go to the light. No, if you go to the light, you die. If you stay in the dark, you remain on earth. And she would go on to have a very good career and other things. But anyway, near-death experiences are very interesting. And I don't recall having that, going to the light. But I do know that I was going in for a relatively minor, well, a surgery that was, I had complications during surgery. And I've been in a lot of surgeries, really. Everywhere from my feet to my head. I've had multiple foot surgeries. I've had plantar fasciitis. I've had hammer toe surgery. I've had facial reconstruction surgery. Multiple. I've had minor inpatient surgeries. I've had multiple spinal taps. Spinal tap is the worst pain I've ever had. I screamed like a little girl. And the second one that they were going to do, I told them, you got to put me under. I can't. I don't want that pain again. Could you undergo it? Yeah, but it was like I could feel someone in my bone, in my fucking spine, and I did not like that, and it hurt like a motherfucker. And I've heard that it's the worst pain, aside from childbirth, the person can undergo. I've been in a lot of pain in my time. I've had sciatica. I've had nerve pain. I've had a lot of pain, a lot of blood. And here we are. Okay, so this was not how today was supposed to go in our learning, but this has been pretty interesting. Really quick, I had to get these. But what, this fucking robot seems to be going okay. So it seems like you programmed it, you know? Which is cool, because it was a fucking bitch to do.
So that we all there, we know more Ellis because time like that. What's the next says essentially?
Right, we're going into the next layer. Near-death experiences suicide in life. Does Mashiach change the afterlife system? How carbon maps on structure? Let's go carefully and responsibly.
But once again, the night is over, the music comes, each thing will require its own
Judaism does not treat modern people
the
as
Rosa is still there, and you
interesting
know what
parallels
else is like,
exist.
right? The
Common
Rosa
ending
says, no,
themes,
nighttime, I will say,
tunnel
literally
life
again,
view,
nighttime period does
presence,
not go ahead
reluctance to
and
return.
bring to
Now
a
compare
close
with classical sources.
your
Much
previous
life
Hidayah
view.
line.
The Talmud teaches that a person must give deep cheshbon,
As long as you have not
judgment
left
and
the
accounting.
you have
Kabbalah
not had
describes
Pesach
the
Hadas,
soul
you have not
viewing
had
its
last
life in truth,
contribution.
feeling pain,
One previous Hidayah
seeing
takes you a
consequences
long
ripple
way.
out.
Timing
That's
that was
strikingly
around the
similar
vice
to the
versa.
life review theme.
I don't really not feel like I'll be
Light
just full of
imagery.
light.
The Zohar describes the soul encountering intensity of Kabbalah prepared that
all
light as
night.
overwhelming.
The Allah
Again,
told
parallels.
to the
But
side by
Judaism does not rely on
The next
anecdotal
morning,
experience as
he
doctrine.
requires a new
Suicide in
sanctification
halacha.
of his
This is a
hands
sensitive
and his
topic. Classically, suicide is
Lord,
inevitable.
Lord,
Life
Lord,
belongs to
Omer,
God. However,
David,
this is
Yada,
critical
the
for Shammai,
Yadma,
that we assume most suicides
the Lord
today
says,
are fully
once
rational,
you keep that right now,
meaning mental anguish,
and
extreme distress, coercion, diminished responsibility. Therefore, individual trial proceeds suicides deliberately know if they receive burial, kaddish, harsh classical categories are rarely applied. Judaism's strongly leans toward compassion in practice. Does Mashiach change the afterlife system? Yes, dramatically. Mashiach Messiah primarily affects the living world, but here's how it shifts things. According to Rabbi Maimonides, Mashiach restores Jewish sovereignty naturally to God's will. Resurrection, happens later. The afterlife system remains intact. According to Ramban and Kabbalah, Mashiach begins cosmic transformation, then resurrection, abolition of death, physical reality elevated. The whole system moves from soul-based world to eternal reality. Heaven becomes less central. Earth becomes sanctified. Mashiach represents Shabbat heavily on Marianic Kabbalah systematizes it philosophically. Key ideas from Shner Zalman of Liadi human soul structure, Nefesh, life force, Ruach, emotion, Neshama, intellect, Shaya, Yehida, essence. After death, lower levels separate first, higher levels ascend. Gani, experience of divine understanding, phenomena, ultimate revelation, secret becoming essence. Shabbat emphasizes purpose is not escaping death, purpose is
Then
Diurabot,
hold
the
the
moment
two
of
to that
living,
also was
the
like
life of God
maximum
before
every
all else,
24
meaning
hour
the
self
physical
life,
world becomes the highest
maximum work
revelation.
until the next day.
Resurrection
But
is
once the
superior
next
to
day comes,
Gani,
it will be
body,
required
soul
only
alone.
for me
That's
to
a
finish
radical
that
line. The
line,
deep
whereas
pattern
the
Christian
brother
model.
shouldn't say,
Heaven
no,
is the
that
goal.
is. Once you
Classical
survive
Jewish
life,
wisdom.
also last year,
Earth
what?
perfected
You
is the
don't
goal.
read those submissions,
Soul
don't have
states
lack
are
of awareness.
transition. Resurrection is the climax. We've now covered judgment, Gehenna, Gani, reincarnation, annihilation, animal souls, suicide, ending parallels, resurrection, Mashiach, Chabad metaphysics. If you want to go even deeper, the next frontier would be what actually is the soul according to different Jewish schools? Does free will continue after death? Can souls pray for the living? Or how this all connects to Kaddish? Pick the final layer.
You know, we're going to go to it, but before we do, have you ever considered the S word? Yeah, multiple times in my life. And I haven't talked to anybody about it. Well, the first time I did, and I was like, oh, I survived that. Okay, great. The second time, I was going to do it. I was going to do it. I still don't know why I didn't do it. It's still confusing to me why I didn't do it. Man, I know when you contemplate it, you really start learning all the different ways to die. And I mean, I can tell you the bridge I was going in Pasadena, Colorado Street Bridge, I could tell you, and they need to put, I think they did put netting there. I mean, I remember I was going to park. I mean, I looked at it on Google Earth.
And I thought about driving a golden bridge. So that was like the but that was not how I was gonna do it. I mean, I thought about all the ways that I could exhaust in the car, and I don't want to go into all of it, but and then I rejected all of those, and I knew of a different way I was going to, and I ordered all the stuff that I needed to do it. And I can tell you, I don't want to get into it, but like I can tell you so much about it. I almost feel like I did it. I didn't, thank God. But I still don't know why I didn't. I still don't know why I didn't. Like, I'm still shocked that I didn't. I almost feel like I know people have planned to do it, and I had a very, I can't believe how much I planned to do it. It's like one of the big shocking things of my life that I did. And I never said it to anybody. I've talked to people about it previously, but it wasn't as serious as this other time. This other time I was going to do it. I still don't know why I didn't do it. I don't want to go into it, but I mean, I can tell you, I ordered everything that I needed. I had a date. Like I saw it through. I knew what companies to not buy the from whom not to buy the supplies, because if you and which ones. And I still can't believe I didn't do it. I really feel like I was tested. Like it was a big time in my life when I was tested, and I still can't believe I didn't do it. Like if I ever have children go home, they will have no idea how close I am. I remember being so sure of it. I was like, "Oh, this is it. It's over." And just having confidence that like this is done. No. And buying the stuff. I hope and I don't want to go into all the different ways, but I just hope the mayor of Pasadena someday makes it so that the bridge doesn't become what it has become. And some of the Golden Gate Bridge and all those places. Like, but I wasn't even going to do it that way. That was like a backup. It was, I mean, I studied every single way there was, and then picked the one that I felt was best for me. I hate to say it that way. Okay. It's a very disturbing thing, but I think it'll help people to see in the future that there is a future. I was so sure that to my friends out there, if they ever watch this, they should know how serious I am when I say. You see how confident I am when I do this stuff. I was sure. I was so sure. And I still don't believe it. And I really think like, wow, what if this does go viral someday? This would have never happened. None of this. It would have just been shelter. But I really do think that people who do, they should be able to be buried in Jewish cemeteries, and because people are in pain. And so, no one should be treated differently because of that.
created, half delight, gamut, spiritual delight, reincarnation, session for the living ones, future, Mashiach, resurrection, Olam Haba, ultimate fortitude, friction, principle. This world is the arena of choice. The next world is the arena of clarity. The radical Jewish claim: the body is not a prison. Physical reality is a mistake. The final state is not floating souls. It is resurrected embodied existence in a perfected world. That is dramatically different from Greek influence soul-scale models. You now have the full, classical, mystical Jewish metaphysical system wrapped, looking on one last quantum layer. We could explore what happens to the soul during sleep, any death model, the metaphysics of dreams, or why mourning practices are structured in 3, 7, 13, 12 stages. Otherwise, you've basically completed the entire architecture.
I remember this, and I'm fired on all cylinders. I'm as much of a psychic as you could ever be. And but under this one situation, I really to save my life. I mean, I couldn't stay at the surgical center, and I needed rest, and I lost a lot of blood. And I still feel badly because I always prepared really, really well, but it's like you can't anticipate. I mean, surgical complications are very difficult. Like I could have been out, I could have died. And I remember now talking to the doctor, the surgeon, about Rambam, because he was, Rambam was a doctor, and we talked the whole time. And I just remember teaching him about Rambam, as was in this very weird state. And to the other time, that was the near-death experience. And the other thing, I still don't know. And wouldn't it be interesting that, like, I feel like I could help the world a lot, and I could help Israel a lot, and it would be like none of that shit would have even happened if the I think of the book of Job and like why I was like I still think about Job. My dad was always very fascinated by Job. Why Job was challenged as much as Job wasn't. We could never really get a great answer. Perhaps it had to do with intergenerational punishments or intergenerational misdeeds that came to Job. Who knows? But I still don't know why I wouldn't do it. It would be like, like if we had taken a musket ball or something, we could have never won. Or the Rebbe, like his ship is sank. We would have covered in the same way that we were. Like what would have changed if just one thing would have changed? And I don't like thinking about it, but I've never said it to anybody. So if anybody's out there, it's never too late. Things can get better. I console people all the time who are struggling in life, and I don't share it with them. I don't mean to make a comparison, but I've been in worse streets than basically all of them. I've been bled to death. I've been ended it. I really think that I'm gonna do something really great with my life. And I really feel like Hashem, at any time in my life where I felt like things weren't even in my control,
was this time in my life, and it was right before I started these streams with my story. And I can't say that I don't think there's somehow related. Like, what I think I'm doing is the greatest thing in the history of humankind. I talk about it. And before being able to overcome challenge, we would and perhaps be able to help the world in a lot of ways.
So another source for the concept that
So if you're hearing this and you're struggling, just know you can always contact me if you have some kind of service to be able to help you out. And I still can't believe I didn't do it. When people find out how close I can get,
Beautiful. Final ultra layers.
it'd be a shock to the world.
Metaphysics of dreams. Wine follows 3, 7, 30, 12 stages. Let's go carefully and systematically. Sleep is a mini death. Talmud 7b says,
that is not essential for the camera. Again, most people then perhaps even have a myself,
final ultra deep layers.
then I for myself, one would not be able to go ahead
Why morning follows 3, 7, 30, 12 stages. Let's go carefully and systematically. Sleep is a mini death. 57b says, quote, sleep is 1/60th of death. Close quote. Why? Because during sleep, according to Kabbalah, when you see the flesh like transformates the body,
will go ahead and will arrange the
that's why
ultimately
conscious and fully rational.
of carbon
Sleep is temporary loosening of the soul. Death separation.
the key done.
When we wake up, Lord and Ani share his ultimate visuality. We thank you for returning my soul to me, because sleep is viewed as
I know that for
like the return of the soul. It's metaphysically significant, not poetic exaggeration. Metaphysics of dreams. Dreams are treated very seriously in Judaism. The Talmud devotes many pages to dream interpretation. The approach is nuanced. 2 types of dreams. A. Psychological dreams generated from daily thoughts. Dreams follow the mouth. Interpretation shapes impact. B. Soulless dreams. Kabbalah teaches that the Neshama ascends during sleep and makes spiritual realities. The message descends through imagination. So it becomes symbolic and distorted. That's why dreams make dreams. 1/60th prophecy, the Talmud says, a dream is 1/60th of life. The fate taker effect. Judaism struggles against theology. My morning has 3, 7, 13, 12 stages. This is not arbitrary. It mirrors the soul's transition process. First 3 days, the soul follows the body, struggles with separation, intensely reflects this. Shiva, 7 days, 7 corresponds to completion cycles, creation, emotional shock processing. By the end of Shiva, the soul begins stabilizing in its new state. 30 days, Shoshem, re-enters social life gradually. It's full celebration. The soul has moved further from earthly attachment. Shoshem 12 months. According to the Talmud, judgment generally does not exceed 12 months. That's why Kaddish is recited for 11 months. We assume the loved ones not fully wicked. Mystical insight. Mornings are only psychological. It mirrors the soul's ascent process. There is a synchrony between earthly grief and heavenly transition. Grand pattern. You should now see Judaism using systems as layered, making sleep, life, death, body, soul, concealment, revelation. This world reader of choice, sleep, function, death, resurrection, reintegration, and annihilation. The deepest radical idea, according to Shasatu, death is not the idea, soul-only existence is the idea. Even Gandhi, the ultimate state is, in order to divine consciousness, transformation. You have now soul, afterlife structure, Gehenna, reincarnation, resurrection, Satan, animals, suicide, empty, paralyzed, sleep metaphysics, dream theory, morning architecture. This is basically a full puzzle process of Jewish metaphysical system. If you want to go one final layer deeper, place left is why Judaism insists resurrection is higher than heaven. That's the deepest paradox.
Yeah,
I'm going to do that. I can tell you that I had two very powerful dreams in my life. And it was right after this really difficult situation. Right before if I'm being honest with you, all these streams are like divinely inspired. Yeah, it came from a dream. And if you want to know who was in the dream, it was like, we'll just say the rap in it, but like, it was like, you're gonna be the most but we're gonna do it through streaming. And even though you're not a streamer, it's the last thing in the world that everybody will do. And not everything, and I remember in the dream, it was like, in the dream, not everything that happens, and not everything that you think is going to happen. And you're going to be wrong about some things, but in the future, you'll actually turn out to be right, or or things will be manipulated so that you were right, so that it all becomes consistent. And you almost ended it all, and the reason why you did was because you've been tested, and it would be very important for the world to know how hard you were tested multiple times in all kinds of different ways. And I don't know, it was just a dream I had, and then another dream I had, which like just put some fine touches on it, but it was like the most real dream that I've ever had. Not even a real dream. It was like it was different than a dream. It was like it was just prophecy. People will ask me about this dream or series of dreams, and I've dreamed before. I've had lucid dreams. I talk about dreams of Shabbat tables. I never had anything like this. It was like
Let's tackle the final paradox why resurrection is considered higher than heaven in Judaism. This is actually the crown jewel of Jewish metaphysics. Why resurrection? Gan Eden is soul. Souls in Gan Eden experience life perfect. Let's tackle the final paradox. Why resurrection is considered higher than heaven in Judaism. This is actually the crown jewel of Jewish metaphysics. Why resurrection? Gan Eden is soul only. Souls in Gan Eden experience closeness to God. Body is absent. The experience is spiritual delight, wisdom, and divine illumination. Limitation: the soul is not fully interacting with the physical world. Its expression is limited to intellect and emotion. Resurrection restores body and soul. Tikkiat resurrection of the dead, reunites the purified soul with perfected body. Embodiment allows the soul to fully express divine will in a physical form. Physical action of spiritual perfection is complete existence. Analogy: Gan Eden is a melody. Resurrection is the symphony of body and soul. Kabbalistic insight. Urianic Kabbalah, soul sparks from trapped in matter through caveman shells of impurity. Resurrection transforms matter itself so the perfected world, Olam Haba, fully contained divine light. In other words, heaven is partial. Resurrection restores cosmic integrity. Shabbat Shneir Zalman Liyadi emphasizes that, quote, the ultimate goal is not soul escape, it's fully sanctified, resurrected, tangible reality. That full suffering perspective, Rambam versus Rambam, philosophy of Gan Eden, resurrection, life higher. Intellectual delight and soul, optional bodily renewal. Intellectual perfection may continue, but corporal life is not necessary. Rambam. Soul means God with delight. Body resurrection. Embodied existence expresses divine unity fully. Take away Gan Eden is temporary, solo. Resurrection plus Olam Haba equals eternal, fully integrated physical and spiritual reality. The radical Jewish idea, the ultimate goal is not escaping the world, unlike Greek dudes. It is redeeming the world and elevating matter itself. Heaven is a waypoint. Resurrection is the destination. Summary of one flow. 1. Death. Soul separates. 2. Gehenna purification. 3. Gan Eden. Initial spiritual reward. 4. Reincarnation. Spiritual repair 5. Resurrection. Body plus soul reunited. 6. Affected in body to reward heaven gallant. To bring you resurrection to your heart's influence. If you want, I can draw a single diagram in every stage from life, death, resurrection, good and karma, showing gallant Gehenna, reincarnation, and just sitting light. It's basically a visual Jewish metaphysical system. It's extremely clarifying. Do you want me to do that?
You could
And whether
maybe
it's too short because what?
make
Because
it.
the mindset again inherent the wrong length, it will be positive. So what's
Do you think you've received prophecy? No, that hasn't happened since the fall of the temple. But it was as close to anything that I would have received.
Also looking at what? How it presents. Right?
It was just a dream, though. But it was a very powerful dream that definitely affected what I'm doing right now. And that's why I can do this with so much confidence, because it was like a very, like a divine plan. It was just like shared, basically. It wasn't maybe, I don't know. But they were like, really? I mean, because I joke about it. Like, oh, okay. But it was like, this is all plan, like, this is, it was like very alien related. And this is like, Rafael, that company in Israel, like that defense contractor, like on a project of Rafael, basically. I don't know. Anyway, I'm really happy how that robot's teaming up. Alright, so you gotta fucking do our Yiddish. Okay, so just get it down. So this thing's moving really positive. Alright, Machai, that's something so pleasurable to raise the dead. Halavai means if only Yiddish got Machai is like rabbits and says Yiddish got Halavai, which is like Yiddish got Jewish got Neantas coming fetish and say talk of which tacos, brass tags, smash the snack, your shirt, or snapping your pussy, your shirt, and I don't know, I would say this. Again, if you like, I lost a lot of blood in my life, and I remember if I squeezed on my face, my knees would give out, and I remember hit my fucking head, just boom, hit the fucking floor, and being like, just covered in my own blood everywhere. Like, it gets so bad when you bleed a lot that it looks like somebody tortured an animal. I remember thinking, joking, but like serious, it looked like someone had tortured an animal. And that wasn't even the worst time I've been bloody, wasn't it? That's not the most amount of blood I've lost. I lost more probably from surgery. In surgery, kind of, that's terrible. But sure, I remember just my face fucking hitting the fucking ground. And just being like, I just took a squeeze on the head, boom, my knees, all the blood, like, just like squirted out. Oh man, now that I think about it, I can just remember blood gushing from my fucking face and just like, just, if you've ever seen wrestling, it's just like fake blood on the face, but this was fucking real. And just seeing like a volcano of blood. And not being able to stop it. That was the scary thing. Is it was like, for sure, soulmate, for sure, females, soulmate, for sure, means soulmate. Mishmash, mixture, mishmash, I was taking back. Bookcase, nothing, beans, good bunch of happy holiday, return, the life, carve, blue truck, black kosher, smooth, mensch, that's a good dude, I think mensch should be a thing. That's Ishak Khail, and get over him, so I'm not sure. Sidagas Flory, driving. Shtetl, that's Italian. Shadle, that's a big. Strandl, that's a hat. Mustard, flagship bird. Dairy, meat, mutual. Hamish, Hamish, that's homie, homie. Shmata, that means ranch, figure. Kazir, it's a pig. Hazer, Chazer is a two-peat. Flip, it's a trade, right? Mishida, means wow, this is crazy. Gun, yeah, Yarmulka, trade, it's like Yarmul, more, in, like I respect for the king. Trafe is torn, yard site, that's annual, food, that's that thing, especially quotes, means piece of wood. It's like a thumbs up person. Needle, yeah, I feel that, but I feel that we don't put enough of them in. Not supposed to. Really, yeah, we should. It's fucking love that we should fucking make them. Play the media on it. He seems sad. Yeah, I just tell him these things. Like, and again, it's like I've never talked to anybody about this. That's funny. Okay. This code is bullshit.
just like you can't ignore the additional benefit for Hanukkah. The shiny alpha, the Rabbi Rachmana Shekha Haseva, was a Jesus is fixed. Just like Jesus is also even with this one word, he also called the family what Shekha Haseva, called the family themselves, clothing themselves. So because of that, again, that is something to do even a 5-pointed garment according to Shana, has a garment that is obligated to go. I will take an asset on my obligation, but if you don't hold a 5-pointed garment disguised as a king, what do you do? You is finished the prayers. The Gemara says, first by 9, Friday is the sun.
I say Shabbat Shalom, motherfuckers. Why?
Also, this comes to exclude the garment worn at night. That a garment worn at night is not tied. So, for example, you got your brand new 4-cornered pair of pajamas,
Dude.
you don't
Oh,
have
yeah,
to
there we
put
go. We
scissors
got half down. I was
Why
saying,
not?
they never, they always talk about Shabbat.
that
They never
will
heard
be
of
some
it.
also.
Okay, are you done?
Just that what? But the obligation of scissors is only on garments worn by day, but not by garments worn at night. Private sis like oh, Eno Ella, sex 9,
What are we doing next?
What's the meaning that maybe it comes to exclude what? A blind person, garments. What's the maybe a blind person is not obligated to put scissors on his garments. Why? Because Maisi can't see them. The shoe Omer Shekha, and when the Pasuk says that you have to put scissors on a garment that you clothe yourself in, Harik Sus Sima.
Oh, something that changes in the future. I think keep out and perhaps just keep out maybe perhaps if they want to, I think in the future
so
gonna be considered
what's very important?
really
Teaches me that even a suma is obligated
right
to
now
put
then
scissors on his
as
clothing.
everybody
If that's the case, then what do I do with redoing a sem
I think
also?
in the future we might put them in a Geniza. Really?
Also, Sasha, the Chasava teaches me that even a suma is obligated to put scissors on his clothing. Uisa also teaches me that that sus laiva,
Why?
clothing worn by night is
Just
not
because of how important it is to me.
Umagro is the sus laiva. Why is it? How do I know to include the clothing of a blind person and to exclude clothing worn by night?
You don't have to, but I think that changes in the future. Like some shit will change. Fucking Chabad changes how they like this is in the June that changes and fucking Chabad changes how they down to throne. They do the 3 loops first and then say the prophet. And it makes sense because they're focusing on the 3 things.
No one sees the clothing. The Idach not going to Hashem, Idach Hashem Odai. The other thing we're going to say from the word Hashem, and the second thing is that Hashem. Just so you should know, this is Halakha L'Maisa, when you pass Halakha L'Maisa again, that it's Sus Laila. So if somebody has 4-cornered pajamas, ultimately again, that baggage is not tied in scissors. The 4-cornered baggage of a Suma will be tied in scissors. So first of all, we still have to figure out how we customize what these guys are passing to. Or the side that was like something that what? How we customize my focus not being sure.
So what do we do tomorrow?
Here's what everybody agrees on. If the clothing is
You
dirty,
did kosher.
or the clothing is torn, yeah, well, there's possible. The point of
There's too much to do here for Tefillin, but we'll save that for tonight. So we can work today.
If the clothing is too short, ultimately, again, what do you do with the clothing under those circumstances? So let's just remember the Gemara will set up for us. No, it's also Gemara says a couple more details regarding the big difference. But the pasuk as we see tells us that according to God, what is that? Shemimusha woods, the Kohanic clothing has to be made of linen. Bad Shemikadashi. Furthermore, again, the Kohanic clothing has to be made. Bad was a result. Remember again, the pasuk refers to the big thing that has bad. So we're discussing what is the condition that has to be bad. The bad has to be of linen. Body has to be new. Body shoe has to be made of twisted thread. Body shoe hutan kafo shisha. Furthermore, the thread, what says we're going to see, has to be 6-fold thread. Each piece of thread is folded over 6 times, as we'll discuss. God shall yilbash shall fold iman. Other was a means that when wearing Quranic clothing, the coin can't wear any liquid material to do whether shall fold. That means it is non-consecrated clothing. You can't wear non-consecrated clothing with it. Ama ben de düşmama şampus. Because I understand ultimately again that kind of body has to be a woman. But come on, what's happening about? So it's like that's that has to be made of women and any other material. Alabaj Kadoshin. Kadoshin which you're talking about. And when you tell me that one of the other Russians have died, it's like the clothing has to be new. It shows me new, yes, but worn out. But what's that? What do you learn in the Vice of the Bible? Right now, what's the learn of the Bible that what? The reason for Muhammad clothing is worn out. That is no contrast, which is the Amalay with the Taneh. بعد شروع couple stuff. But that's not the good time. And that's the same much that's every thread has to be 6 by thread. And if you look at the word tag itself seems to indicate us what? Tag has to be made. Seems to indicate us that what? That's what I say. Hello, come on, this way this way say. How to come on? The Guardian Shinama and Tag was like one any time that the Torah discusses clothing that has to be bad, what's the definition of that? Speaking Shisha, Butz Kadoshin, they have to make a brand new linen, Shizurin, Sheikhutan Kapo Shisha. It's molded and then it has to be made of 65 thread. So Yeshma and the Mitzvah, Yeshma and the Hakim. What's that as we will see? Some of these details of what's it are Mitzvah, which means it has to be done this way, and some of them on the Hakim. So if they're not done this way, we'll say what? Invalidate the God. So we'll say again,
and everyone is actually for the test. It's the test. Yeah. So I walk into the test, and Santino's sitting there, because he's going for a different partner. But we see each other, and we're like, what up? You know what I mean? And we're like having fun, and all these other people. Yeah. They're fucked. You know, they say that they're fucked. Yeah. Of course, you know, I don't even did that. Oh, the whole thing is so stupid. Just cast you guys. Yeah. I don't like pests and all that shit. It's so stupid. Well, people have to justify their job. I know. You know, I remember when I went to the test, it's like the head of shelter, head of casting, and they're like, but they see, I see on the table, they have a headshot of me from 25 years ago. Yeah, I know, right? You know, yeah. And I was like, what? This is the test. I walked in and said, what are y'all using this headshot? Yeah, hilarious. And then the guy goes, the head of shelter, I go, what's wrong with that headshot? You know, I go, dude, I don't even look like this anymore. You know, then I realized in the middle, I was like, oh, I'm in a test. But also, I knew in that moment, I was going to book this job. Right. All right, kids, let's take a little break from that.
To constantly just have this steal, especially when you're from the people around you, just how the boy talent, Sean is, the lack of talent, originality. Remember, he does this in all his logos, all his channel names. Remember, drive fast, no gas. Yes, I am purposely saying it wrong. Was originally Teen Town until he got threatened to be sued by Disney or Warner or whatever. Probably because Disney owns everything now, but the man just steals and rips off everything. And truly, it's just sad and pathetic. And he's just going to continue stealing. I mean, how many times is he just going to try and rip off the and completely forget about These are not sweats. These are nice fucking material. People get very. I'm not the fucking person that gives you bad news. I understand. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just talking. Yes, I want. It's not. So, Brendan Schaub saw Chris D'Elia do something funny last week, and then a minute later ripped it off. And then tried stealing it with a try stolen again. This time during the Golden Hour podcast. So that just goes to how horribly unfunny he is. How much of a cheat is. Then what you just saw in a microcosm is Papa. See someone steal it, perform it terribly, stinks. Now, as far as the movie role, that was the movie. Shop is 100% lying. No one ever offered him a role in a movie that actually had lines. I think Bob has been in a movie or two just as an extra. Nobody would get his lines in a movie. You can't talk. That wouldn't happen. And it was stupid. Dumb fake fraud year that he did with a pair of pliers. That was another thing. He did that with a pair of pliers, didn't even really get the cauliflower ear. But then tries to get movie roles as if they're going to cast him in movies and TV shows with that dummy ear. But now he was nowhere close to ever actually getting lines in that watch. That happened, never going to happen. So, but the fact that he just keeps stealing from Delia, that's just fine as much. You see something, trying to imitate it. Not funny, like when he stole that guy's Bud Light joke, and that guy called him out. And then he was and that's right around where he quit. He's sitting there just looking like an idiot. He's not funny. He's basically there to make fun of it. And at least Chris and Eric is still down to do the podcast. Now I'm completely just blowing off Bob and putting zero for fun. I mean, the fat. That this idiot keeps trying to steal Delia. And just lying about what's he gonna say next? That was supposed to be Shawshank Redemption. I was gonna play Red.
Until that evening. And during that time, after he had, so before he had.
What up, Zoot? How you living, pimp? Zoot, can you hear me? What's good, son? Are you ready to lose? Why is that?
Be better or just everybody this is alien planet. We got reincarnated as like this alien species. I think that's wrong.
Okay, why do you think Earth is fucked?
Why do I think it's fucked?
Yeah, that's what I just asked you. Yeah, that's what I just asked you. Okay, what about it? Humanity's what? Yeah, dog, it's a terrible place. But that doesn't mean there's not goodness in the world. Absolutely, it's what keeps us going, baby. Yeah, isn't it disgusting? Perhaps. 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 Perhaps.
That pay-per-view was fucking stacked.
What'd you say, big man? What, to go to the bathroom? No, that's a human thing. No, it's not a Jewish thing. We're accused of it, but it's not in our religion. Nor is it in our bloodline. So I remember seeing on YouTube people who would say that certain celebrities were reptilians, but then I met one of those celebrities, and he was like any other person I'd ever met. So I really couldn't prove that he was a shape-shifting lizard man. No. Are you a reptilian, Zoo? Zoot, are you a reptilian? Okay, how did they do it? Yeah. Yeah, how'd they do it? Do you think that really happened? Do I play golf? Do I play golf? Yeah. Wait, what? Do I think what really happened? Yeah, baby, anything could be real, right? Are you ready to lose? Dude, are you ready to lose? Zoot, are you going to answer me or just going to jerk yourself off raw?
DC champion fighter. Coach. They still do it, but nobody watches them. Contender Series trumps viewership, trumps Ultimate Fighter. A Contender Series by far, as far as like young talents, by far the best thing you'll watch. Again, he was a fucking genius. He going to that series so good. They pulled the video of DC telling his team recently, you can't back up in a fight to a fair video. It's got like 500 million views on YouTube. It's literally secret. The word hero is used here in this process, and it's also used in the contract of right now.
So we're going to say that therefore, because creating
the fact that we're the job is trying to get into the good graces.
this process and the process
You know, like,
Truma,
especially since the last time we went up against
people that the process of Truma refers to is the
Sean tried having this
that
whole
this process
about that.
refers to. The process of Truma nature level. That's someone who's possible in Truma. That's the person who will say that if they do the avodah, they call Truma, and they call the avodah to disqualified. The low process of Truma, low nature level. If someone is not possible in Truma, who's not restricted in Truma, will not cause the avodah to be disqualified, will not cause the avodah to be disqualified. And therefore, we're saying, because there's a comparison between our process here and the process of Truma, so whoever the process of Truma applies to, our process also going to apply to. Now, who does Truma apply to? Truma applies to someone who's Tameh, or as we said before, that even someone who's Shul Yom, because a Shul Yom is still not allowed to eat Truma until that night. So a Tameh and a Shul Yom are the people that are restricted from having Truma. Who is not restricted from having Truma? If you have a Kohen who did a ball spot, or who made a ball spot, or he cut off his hair, that he is not possible to have Truma. So therefore, we learn out that this extra puzzle, in the comments, today in the school yard. So that's how we know that when you have an extra puzzle, telling you that comments causes the disqualification of the avodah, that this is extra, we don't need it for comment, we're going to use it for school yard. Okay? Now, Mara for we're sort of the Amarabba right about the middle of the Amarabba. Rama is the concept of one of comment. We are in the secret part. Rabbi asked me a question. In our Mishnah,
You said, hold on a second. I'll send you an invite in the next minute or so. Just 1 moment. So, Zoot, are you going to see anybody who is in this upcoming comedy? At what are you laughing? What's so funny? Someone sent you what?
Someone sent me a really racist joke.
Oh, okay.
Why could you not have skipped Kameh?
Okay, then don't say it.
But the one that we can understand is because how did we know?
Are you ready for an invitation?
The idea would be take Shul Yom and don't take Kameh. That's impossible. Why? Because the way we learned Shul Yom was because we said an Eino Indian with Kameh to Eino Indian Shul Yom. So we said we have a second process of telling us Kameh. So therefore, since I don't need it for Kameh, I'll use it for Shul Yom. But if you only have one process, what would you use it for? You would use it for Tumah. There wouldn't be anything extra. So you would never be able to learn out Shul Yom if you didn't already have Kameh. And this is how we do it. We're going to see coming up in one coming here. The first thing you put in is ground for your house. Or if you say that you say that.
Zoot, are you ready for an invitation? Zoot. Zoot. Are you ready for an invitation?
I would say,
all right, big dog. Yeah.
okay?
Ask him what's
The
going on
school
with
yum
Armin.
and Israel, that's right,
So
school yum,
are we getting left in the dust?
Like
You should put it back in.
Yeah, baby.
You don't say like voice it. Right. Or with Tom Hassel, it's like, what's
So
going
the
on?
best
Like,
feels
you
like
could
it's
redo
okay.
it. Would you allow
What's the best what?
and then you sit on the fucking sidelines, and then the White House fight. What are you gonna
Zoot, you have an invitation.
But no one's gonna want to see, dude, that same one was in the fire.
Zoot, you have an invitation. You have an invitation.
Do I expect them to stop their fall and rush or break down the White House for gatherings? I mean, do you think Johnny Jones should fight Alex Pierre at the White House? Conor McGregor versus Michael Chandler in the middle of the UFC. I think they're going to do a BMF title at the White House, right? Because Trump does that shit.
Are you serious? Are you serious, Zoot?
Let's say he just doesn't get along. Again, I mean, America's not great right
No, Zoot, you got me. Oh, there you go. Great shot.
And I was bringing out from the Kame and the school Malahana came through the school. So how can you learn out from Kame?
Get in. Get in. How'd you like that shot, Zoot?
Whereas the cookie forms allow that to. So I would tell you if all it wrote was Kame and school, I would say Kame and school my problem because you cannot show up.
Yeah. I think so, but maybe not. Go, 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 go. Zoot, what happened to your perfect game?
This much to start training
Zoot, what happened to your perfect game?
They try to do something similar to this with Gable Stevens, and it didn't really work out.
Zoot, are you gonna go? Zoot, go.
No, it's just it's a different dynamic. A lot of people don't understand sports. I'm not a professional sports athlete. I played professional baseball. It's not, a career. It's not the same dynamic. You're training, your nutrition, it's tough, especially because as big as Gable Stevens is, he's done dozens of NFL.
When we were trying to learn out one from another, we said, why can't we learn out the
Zoo.
Especially heavyweight, it's not deep. It's a very big, strong, athletic guy. Dude, you got also background behind you. You got a huge asset going for you. Just let's work on striking him.
Yep. Oh, Zoo. What a comeback. I made a comeback for my 1400th win. 1400th win. What a great comeback. All right, Zoo. We're changing it up. This game is only 3 holes. 3 holes. So keep that in mind. 3 holes.
Kids and all like 6'6", 6'7", shortstop, second base.
Zoo, you have an invitation. Zoo, go. Zoo, go. Zoo, you have 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. 7 seconds. 6 seconds. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Okay, baby.
So therefore, you're no longer dealing with a case where the two questions are asking from the voters. You're just Maisa. So now, if you're telling me in Mufusha Maisa, what Maisa is missing Harris Senate, but are you saying?
Zoo, did you like my shot?
Which is not relevant to Kame, or not necessarily relevant to Kame, so then you're just missing a Maisa. You say the fact that the still have a Maisa to do, just like the Kame still have a Maisa to do, is irrelevant because at the end of the day, the Yom is a more Hummer version of Tumor than the Mufusha Kippur. So in any event, the Gemara is saying, I cannot learn out Yom from Mufusha Kippur and Kame because, and you can't tell me that the difference is they have a Maisa because at the end of the day,
all right, baby,
is a looser form of Tumor on the base. The Gemara says they answer for Rabbah, but remember the structure here. Rabbah asked, why do I need all 3? And he gave an answer. The Gemara asked, well, maybe you'd be able to learn it out from 2 out of 3. So, and the Gemara was saying, which one should I skip? I can't skip Mufusha Kippurim because I would tell you.
Dude, this would be such a good comeback if you get it.
So then we tried to say,
You just had a terrible shot. Do whatever you want to do, baby.
We're hosted next
It was not good. Yeah, baby. That's incorrect. Not really. You're not, though. Yeah, baby.
You know what?
Let's see it. Yep. Stop. No way you get this.
Elements of the dove, but he's not going downward. Those elements that are still relevant to him, he's not shifted at all. He's still the same old dove, right? And therefore, if you have a job, who's still a job, vis-a-vis that he hasn't got his, that he can't go, he can't have touching, he can't go to the he's an absolute job in that level. He's not a reduced level job. Because when you ask you, you'll feel a little bit of this. It's when you put your department up to job. You are doing a terrible job, you know, because you might say, well, doctor,
tastes exactly like you think. Like chewy bubblegum. Oh, he likes this. When we're in the honey, there's Calvin, others out. And
look at that
dad,
that has related to the touching, that the McCutcheon people have not been looked at them, meaning you're not allowed to touch them, you're not allowed to go to the
Dude, are you gonna go?
Because if you didn't even just feel it, you feel like the same old level of a primary job. The Aqua had to be rapid during fruit and other and you were to eat kind of time. And because normally, but we understand that there's your ministry level of promo once he's gone to the next one. So then he would not be kind of tired if while he was free young and he ate toucher. Oh, and notably,
What'd you say, Big Dog? No, definitely not. You need to be funny to be on Saturday Night Live. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, maybe someday. Oh, baby, I'll be on Saturday Night Live. I'll be on Sunday Night Live. Oh, dude, you almost hit an amazing shot. I'll be on them all. Yeah, I'm American, baby. All right, dude, that's enough game for now. Yeah, that can help. Sure. Nine ball 1v1. No trick shots.
Just one time. So, the answer is, yes, I'd be like, oh, you're afraid, and we'd have to talk about it. After I jerked off furiously, that is all.
No trick shot.
I just find it interesting that I didn't see it. I find it interesting that you were able to get to that someone. So you must be this
You're up, dude.
just a couple of clicks. So I would like to see it. He usually suffers on the Epstein. It takes for fucking I mean, this one's good. This one is a good one. This one's a huge low for you. This AI though, it's AI. It's not. It's right here.
God, repeat that, please.
That's good. Good start.
What'd you say, Zoo? Maybe.
Just be very careful because if you learn from any mistakes from Mr. Hands, you know if that horse runs, if that horse bugs, he's to the side, she's going to turn and leave. So they can't feel great on the horse. Yeah, or it does. That's pretty common.
My next shot.
Yeah, the next shot.
Look at that, right? It's gallons.
In my life, this is what this face because I just looking at the depravity of human beings. One hole that when you have in the put of even
And I guess it has, because that is just so good.
Come nightfall, he's still a primary dog.
We're not. Let's see
dog.
what
And in order to Paraduma, you have to be a Tahar. You can't be primary. So therefore, someone with a primary dog for sure cannot burn
How'd you like that one, Zoo?
It's the declining level of N. If we know that a full yolk,
Let's go again.
we know that it's full
9 ball?
and burns the Paraduma, then for sure I'm a Fukufurin can burn it, because if you understand that it's this declining level of Tummo, a Fukufurin is a lower level than a full yolk.
Well, I beat you. I don't know.
This is the hardest show
Well,
ever.
I can tell you the two animals is up though. Maybe everyone holds that he's a primary dog. Here they're arguing about something much more technical. That's what the mark's going to say. But it's written in the puzzle. He's Klaus who is coming. So, the puzzle and the Tahar should sprinkle. This implies that he's coming. That sounds like a great lead, right? Tahar do it, so no implies that he's coming. What's going on here? So I can explain. The puzzle right before, so he says,
That was good.
It says as follows. Now the Torah, this is the last of the Haka. It says the Haka, the Torah behind Torah Nipple. You don't argue that it's Haka. It says the Tahar al-Hakame, that when the Tahar person should sprinkle it on the coming person, Tahar Kodahu, Mashma. It's Tahar Kodahu, Mashma. It's telling you someone who's a little bit Tahar. The Haka, so why is that? I know it says that's Tahar. Why do you say only has a little bit Tahar? Because it's an extra puzzle. The Hawk try to say it's an extra puzzle.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, you did. You did a good job of that.
And the East Tahar, the person's Tahar dips it in the water. So then when you're the next puzzle, she just said Hiza al-Atame. Why did it say the Hiza ha-Tahar al-Atame? The Tahar person should do it. We just said the Tahar person takes the hyssop and the Tahar should sprinkle it on the tummy. What do I need to tell me Tahar again? So therefore the Gemara is saying, I'll tell you that when it refers to Tahar here, it means someone who is Tahar but a lesser degree of Tahar. Who would that be? That would be a Tul Yom. What's the theory to say that a Tul Yom is a Tahar? Because the Tul Yom is allowed to eat Ma'aser. So you see that he's somewhat Tahar. So therefore the Gemara is telling you that when it says that he's a Tahar al-Atame, it's coming to tell you that he's eating a
Bro, that was great.
This isn't a session for
allowed to burn the Paraduma. So then if it's full yom, whatever form of tumah he has, and therefore, I know it's a yom.
What'd you say, Big Dog? They saw that I was becoming much more religious, and I asked them if this is something that they'd be okay with me pursuing, and they said that they'd be very happy if I chose to do that. So it was a personal choice, but but I did ask them if it's something that they would endorse, and they did. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, I just learned a lot. F you, Zoo. And I wouldn't have normally gone the rabbinical route of live streaming my life. It's very avant-garde. But the pandemic happened, and it changed a lot about how I was living. And now here I am 4 years into it, and there's no looking back. All right, Duke, I'm good for now. Baby, I always get the best shot. The computer likes me. What do you want me to do about it? I think it was one of the great shots in the history of humankind.
It should be based on number of knockdowns. Like you had, say, maybe a 5 knockdown rule. I don't believe in that, but that last knockdown at the end of round one, he just crumbled. Like sack potatoes, like knees go out, and that is 1,000% a stoppage. There's a lot of chatter. You might have a gambling Twitter circle that Herzog has really been compromised over the last year. Like everybody used to think he was the best ref.
One hole that's a kingdom of
People don't want to
and
hear it.
therefore you would enjoy them for the
We've been
On the
hearing
other hand, if you
he's
understand that it's only
James
coming by
all the
names,
time. He's
so I
always
would know
been
the
out and out.
performer that
Jason Herzog the
Sarah
last year
and
has
Mace
put
can
people's
both be
life
a
in
school
danger,
young or Sarah and
and a
Mace
lot of people
can both
suspect
run the
there's
Paraduma.
some
But a
pedigree
school young
overs,
of
so
sub, I would not know, and
well,
that's why they
maybe
were
we could do
arguing
it, but that one was
between
fucking
Yosef Ababri
crazy.
and
The
the
fifth
kind of
was
time
the fifth knockdown with like 15 seconds.
Now, the money doesn't look at me, doesn't mean no one. I don't know, but I missed the second.
What'd you say, Big Dog?
Not wearing the big kahuna that
research
the Hakrava is so
Yeah, I think if you start playing that,
how do I know that I'm calling who's not
comes
winning
trying to
is
all of a sudden in Philadelphia, trying to do it all this man. You have to just like go with what you
because that's the local Avne, Aaron and Bono, that you could put the belt, the staff, and Aaron and Bono. The vascular
I've had bad luck betting unders in general. I do
wrap
feel like
them
some
up
of
with
those
the
like
headpiece that the Koran and
Mansour
wore.
out
And plus, after
he was like a
Toby, they
minus
suggest them
1,000
and they
favorite
say,
a couple
Kahuna
weeks
said
ago.
the Haika Lahem, Kahuna, the Fukas Olo.
Fucks up the
And
guys
it's
first
easy
round.
for them,
Now
it's
it's
Kahuna forever. So what does it tell you? It tells you that when they are wearing the Begadim, they're Kohanim. When they're not wearing the Begadim, they're not Kohanim. He's mentioned the game Alayim, Kunat Alayim. At the time, the Begadim were on them, the Kunas on them. And Begadim and the game Alayim, and Kunat Alayim. And when the Begadim were not on them, the Kahuna's not on them. And therefore, I see, and now Rashi points out, and therefore, if the Kahuna's not on them, what are they? They're Zar. And we learned yesterday that a Zar is the
first of all, I get what Nick says on
That's how I know that the Christian Begadim
like giving you a case.
am I helping Nafka? Am I helping Nafka? Is it true that we're learning
you
from
guys
this
were the
process of Bahaita Lahem Kahuna L'Fukakola? I'll bring you a writer that learns it from someone else. It's time that you learn from the writer. You know, you need to see the young in our how do I know that someone's gone? If they eat the record, if they drink the record of the mouth of wine, and then they go to the Avodah, yeah, they are Masao the Avodah, and then it's disqualified. I will allow you to see that in the process that says, Yah in the first half of faith, because it's physically wise or intoxicant, the habit that according to the Nahol, the process continues and says, to separate between code and control. So it tells you, if you are drunk, then that's whole. And if you're sober, then soda. So you see that someone who drinks wine, then the Avodah is disqualified. Now that's, we're going to get to this, but that's not really our focus. It's the right to continue to make us. The first of the government to a rock of the time of how do I know that a person upon who doesn't have the proper garden or who did not was wash his hands and feet from the pure, how do I know that that house is the Avodah? I'm a woman that says, people is there itself. So the Gemara says that by in three categories, by Kasuya Yayin, someone who drinks wine, by someone who's pushing the garden of a party who doesn't have the requisite clothing, and by someone who doesn't wash his hands and feet, it says the washing of soap. Now, she said the Kasuya Yayin, and therefore, I will tell you that since we know that a Shifia Yayin, because it says, well, how can it come to that hole, disqualifies the Avodah, so too, someone who's a Begadim, or someone who is not wash their hands. So you see, a different story. So why did our Gemara tell us that you learn it from I would tell you that when do I know that a color is not wearing his goddamn it's only if it's by a bulldog that would be higher than why? Because the process that's written over there, the process that's written over there by Young the Shaper, this is actually in the part that we talked about yesterday by Yipper Yud. They said Young the Shaper our taste, you shouldn't drink, this is after another and a view of die. They said Young the Shaper our taste, you shouldn't drink wine and toxicants. After the Napa Yipper, you and your son, the black and the royal Moed, when you go to the royal Moed, the load from Muslim, and you shouldn't die, right? So there, you see that this puzzle that's written Yain V'Sefer Al Pei, and by extension, when we learn how to look at the brother when someone didn't wash his hands in the time of wine, is talking about a person who would otherwise die. The load from Muslim shouldn't die. So therefore, I would say, maybe it's only when they're doing abodos that are ones that they would die if they do it as if they do it as the Gemara brings from the Torah, but we learn out to other things that brought people out. So only those abodos that have a fear of Misa. What are the abodos that have a fear of Misa? Basically, if it is a concluding or completing abodah, which as Rashi points out, so we're talking about things like Zrika, because as we were experts in Zrika, Abodah, Zrika is a close to the power of abodos. That when you burn the moving is the end of the moving in the Mizbeach, and Misa Kamayim, Bayan, these are the concluding abodah. So if I only learned out a person who's Mechus to the Gadol from the pasuk of Yain the Sefer, I would tell you that pasuk says was from Musu. So I would know only those abodas that have a fear of Misa associated with them is someone who's Mechus to the Gadol, a Kisaron. But if someone is doing an avodah that does not have Misa associated with it, I would not know that if someone does it absent of the Gadol, that is disqualified. Therefore, tell us not. How is our pasuk better? Because our pasuk, the one we brought, was telling you that if you have the Gadol, you're a Kohen. If you don't have the Gadol, you're not a Kohen. You're a Zor. If you're a Zor, you must Zor all avodah, not only those that have the Misa associated. What is I tell you very fascinating. I got it. So the problem there, that's a good question. I guess it would have been at the store. I never talked about Austin. I don't go into the club. I don't really think I'm on his radar. So someone tells me, oh yeah, someone tells me, I don't, it's weird that you get lumped into a certain thing. And maybe it's my assumption that, his army of healthy fellas. Is that their title? Army of healthy fellas is so good. Or you just got to, Augusta, she's got to be good. It's a shot at Bert. Go ahead. What do you think on the shelf? I think it's so effectively tribalized this way, right? Comes down to material. I mean, at what point? At what point? It's like whenever they represent in terms of house, it's not a stretch. It's like they want trans people are frightened because they have no ability to get health care anymore, and they're afraid of it. Why? They're afraid of it. So that's done. When you stop with the jokes, and like immigrants, okay, well they're being ripped away from their homes, and they're all terrified. And okay, so that's done. When you stop with the jokes, I mean, it's one thing to pick on the vulnerable, the marginalized, but I mean, they're down. Why you gotta keep it? Unless you're a hack. Now there's a question. So I don't know the last time I talked to Joe. People for a while were like, why don't you go on Joe's show? And my answer to that was like, why? Well, he would have done the service you. Well, no, I don't.
And also, there's no way for me. Like, what am I going to talk to him about? And there's no way for me to sort of not walk out of there and be like, all right, I guess I'll look at my phone. Fuck. I want to just go. But it's like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X maybe meeting at lunch. Let's go, Mr. Say it again. Malcolm X and Martin Luther King meeting. Internet at one point. Well, that's right. In pioneers of the civil rights movement, which one is Malcolm X and which one's Martin Luther King? That's not Martin Luther. This is the analogy. It's so bad analogies. Let it go. It's going to get funnier as it goes. Yeah. Okay, let me go with more analogies. He said, this is if Hitlers and Goebbels had to hang out off the work site. Right, one of those is right. Yeah.
There's a very interesting fellow
I think you got to have that analogy. See, I don't know if he doesn't want support me. You know what I mean? With the analogy. Shut up. But that was just wrong. He broke racing to it in a very profound way. Mine was angled and funny and distant. They went somewhere else. I think on one side of that, there's a guy that's aggressively fighting for the civil rights of victimized white people. God knows they've had an argument for a long time. But has Joe asked him? Oh, here's a better angle. Adam used to give going, hey, why? Well, because it's interesting being someone like us on the outside of it and watching. Oh, you got one foot in. Oh, yeah, it's right up your ass. Yeah. I think what it is for me is I would love to see you guys chat, but I'd love to see you guys chat in neither of your arenas. It'd be the only way it'd be legit. Because you have to go to his show, not gonna work. He has to go to your house, not gonna work. You're gonna have to do this thing. It's like setting up a mob meeting. Yeah, I know seriously. You should do it here on Bad Friday. You should do it. It would piss both of them off so fucking hard. Look at the art behind them. It would just be a fun design. You have to understand something. I have no show since he started. Yeah, literally since he first set foot on stage. I was there. Yeah. And I remember my initial issues. There was another guy, Kevin Flynn, who was and he was a soccer jock. And at that time, Joe was like a regional kickboxing champion. And my initial reaction was like, what are these guys doing? This isn't for them. Oh, right. It's like Louis went 7 years ago when Jay Moore started in New York when he was like 17. He's like, it's not for them. It's not for the good-looking guys. It's not for the jocks. This is for us rejects, guys who don't fit in. That's what comedy was. Otherwise, Jay Moore, that good-looking is like crazy. He used to. Yeah, for sure. Okay, but let's be honest. Let's go back to the truth train. Mark Maron is a good-looking guy. Not always. Mark Maron, why do you get TV shows every fucking second? And we'll get to that. We'll get to that. It is. This company, there's your face. I've seen you on screen. No, he's a handsome guy. It's annoying. You have great angles on your face. When you were young. Now. Yes, you're right. You matured. When you were young, you were hideous. You're a hideous man. I was talking, I was sweaty and and bloated and long hair. But getting back to Joe, look, I imagine sex machine. That's okay. Ladies, who's that? That's a hot. I really couldn't land on a hook. Yeah. God, you really rotated. Go to the Comedy Central photo down below. Yeah. Awful. That was a bad night. Awful. I mean, this is what anti-Semites scream of. That's not quite a full Jew. I would say full Jew. Like the one of me and Sam Gadsden. That is me at my drugged out fucking best. Wow. It's a legendary photo. That's such a good photo. Crazy. I was out of my mind. I know. Out of my mind. Everything had a reason. Was it a costume? That was in the back. That was in the back wall. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Was that Fitz? Was that you and a young Fitz? Yeah. That was supposed to be a Fitz. Look at that, dude. Oh my God, dude. I've never seen this photo. Look how jacked Fitz looks. And then up there on where's that one of these? Dave Cross, the red shirt. Dave Cross. It was probably in the mid-90s. Yeah. Hey, oh my God. But that night for the Comedy Central, the first half hours, I fucked it, man. I was so sad because
I got out here, I wasn't living out here, and I was still doing coke with them, right? And I had one guy would get me low here, right? And it was, you remember Bob Baker? Oh yeah, sure. Bob Baker. I couldn't trust Chewy, but Baker had other connections. You know, Chewy had other connections. You know, Chewy the Blues, you can get on this for free. Yeah, but I don't know what happened to Baker, but he wasn't a dealer, but he was here, and I would say, like, I'm coming out, trying to get some. So I was really dead set on like trying to keep clean before that special. And I thought I did because I was like, I'll just do a little the night before, but I'll stop at like 6 at night. And quick needless to say, I didn't swing much, and I tanked. I didn't tank, but it was not good. It was the same. That was like the same night that Hepburn, it was that night or the night after the special that made him. But he didn't do well either, but he was him. I was at that special. Yeah, that was at the Ivy, on Long so bad. Yeah, talks about it.
Mark Barrett's new special, Panic, is coming out, so he's been making it around and basically trashing everyone. Now he's trashing Theo Vaughn in his
have to be careful not to do things that would cause a carbon to become
and the trashing of the Roman sphere. Like I said, he trashed Theo
that was the first
in his
sport that
special,
we had,
and he considers Theo part of the
now we're
Roman
picking
sphere,
up
but
three lines on the bottom. They
Kreisler
really
got the
small,
trashing
really
here.
brought a
Baron
different
in
source
the
for the idea
goes
that
back
a
so
czar
far.
hustled the car,
It goes back before
was Rico. What is that?
like I know a lot of people are against Rogan towards politics, but the thing goes back even before that.
Hustled the carbon,
I
but the
think
California
not
comes on
only
What's the
does
California?
Mark Barrett not like Rogan and his opinions,
If you have a bomb
I think he doesn't respect the stand-up. I bet you Barrett regards Rogan as a stover.
It says that the bomb is allowed to come out of
But he also considers them a hack. You know, with his friends hacks, I don't think Barrett likes that whole Rogan sphere of political fear and a bunch of rich kids who turn stand-up so and I think very toxic of those guys had to come up with a game up. None of them would have made it, then probably would have never got on like network deals or anything. That probably just didn't make a lot of fun. Barrett's been coming hard lately. Both barrels blazing.
Then if you have a person
But
who's not
that
going
him
to
and that
anal
Rogan
oil, who's not allowed to
has
use
literally been going on.
all, that anal din can other
In fact, Barrett
So then
stopped
surely
really
California,
going out.
that if
He would
the
go
person
live on
is allowed to
Instagram
touch him, that if you
and
follow
trash
by
Rogan
bringing
and
the
I would
person,
make
and surely
videos
the
about
person
it,
not
so he
allowed
stopped
to touch
doing
him
it.
would
It
also, if
specifically
he does
says
the avodo,
I
that
have
he
to watch
causes
out what I'm saying because there's a guy here who records him and puts on YouTube. So
because, but I'll tell you,
I wonder why
perhaps
he
there's a
said he had to
tendency
stop.
that
I
relates
don't know.
specifically to a balmum that does not relate to a
Called Rogan
God.
a hack.
What would that be?
Let me
Is
know
that
your thoughts
a
in the
mum
comments.
is something that can affect both the person who brings the carbon and the carbon itself. So if you have a coin as a balmum, that's a problem. If you have an animal that's a balmum, that's also a problem. So there's a unique element by a balmum that is something that applies both to the offerer and the offeree, to the person bringing it and to the animal. So maybe I would tell you that shows you that there's a chumrah by balmum that does not exist by zar, and therefore you should not be able to learn out zar from balmum by our Kavachomer. So the Gemara says, Kamei Yofiach. I'll bring you a raya because we know that a person who's kamei causes fuel from this by Nazru Yikachah Ben Yisrael, that it says that the Kohanim have to prevent fuel by being careful with the touching of Ben Yisrael. So you see that they can't be kamei. So you see that a person who's kamei spoils the carbon. And yet a kamei is an example of something that does not apply both to the offerer and the animal. Why? Because when an offerer, the Kohen puts his kamei, the animal, about an animal, we call it alive. Obviously, it's different, but an animal while it's alive, cannot become kamei. So therefore, you have an example of something that causes fuel, and it does not have this stringency of both the offerer and the animal having the same category, and you see that it causes fuel. So that proves that it's not a problem that Balmum is in the future. It does not destroy our ability to learn draw from Balmum. Because the Gemara says, "Well, come to say this comment." But I'll tell you, maybe you're trying to bring a proof from the case, the fact that a person is Tameh causing a kilo when he does the avodah. I'll tell you that a Tameh person has a novel kilo. If a Tameh person touches something else, and according to the halacha, he can make that Tameh. Versus a jar doesn't pass along his zardus, his non-coin status. So therefore, maybe I would tell you that Tumah is more promo, and for example, a person is Tameh is more promo than a jar. You should not want to learn on a jar from Tumah. So the Gemara says, Balmum Yokiah. So, but a Balmum says, because you see that a Balmum is a fellow of Carbon, and yet a Balmum is not someone who conveys his status. So if a Balmum touches another person, that person doesn't become a Balmum. So you see that the unique element by Tumah is not a problem, because Balmum does not have a unique element, and yet it's not a case that it causes kilo. And you should be able to learn from the Tameh. Because I did, it goes backwards. You say Balmum, you're going to say, what about Balmum? It's part of Tameh. And you say, well, Tameh with you. And you say, well, Tameh is the Tameh. Balmum with you, and you're going to circle. Because I did, why do you reject the reject? That the Kumma, the stringency that exists in the case of Balmum does not exist in the case. It's not the same as the one in the case of somebody's Tameh. The stringency in the case of somebody's Tameh, but it could be the Tameh does not exist in the case of Balmum. So therefore, instead of looking at the unique stringency, the Kumma look at the common element. What do they have in common? The Mutarim, that they are warned that they're not supposed to do the avodah. You love do, and if they choose to do the avodah, they see both by a Balmum and by a Tameh. If they choose to do the avodah, they cause kilo. So therefore, so therefore, I'm in the huge jar from between the Balmum and the Tameh together. A big jar to whom Muzar, because the jar is warned not to do the avodah. Yim Avad kilo, and therefore, if he does the avodah, he causes it to be so now we have a second source for jar. Now this Sarasova says, another good assumes anyone who's Muzar, anyone who's warned not to do it or told not to bring the avodah, causes kilo. But the Gemara asks, you know I'm the Muzar. Okay, fine. Anyone who's warned can be Masala, but the jar is warned against doing it. So now we're going to see in Nazru. So he says, if you're going to tell me from that prophet that says that Nazru touches an Israel while his follower is getting touched, you separate yourself from the touching of an Israel, you shouldn't cause kilo of Kodesh. So if you're going to bring that prophet, then what's the problem with that? It's still a defense should say. That can't be your source because that prophet itself says kilo. So if you're using that prophet by Nazru in the area of Israel, that when you're calling and you're coming to think of the avodah, if that's your source that are calling, I'm sorry, if that's your source that are zar, I'm sorry, I said this wrong. So if you're going to say from Vayinazru, so what is that talking about Vayinazru? It's talking about not the part about the calling, it's talking about the the one we learned yesterday is that you learn from Bnei Yisrael Lo Yichalalu. You said that before, that Bnei Yisrael should be careful that they don't fulfill. How would they fulfill by being a jar? Right? But the problem is, if that's the source to tell you that a jar is muzar and therefore fits within the tzara shavet, what do you need to tell at all? Why not just say because it says Lo Yichalalu, just like the first opinion we had. That we brought Tani Lady, so we brought Lady's opinion. So it can't be that the jar is muzar from Bnei Yisrael because it's so. I don't need the Kavachomer at all. I would know zero from that source itself. So I'm still stuck with trying to figure out how I know that a jar was told not to do the avodah such that the Kavachomer teaches that he does do the avodah that it causes a kilo. So my friend, Elam is the jar, my Yikra, my Lechem, because the pasuk in Bamidbar, it says, the Milvo Arato, the Shemesh, Mishmer, Salamoy, the talking about the Kohanim, before all the oil, that it says that the Kohanim can do everything that goes on in the Mishkan. The jar, my Yikra, my Lechem, and the jar should not come close to them, meaning that the jar cannot be the avodah. If you've seen a case where the Torah tells you a jar cannot be the avodah, once you know that a jar is a muzar that he's told not to do the avodah, you can use the Kavachomer to determine that just duty avodah,
to do references
despite the
during
fact
their
that he's a
show
Zor, it
to
causes a
trash
kilo.
Brendan Schaub.
Okay, so now we're gonna ask though. So it's on this rough, but I can ask you a question. Mala Tara Shabbat Shabahan, the Kain Loy Hutu.
That professional MMA cartoons,
Mala Tara Shabbat Shabahan, the Kain Loy Hutu Bama. He says, well, what's happening here? You know, we're trying to learn from Mum, Bamum, and Zar. I'm trying to learn from Bamum and Tameh to a Zar. But there's a tendency that exists with Bamum and the Tameh that don't exist with a Zar. What is that? Is that a Zar is allowed to bring a carbon on a Bama to town. So again, there's a Bama who worked, in the days they didn't have to lift on or was allowed to have a Bama. There was a Bama that had a bunch of people, and then there were individual Bamas. Right? So, Rashi goes to Lent, I'm not going to get into it now, so to see that Tumah and Balmum both apply even in a Bama situation, that a Balmum cannot bring a carbon on a Bama, and someone coming cannot bring a carbon on a Bama. But a Zar can bring a carbon on a Bama. Only one of the differences between that it does not specifically need to be a time. There's a stringency in the case of Balmum and Tameh over a Zar in the fact that Balmum and Tameh cannot bring a carbon on a Bama and a Zar can. So you can't learn out the Zar from a combination of the Tameh and the Balmum. So the Gemara says, Lo Chema Tameh Okiach, you're right. So forget the fact that I told you that I brought Tameh into this. Rather, Ela Imam Onin Yokiach. So it says that it'll be that Onin should prove. So how would this go? So we would start by saying you have a Kabbalah. That by a Balmum, is allowed to touch him, and yet if he does avodah, if he needs to be hollow, so too by a Zar. So we're going to ask now the Balmum to take courage to Makrid, that the Balmum has that unique element that both the offerer and the animal can be in the category of a Balmum. So we say Onen Yokiach, or how you know that Onen causes still of so Onen Yokiach, that it doesn't require that the offerer and the animal have the same status, because obviously an animal is not an Onen, and Onen is someone's relative died, right? So Onen proves that it's not so. Okay, so the Gemara continues, but okay, Malo Onen should take also the nicer. But I'll tell you that an Onen has this unique status that he's not allowed to eat Meiser Shady, because we say in the pasuk, that when we talk, can also be Meiser the civil Chalki Ba'omi, that a person said, I didn't eat this Meiser when the person said when he was in Aminos, he didn't eat the Meiser, so you see, he's not allowed to eat Meiser. So Meiser Sheni, and yet a Zar is allowed to eat Meiser Sheni. So how can you learn out the halacha of a Zar from the case of an Onen? And Onen has its unique stringency that he's not allowed to have, he's not allowed to eat Meiser Sheni. Where it says, okay, I'll answer you about Balmum. I can prove it from Balmum, because Balmum is also not restricted from eating Meiser Sheni, and yet he's able to be Makal of a person. So it's not only someone who has that added restriction of being capable of being restricted from eating Meiser Sheni. Because again, some of the go back, they're not similar, so no different. They tell me try nothing about Balmum, I'll tell you came out by Tarek from after, then we'll try to learn from Onen, and I'll tell you that Meiser Sheni before, but neither of them shares the other stringency. So therefore, I have a choice of them, so they tell him that they're Muzar and they Makalo, so therefore, from the Tanakh, I would see that a Zar also is Muzar, which he said from the Zar L'Yukav Aleichem, Muzar, and therefore he would also be Miskal and Miskal. Now, let's just keep in track what happened here. So today we we're trying to learn the Kabbalah. The first Kabbalah we tried to learn was from Tameh and Balmum, and we uprooted it by saying that Tameh and Balmum are not allowed to take an offering on a Bama, and a Zar is. So the Gemara says, well, if you're not left up, that's the same thing on this Kabbalah. Mala Tanakh friend, she came over to the Bama. He says that I'll tell you that an Onen, maybe that an Onen and a Balmum are not allowed to offer something on a Bama, and a Zar is. They have the same problem. You can help yourself.
You
right?
can't
We
wait
want to
8 days to respond. I don't know if it's a language barrier. I don't know if it's a translation thing where they have to figure out what I said. Either way, your handlers, you can't get back after 10 days. I moved on. When someone, if they enter email, like, oh, kind of saying it shots like,
Maybe he's allowed to.
dude, this is taking, it's like making it took him several days to respond, and all he said was, you'd be surprised. First of all, I've already moved on in my life, dude. And second of all, that's not original. So what? You're making a reference from fucking 12 years ago. And you're team your handlers, that's what you got from doing a con, right? This is prototypical ChatGPT. How do I talk shit to Brendan Shaw? There it is. He's dumb. He's a meathead. He's bad podcasting. He's a bad fighter. If I post a drug, did you flip it? The standard shit, right? The standard shit. None of it's original.
If he
So
doesn't go out of the
ChatGPT, how do I talk shit to Brendan Shaw? Again, he's a person, so I don't know. Maybe it's a translation issue. Yeah. If you think yourself as dumb,
so therefore you would say that okay,
I might call myself an idiot.
in the midst of that owning is a problem, not in the problem, right? So you
He's
should be able to prove that
my face, which is
in fact in owning can't make an offer on the bummer. So why is it might say Silva
and then he goes, Brendan Shaw's show on YouTube. Oh, it's a podcast, mainly audio, maybe YouTube just for the fuck of it. He did a comedy spell once, and the comedy special, oh, you're talking about from 5 years ago? This is, so it's just like, again, if you were going to come with this rebuttal, you got to at least within 24 hours, otherwise I'm out. I'm not going to play your game. But if you're going to wait a fucking week, 10 days, however long this took to come up with this rebuttal, it has to be good. They're all right. They took their time. If I get some writers, then I'm in. But when it's this, and listen, I like McConnell. I'm not taking the money. Me out of other fighters. And McConnell, I hate to tell you, 99.9% of UFC fighters, unprepared fighters, staff is unlike. You're not going to find fighters that are great. Everyone thinks it's now. Again, I don't know how far the dollars are per sale. Maybe he said, maybe he comes from family money. I think he was going to be dropped out of that fighting, so he's a smart character. He's a very smart guy. He's entertaining. He's great. Here's the other thing. If you're going to respond, it'll make fun of me on the show, or I get a podcast, get me this number. But to get your message out, you want another man's show to reach me. I sit down over there in a chair for the last fucking 12 years to get my message out. And you saw it got to you. You have to call me a grown man who's built to marijuana as a big platform just to reach me. I do it from here. Making fun of me. Wait, it might have been that he would also you. You have a fight coming up, and this is the only thing that's occurring. He was me. When he said that? That's the point. No, but did he go? No, but he didn't go. Brian doesn't even go. He didn't go on to address this. Like that, if I go on there for other because I come up. So if you're going to choose, it's usually just something to promote, correct? Maybe some brand or some radio.
If you have
He went on another grown man show to get a message out because he can't do it from here. And then you have he's trying to podcast on the phone, right? Weird. Who's the version of your podcast?
allowed to eat the Kohanic portions of
So
Holland
he's
that
not watching podcasts.
he's not allowed to eat the Kohanic portions of obviously a God tells you certain parts of Holland because there's parts of the carbon that he can eat. And the Kohanic portions of the touching Holland. And yet, so therefore, for sure, Kabbalah, in addition to other heroes, so if the person, the Yosef, is allowed to eat in Kabbalah than the God, he's not allowed to eat.
Let's be analytical. Let's take feelings out of it.
Okay, so that's the kind of person. So you might say, Molly Yoshi can fuck the way it goes.
If I did not know him, we didn't have
How
this
can you
beef.
bring Araya from a Yoshi to a Zar? A Yoshi
Anytime he's fought top echelon competition, he has lost. He's lost. He's coming off a two-fight loss streak right now. Right? He has the overhype. So that's probably his best win. He lost to RDA 2 years ago. He lost to Kaziev. These are all tough hitters. Keep going. He lost to Grand Zombie. He lost to Jose Aldo. He lost to Brian Ortega. So just be analytical. So you come beating these top guys, going to Trudeau or BSD, who we know was overhyped. That's my fault. He was a beast, but he was not. He was fake hype. He has no legit wins, right? So you beat him, and then by beating him, you got a title shot because the main event fell out with short notice. That will never happen again. It will never happen again. And then they give you a bounce back fight with Dariush and you lose to him. So for just being analytical about it, me saying you're not getting a title shot is a shot at him. Fucking nightmare when you're just being fucked for a title. You're being honest as shit, and they think it's fair. He's going to criticize that. But if you think you're feeling down on it, you knows this, I know this, the fan base knows this. He's a fun fighter to watch. He's exciting. He'll have a career. But again, he's a smart dude. I'm not going to call him dumb and all this shit, blah, blah, blah. But he might be playing checkers. I'm sorry, he might be playing chess or playing checkers. Because he might be thinking, I don't know what they pay this might get him out of whatever fights he has, right? He's fighting top echelon guys. He might be saying, hold on, maybe he's doing this. He's already lost 2. He might say, I said take this anti-trust lawsuit money, which he said was, I thought it was $300,000. I know that would be great. I'm thinking about $120,000. So he's off even on his numbers. I think he has the facts. So he's not at $200,000 like he said. He's might turn out
because that's not a good question. Because when I'm trying to bring you out California, one thing or another,
he probably makes more fight, right? So the smart thing to do, if he thinks Vegas track, which I doubt he is, maybe is someone too fast for some skin. Bad matchup, fight, way less important, finish low and more. That's gonna extend my career. He's a extremely fan favorite, yes. So that's gonna extend my career another 2 to 3 fights. So I turn in this $100,000 down, he makes a lot more. So I think he's playing chess. I really think it's checkers. I assume he's gonna know. That's what I feel like. That's what makes sense. That would be smart. He doesn't care about the thing. He doesn't use it to pride. I'm not gonna say respect thing. That probably is as well. It's probably what I'm getting on court. So it's all coming from as a guy who's been around longer than yes, I've been behind the scenes way longer than him. I've literally shot to know how this works. I'm telling you now, maybe you're right. Maybe they give you a favorable matchup. And you extend your career. Maybe. And I fucking hope they do. I hope that's what you're doing. But typically, it never works out that way. They never scratch your back. They just don't. And it's all good. We're in the fight business. It's pretty fucking, it's the most cutthroat business you can be in.
I'll tell you, Mala coming to change
Because that's the way it will work.
That coming
I'll say Dana goes behind the scenes. Hey, here's a good matchup. You win that one. He's actually continuing to give you good matchups and deliver your act. The next one after this, it gets real and you're back to the zone. That's how this goes. That's just how it goes. If you're in the toughest division of the 55, you're the fastest. So it's no knock on Wakanda saying that 55 is the most tough division. He's ranked in the top 15. He'll impressive offer. His wins are super. That's his ranking, right? I think top 13 in the world. I think what you said, what a lot of people think.
Let's keep track of the structure of what happened here. We had a California, and we asked on it because he said that how can you bring someone to the bomb because both of those had to bring a cover on a bomb, while the God didn't want to bring a cover on a bomb. So the Gemara rejected what California said, rather I'll bring the California than bomb and owning together, right? And then the Gemara asked on that,
But again, they get upset about that, and I get it. I understand that. I expect them to hold back on this.
Maybe an owning is like the guard, and that they're both able to bring on a bomb, right? So when the Tashi didn't like the maybe, he wanted a case that for sure he can't bring it on the bomb, right? So the Tashi brought his own California. So it must be
I don't go back for it. I don't know. I never got that you were actually attacking now or you were just kind of saying, hey, the USC doesn't work this way, right?
Do it on the bomb and
And also, he may have a great relationship with Dan, and he may have been like, I'm so told
that the guard is just like that case, and therefore they're both able to bring it on the bomb. So it's him doing
like I said, Dan would say, take the money.
we know that a bomb will and a bomb cannot bring on a bomb.
The money's not going back to Dane. It's not like I'm not going to take the money and
on a bomb. So how do you know that a Yoshi absolutely can't bring on a bomb, and therefore you made it better than the prior teacher? Yoshi touches the bomb, you know, and how do I know that a Yoshi is allowed to offer it on a bomb? On a straw, because the prophet said by a where do I know that a coin supposed to stand in that pit? Because it says Ramos with Hashem with Sarko. That's the prophet in the bar, and that says you should stand before Hashem and serve him. So from that we learn that coin needs to, right? But where does that apply? With Hashem, the one of the three bombs. So the prophet that says you need to stand has to do with standing before Hashem, which means in the Beit HaMikdash, not when you're standing in front of a bomb. So therefore, you see that a Yosef, the halacha of meeting on Nida, which we need to the Beit HaMikdash, does not apply by a bomb. So therefore, the question that plays 1.5 of the prior derivation, first the Kameh and the Balmum, and then the Balmum and the Onen as a half, does not apply by Yosef, because Yosef clearly is allowed to bring a carbon on a bomb just like a jar, and therefore you can't say that you should not be able to learn how to jar from there. Okay, so we have now completed 3 sources for why a jar is causing kilo why a jar causes kilo by a boda, either from this raised double like a or from the Kavachomer from Balmum together with Onen, or from the Kavachomer of the direct Kavachomer of Yosef, or the Kavachomer together with Alkame Onen or Balmum. So those are the 3 sources. So we have raised double like from Balmum and from Yosef. Okay. Fine. So now the Gemara goes on to the next case of the Mishnah, which is how do we know the Onen causes the avodah to be the full that it causes the fall. Okay, Onen, we know on this div, because now I referenced this particular source before. It says, even on Mikdash, where they say, or Yisrael. Because by the Kohen Gadol, it says that when this is written in the Parsha, which we're dealing with now, where the Kohen Gadol, mother or father died, it says that he's not coming to that, and then it goes on to say, in the Mikdash, he doesn't go out of the Beit HaMikdash, while he's howling, doesn't cause kilo. The implication being, if anyone other than the Kohen Gadol who lost his mother and his father, and therefore it is in the category of Onen, so he doesn't go out, causes kilo. So what do you see? You see that a regular Kohen, by being a boda, when he's in Onen, causes kilo. So that's source number 1. Okay? Now, when they say the Leather brings a different source, and the Leather in the hustle. From here, as the prophet says, Cain Hikidu, Ani Hikrafti. Okay, so this requires a little bit of explanation.
No one knows who Shab is. The guy probably only found out Shab even.
Okay, so basically what happened was that we had on the Kodesh Nisan, here after Klal Yisrael came out of Mitzrayim, and you had the Chanukah HaMishkan, and you had all these Kabbalah. And remember what happened also on that day is that Nadav and Abihu brought the carbon that they weren't supposed to bring, and they died, right? And so the story that goes on when you get to Paris Wood and by Yitzchak. They talk about Yitzchak and Aaron, not about the Yishmael, so they brought the fire that they went to bring, and they got burned. And Moses said, Aaron, they told Yisrael and Al-Safran that they should go bring out another Nabio, and then they told them various halachos. It then proceeds to talk about not drinking wine. It talks about that how what they should do with the rest of the offerings from that day, right? And then it talks about certain things that the Kohanim are entitled to. Okay, the Mitzvah, the Covenant etc. The Covenant and then the different things that they're able to use. And then the passage in the Torah, which goes as follows. The Lord that Moshe kept asking about the Sirachas, what was the Sirachas? Because remember, this was what Kodesh is done. So in the Kodesh, they bring a star here, right? So Moshe kept asking, what happened with the Sirachas? Yehine Sorrow, it got burnt off. But Yitzchak, our Elazar, now summer, and Aaron, and Moshe got upset at Elazar in the summer, saying, "My poor lost out of the Katas from Kodesh. Why didn't you use the Katas in the Kodesh? Because it's person from Kodesh, and also in the summer, the facing of Onoido, Kappa, Hashem, that this really is here for the Kohanim." Emo, who was somewhere on Kodesh, Emo, a culture for the Kodesh, because he should have brought this carbon. Okay, so basically Moshe got upset at them, saying he didn't bring the start year of her Kodesh. But Yadaber Aaron on Moshe, and Aaron said to Moshe, Hein Hayom Kitzivu et Katasam Yasawasam Lifnei Hashem. He says, behold, today they brought their Katas and the Olo Hashem. He says that this would happen to me. Would it be good if I ate the Katas today? But yes, Moshe listened by Yitzchak Beinav, and it was good in his eyes. So this is a very strange passage. Moshe was asking, what's going on with the star year? And then basically, I really don't want me to eat the star. Moshe was satisfied, right? So there's a machlokas, as follows, and later on in Zvakim, which has to do with the following. There's two versions of what happened. The first version was Rabbi Nehemiah, as follows. Most Rebbe told me, says, why didn't you bring the star? Why didn't you burn it? You're supposed to not burn it. To which Aaron says, it's because of, right? So most of Rabbi said, you're saying you messed up with Anunas, so Elazar and Yishmael only man to bring the carbon in this case, that would make sense. You have to burn it because it's carbon too, right? By the way, that's what we're right now. So Moshe said to Aaron, bring it on the end. To which Aaron returned, and he said, how long is it? They brought it with a Gemara. And I brought it, therefore I, as a Kodesh, Aaron was a Kodesh, allowed to bring a carbon, right? So then, what? So therefore, so he said, Aaron said, I brought it. So it was not a problem that it was brought by an Onan. Well, it was brought by an Onan, but it was me, Aaron, the Kodesh, allowed to do it. So then the question becomes, why did it get burnt then? Why did they burn it? And it was an Aaron brought it, and it was a valid carbon, because according to I mentioned this yesterday in passing, that there's a machlokas in the Torah, in the Tanaim, about whether Aninos, the biblical status of Aninos, does it go, we talked about Rashi yesterday, said that about it being body buried. But the way we learned that in the Torah, it either goes to the night after someone loses their relative, meaning the rest of that day, and then at night, or it goes through the following night, right? And therefore, only at the Aninos listed. But the thing is, the one is on the opinion that it follows through the night. So what happened here? Aaron brought the carbon, the start of our carbon. He did it with an Onan, but that's okay because he's a Kohen Gadol. The Kohen Gadol is allowed to bring all of it. But the problem was there was no one who could eat it because Aaron and his sons were in the owning status from another than Abihu who died, and according to the Samuel it goes through the night, and a Papa at the start of the Papa on the Torah can only be eaten that day and that night, so there's no point at which they would have been able to eat it. And the halacha is that you see this Rashi brings from the Talmud, and if there's no one who can eat it, then you burn it right away. So that's what happened. Moshe said, what's going on? Why did you burn the fire? Aaron said, Moshe said, oh, did they offer, that's what happened? No, that's Allah and Muhammad brought it when they were Armenian, when they were Owning, and that's the reason that you needed to burn it. So Aaron said, no, they didn't bring it, I brought it. So it's not a problem of having been brought by an Owning, but it is a problem because there was no one who could eat it, right? So that's one view in the Tanaim, and that's how we're understanding this thing. But what do you see from this inspired conversation that was spoken between Aaron and Moshe is that Moshe was said, they both used to agree that had Allah in the summer brought the carbon while they were Owning, then in fact it would make sense why you have to burn the carbon because it was called a fuel. So from that conversation, you see that there was, you see that this idea that an Owning who brings the carbon causes fuel. Okay?
I like how you admitted that the podcast is dead. So, earlier in the podcast, he was saying, I just talked for a year, I'm sorry.
Well, the Gemara says, Inu Akrim, Shafir is Sarah. If had a mother in summer brought the carbon, it would have been appropriate that it should have gotten brushed. Okay, so fine. So now we have two sources. We have the Minamikah for Yosef, and we have from Hinghis Creek. The Gemara says that the Allah my time when Omar why doesn't he learn it from the pasuk that says the Kohen Gadol doesn't go out? The implication being a regular Kohen Gadol. And the Chacham Mitzvah for Acher Keloyat Afuel, did it say that the other person, that the Kohen that doesn't go out has Kohen Gadol? You're making a reverse inference from the Kohen Gadol. He said. Who said that? And Rashi says, maybe a regular coin also does not cause Hillel when you think it on this. Because you say it's for Messiah, and what they needed it by the coin double, Haman, he told you to definitely fail his possible owner. Because I might think, and this is what I referenced before, the idea might be that maybe a coin double has some elevated to do. So you would think that even though a regular Kohen is allowed to do the talking as an Onen, but a Kohen Gadol would not be allowed to do the talking as an Onen. Comes the prophet to tell you that even a Kohen Gadol can do it when he's an Onen. So Rabbi Lovin does not like to bring it from the Amizah for Yisrael because he says maybe you're not supposed to make a reverse inference to a regular person Kohen Gadol. Maybe the purpose of the prophet is to tell you that while a regular Kohen Gadol can bring an Onen, also Kohen Gadol can bring it as an Onen. And therefore, it has to come to the prophet. There's no reverse inference to a regular Kohen. So that's why Rabbi Lovin does not like the Amizah for Yisrael. He'd rather bring it from the story with Aaron and Moshe. And according to one, it brings it from, it doesn't bring it from Cain to my time along in the hand of people. He says the sovereign he says that no, you got the story wrong with what happened there. Because according to Yehuda and Shimon, later in the Mishnah, they understand as follows. They had no problem with the carbon that did not get burnt because there was no one to eat it. Why? Because they hold that Aminos ends at the end of the day. So therefore, and a carbon, the period at which you could eat it, so they could have eaten it after the night. So you can't tell me that it got burnt because Aminos got burnt because it became carbon. So then, what was the conversation back and forth between Aaron and Moshe? Moshe said, why did you burn the carbon and you didn't eat it? And they said, because of Aminos. To which he said, so basically what they said back is that because we were owning him, therefore we pushed off the eating, and that caused it to become common. So the way they have to understand the story, because they had no problem, they didn't burn it because it couldn't eat it, because it that night. So the way they understood it became common. So what did that happen? What did that do with Aminos? They said, since they they were owning and enjoying that day, and a lot of them come over and so they couldn't eat the carbon, and they had to leave it overnight. While I was sitting around there, something happened between Kame and his brother. So they told us, oh no, we would have eaten it. We didn't come in. That's what I have to say. They said, okay, fine. Come on, happen. Okay, so that's how the Yehuda and Shimon understand the story with Aaron and Moses. That was the question that they were saying. Aminos had nothing to do with whether the carbon was disqualified. It just had to do with explaining how it came to be that the carbon became common. So because they understand that way, they did not want to learn out the halacha and only causes Hillel from doing it only previously because it had nothing to do with offering a donation. It was just an explanation for how it became common. Okay, fine. So we now have two sources for Onen. The Rabbi Shmuel, the Rabbi Shmuel brought a Kavachomer. And this is hopefully going to be a quick tomorrow because we basically had these next couple things before. I said the Kavachomer Baumum. We bring the Kavachomer Baumum. So we're on the beat. It's 15 minutes left. That he's allowed to eat touching Kadashim if already he does the Avodah Hillel, so then for sure an owning to Enochel that he's not allowed to eat the touching Kadashim in addition to other Hillel, that he does the Avodah Hillel. So you see that that an owning you should learn owning out from the Balmum. So the Gemara says, "No, Balmum cannot go credit to Macreven." But I'll tell you that the Balmum has a unique feature in that both the Kohen offers a carbon, and the carbon itself has a problem with Mum. And they say, now at this point, remember, we've already got 3 reasons before to tell us that a Zar called the Phil. Why we can use the Zar in our calculations. We say the Zar proof, because even though a Zar is only the person is not an animal, there's another thing of the Zar animal, so, and yet it is part of the world. So that unique feature of Balmum is not positive. Well, the Zar you'll tell me, how can you compare Zar to an Onen? A Zar is someone who's never going to be able to eat such a country, who's never going to be able to do that Avodah, whereas a Kohen is an Onen, he can't do it right now, but he'll be able to do it tomorrow, right? So therefore, how can you bring a liar to owning from a Zar? A Zar is much stricter than an owning because a Zar can never become Mukha. We say Balmum Yochia, Balmum proof. Why? Because none of them are permanent. They have to be temporary one. And yet he's going to be able to do a whole in the future when it's moved to the old. And that we say that it's better still. So you see the fact that it's temporary in nature, that it's temporary nature and it's still comes still. So we only need to temporary nature to be able to cause still. Because they're again and it goes back. The elements of stringency are not shared. The one has and one is created to not use. They're not trying to cover the head, but you look at the commonality you have in Uzarian, that they're told not to do the Avodah, be also by a Zar and a Balmum if they do the Avodah from the Kilo. I'm going to learn out Onen from the case of Zar and Balmum to Mudar, because Onen is Mudar, the Amad, and the Avodah Kilo. Okay, so now again, it's not a Shabbat says that just like a Balmum and a Zar, the Onen is warned not to do the Avodah. Now the Gemara is going to say, it's a Mudar. Where do we see that our Onen is told not to do the Avodah? I'm going to just like it says, if you're going to tell me it's from, it's from the number for you, and that's how I know because it says that the 20 doesn't go out of the Kohen when he's an Onen, but a regular Kohen does, and that's where a Kohen is one. So why not eat the whole Kavachomer? That's perfect. It says in the middle for you. Right? Telling you. It's telling you that the hero of a regular Kohen does it. There's not some demon coming from hell. I know that a Kohen is Lord so that it can become a Kohen. So you think people are that way? I don't think that. I think it's both nature and nurture. I think that. Yeah, I think that. The evil that you're talking about is, somebody likes the bad thoughts and shittiness from them, then that sure, I believe that. But I don't believe it's like some force or yeah, that's all.
But I mean, look, I'm not saying, let's give these serial killers a chance, put them in therapy, no, kill them all. But when you start talking about evil, demon, possessed, that kind of thing, I'm not really, and look, can it be true? Of course, I don't know shit. But words for things that never happen. Like
let's say Jasper also shows that it's Kilo because most of them have a conversation with Aaron and he says, oh,
but there's a
Aaron
word for
said,
right.
stop and drink water in the chest and put it in the pillow. That's not what happens in February, right? So from the back and forth, you see that not only that our owner will have this offer, but it does offer it called a
Yeah,
Kilo,
sure. Well, there's
right?
also a word
So
for
that's
higher being. It's called God. Right. So, are you both atheists?
No, I'm not saying there's no God. I'm not saying there is God. I'm not saying there's no God.
You've never seen
So
him.
that's recast a little bit
But
how
nobody
this
can
goes.
prove that we're not in the simulation. Like, I have no idea. I don't know. Just because you can't prove something doesn't mean that it's real.
Yeah, I mean,
That's what faith.
so most of it came and said, why did you burn it? And they said to talk about Nino.
What do you mean exactly?
Most of it was the relative to you are onion. They thought that the blood is an onion. But on the other hand, when you said them devil by Nino to you, maybe you brought away your onion, right? In which case, you just saying to them that was the wrong thing to do. The real
But
feel
I'm
will
not
go.
saying I believe in God or don't believe in God, and I'm not saying I believe it. I'm not saying.
It's not necessarily that most of it is
There's no way that I've even said it.
they love
But I just don't know if I think that calling people monsters and saying that evil overtook them, it's shirking responsibility, it's shirking blame. Like, I mean, dude, you can just be a fucking piece of shit and let your circumstances dictate what you do in life. It's not fucking Satan. You're a piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I think. I think Jeffrey Dahmer, I think he had mental problems. I think he's a fucking awful person. Get rid of him. Be like, oh, the evil took him over. Bro, that's him. Fuck him. I don't know. To me, that's how it comes across. There's no monsters. Like, it's just like, there's a monster among us, dude. That's a human being that is a piece of shit that fucking let their circumstances dictate. Yeah, they didn't get help when they were very young. Their mother, father beat the shit out of them. And that's a myth.
That's a myth. Not just because they get great and good at it doesn't mean that because your parents beat the shit out of you, you're gonna turn out to be a fucking piece of shit. Plenty of people overcome that. Jeffrey Dahmer will never didn't have to do There are people that just they let that win. Is that evil? I wouldn't say that's evil. If you would, then fine. I would say that that's just what happens to humans a lot. It's a big word. That's what I think.
We're trying to bring the Raya from Zor and Balmor. Zor and you're trying to learn.
Like I fully, I would like you're describing something as like this act is an evil act. That's different than saying like evil as a I think my whole thing is if because all they know that's a good person, right? Like they do better karma, good things happen to people. On the other spectrum of that, yes, is the exact sure, yes.
By Balmor and Zor, that they're never released.
Put out energy,
But punishment by because we know how long it is. Like Puma, that Puma looks like a super, but not so much as Puma to the probably Puma in its time.
All the time in charity. How can we never say that?
That Balmor and Zor, that they Balmor and Zor don't pass along the status, and yet it causes fuel by them. So it's not a problem because they're identity. You'll tell me Mala Hana that there's no exception. So we'll say that tell me this here. And I tell me to go to my circle, that's how the service space and the that once they're with her, they're also called killer. Like that, the lift of Mala Hana service by hand, the Taylor which with the ball on H of coin daughter become a young. So the one says, okay, but I'll find you one word, I'll tell you that received by both a Balmum and a Tomei and a Zar, that there's no exception to them in a carbon yakid of a Kohen Gadol, right? And the only place that exception I carbon yakid of Kohen Gadol is by Owen. So now we're getting this is similar to Yosef and Yosef Tamachim, we're taking it down a level of granularity and restricting it to the carbon yakid of Kohen Gadol, so then you're able to say that those all three, that a Zar, a Balmum, and a Tomei all have the element that there's never an exception, versus only there is an exception. So when it says, but at the end of the day, there's an exception to Tumah, there's an exception to Onei, and so you see from Tumah that the fact that there's an exception does not preclude it from causing killed because it's coming off the causing killed. The Messiah, okay, so now we have three sources. The first source was in Amanda for Yefes, the second was from Hina Fribu, and the third is from Balmum together with Zar. Okay, so we're going to ask, you have Messiah, Amar, Asim, Kabakam, and Yosef. You can bring Kabakam from Yosef. So this is very much like what we had on Amal. Umay Yosef fell to someone who's seated. When he's in Yerushalayim, is able to eat cuts and column, that's the Quranic portion. If he doesn't go when he's seated, then Onei is not able to eat the Quranic portions of the cuts and column, and then surely Kavachomer, if he does the Avodah, should cause Phil. So the Gemara would say, Mali Yosef became Pasalaidis. So what about the fact that a Yosef has a double stringency that it applies both by Eidos and by Avodah? So you say the Yosef Tamachacham. So I learned it out from the Yosef Tamachacham who does not have the true in Eidos, but he's able to sit down for Eidos. So the Gemara says, Mal same Yosef became Pasal. He says, okay, fine. So the Tamachacham, the Yosef doesn't apply specifically, but the category, he's within the category of Yosef. The category of Yosef has a double stringency of both.
Yeah, your lost tune is crazy.
Right? They say same Yosef Loparab, he doesn't look at that global thing, he just look at when you bring the
kind of have like a whole different vibe. This is how you look like every single day. Now that you move.
You just want to park if you're going to say that that's a valid question and ask him Yosef with God, us and Yosef will have Mihana. So you can bring the Yosef together with one of these other things, and you'll say a Ma'atzat, you'll say Okay, so we ended up with four sources for Onem in the middle. So Balmum and Yosef together with any of those others. Onem couple. So the Gemara was in this said an Onem couple, right? And Rabba's going to tell you, Amar Rabba was Shano Ela the carbon yakid.
It doesn't go away until you say, if you got some motherfucking sage,
and of course, we need to end this. We'll come back to in a second. We understood, we know the halacha is that an Onem, a regular Onem cannot bring a carbon to carbon, but a carbon double carbon. So when we're saying that when a regular carbon cannot bring a carbon, that's only a carbon yakid. But when it comes to carbon seaboard, even a regular coin with an Onem can bring the carbon seaboard. Now, the Gemara says, how would I know this? Well, it says Kavachomer is Tumah. So I'll bring a Kavachomer from Tumah. Then you see that Tumah, which does not allow the Kohen Gadol to bring his own carbon, the Kohen Gadol's comment cannot bring his own carbon, put your equal hedger to carbon seaboard. And we said before comes the law that any time can bring a carbon seaboard even when it's Tumah, right? So you see that we are more strict with an individual Kohen Gadol than we are with a Kohen Hedger when it comes to carbon seaboard. So therefore, a Nino should put some Torah into Kohen Gadol and make an exception by a Kohen Gadol to carbon yakid and carbon yakid. Nino seems to look at the Kohen Hedger to carbon seaboard. So he says that surely the Kohen Hedger, when you get Onem, should be able to bring it. Because the thing is, well, if you see that a carbon seaboard allows you to do something even when a Kohen Gadol cannot in the case of Tumah, then when a Kohen Gadol can, for sure the seaboard can. So therefore, a regular Kohen, when we say that a regular Kohen cannot bring something with an Onem, it's only if that regular Kohen is bringing a carbon yakid, but not if he's bringing a carbon seaboard.
stoicism, but I don't have stoicism. Talk about stoicism a lot here. It all comes from school of Marcus Aurelius, meditation. It's basically just like
you're messing with things here. So now we can see
affect the things you can change, ignore the things you can't. Don't be up and down, just always like this. That's not me. It's like a heart rate monitor. When I played tennis against that person, my buddies girlfriend forgot my racket when we went to the place, but you can rent a demo for $6. And if you break it, probably like $400 for this racket. And I would just like miss, hit it on the ground, but just barely scrape, like pulling back, just until like I put a little scrape on it. But it's just like I can't in that moment. I fucked up in a bad shot. I can't hold back. God damn it! I'm better than that. I'm much better than I used to be as a youth. I had terrible anger issues. I broke my hand twice.
So therefore, it doesn't apply by the opposite even if it's a point
I've done anger management, etc.
The hooks of the keyboard appear a
But I just didn't really.
and moreover, he said that it was clear to Rava that when it was a proper keyboard, even a coin head can bring it in the coin bottle. It is great stuff because the prophet said the law goes with this time, and it doesn't continue in the coin bottle. It's delayed. Furthermore, part of Rava's underlying premise was that Minos puts up even coming up with the coin bottle. That when we say a coin bottle can bring a carbon when you get on name, it's true whether it's a carbon dioxide or a carbon keyboard. It's true somehow because the prophet didn't distinguish. Right? So saying, I just taught you three things. There were all underlying premises of Rava. Why did Rava assume these things? Because the prophet didn't distinguish, right? So it's reasonable to assume all these things. With the Isra and Nuna, so calling Hedjot, well, Kalak, are you Kalakoma? So he says that, yeah, there's a fourth thing that the prophet doesn't distinguish, which is it says that a Kohen Hedjot does not bring a carbon when he's in Onen, and Rava is using this Kalakomer to say that when does he not bring it as an Onen, even though the prophet says it, or the implication the prophet says it categorically, yeah, he's going to distinguish and say there's a difference whether it's done the Yachid or the keyboard. So basically, Rava Bari Law is going to say, if you're going to, you took three statements of the Sukkim at face value, and a fourth one, you're making a Kalakomer. Rava Bari Law is going to say, I'm going to show you that for all three of those rules that you took for granted, I can make you an equivalent Kalakomer, and you'll see that I can uproot all those things that you took for granted. So here we go. Master Rava Bari Law. Lo Tosar and Minos is a point out of the carbon, Yachid and Kalakomer. He says, you assume that Kohen Gadol is able to bring his carbon when he's in Onen, whether it's a Yachid or Rabbi. I'll show you from Kalakomer that he cannot do it when it's a carbon Yachid, even though you thought he could. Why? Because I'll say, you see that from by a keyboard that even a Kohen Hedjot who can do it. Well, Hutra is a Kohen Gadol of carbon Yachid, so then yet a carbon, yet a Kohen Gadol, and by a keyboard, a regular Kohen can do it for Koma, but a Kohen Gadol by his own carbon cannot do it. And Minos, and the case on Minos, Hutra is a Kohen Hedjot for carbon keyboard, where the regular Kohen Hedjot cannot do it even when it's a carbon keyboard, because that's an exception that's unique to Koma, and it's not written by Minos. Ain't no difference for a Tosar. It's a Kohen Gadol of carbon Yachid. So therefore, I would make a Kalakomer to tell you that Kohen Gadol cannot bring a carbon Yachid. I'll make it the same Kalakomer. I mean, it's more Hutra is a Kohen Hedjot to carbon keyboard, but you see that by Aminos. When even by a keyboard, a regular Kohen cannot bring it. Hutra is a Kohen Gadol the carbon dioxide. So that, yes, well, a keyboard was not enough to do it for a Kohen Hedyot. The Kohen Gadol was able to bring any kind of carbon, even carbon dioxide by Aminos. So then Tumah, the Hutza, ate the Kohen Hedyot, the carbon keyboard. The Tumah that by the keyboard does allow it to be overwritten, which it does not allow by Aminos, then Enos Din, that therefore Talmud, when you get to the Kohen Gadol, the Hutza ate the Kohen Gadol, the carbon dioxide. That a Kohen Gadol should be able to bring his carbon dioxide even when he's coming. And yet, we took that for granted that no Kohen is allowed to bring a carbon dioxide when he's coming, not a Kohen Gadol, not a regular Kohen. But applying this same logic, I can uproot that assumption. And thirdly, he says, Lo Tudar Tumah ate of Kohen Hedyot, the carbon keyboard, and the Kal Vachomer. He says, I'll tell you that maybe this exemption that says for Moadam that you bring them in their time is only for Kohen Gadol, and a Kohen Hedyot, even when it's a carbon keyboard, cannot bring it. How will he bring that raya? He says in Kal Vachomer, Uma Aminos Hutra Echo Kohen Gadol carbon Yachid or Hutra Echo Kohen Hedyot carbon keyboard. He says, you see by Aminos that the Kohen Gadol can bring his carbon Yachid, right? So it makes an exception by carbon Yachid. It does not allow him to do a regular Kohen cannot bring it by me or something with the keyboard. Then Tumah, so a Hutza ate the Kohen Gadol, the carbon Yachid, and in the case of Tumah, where the Kohen Gadol, and you see by Aminos, that when the Kohen Gadol is able to do it, the Yachid still can't do it a regular Kohen Hedyot by keyboard. So you see by Tumah, which even the Kohen Gadol is not allowed to do carbon Yachid, ain't no difference for super the Kohen Hedyot the carbon keyboard. So therefore I would tell you that for sure that when there's an exception that says that the carbon keyboard can be brought, even the Tumah, that would apply only to Kohen Gadol, but not by the regular Kohen. So basically, now there's so basically, the Rambam by law has three things. The first one started low Tusar, then Tusar, and low Tusar. His first thing was trying to see what's funny about Aminos and Tumah and Tumah. And then he was trying to see something about Aminos and the Yachid, Tumah the Yachid, and Tumah the keyboard. That was it. So basically, Rambam by law is saying there's four things that the Torah doesn't distinguish. You took the first thing for
successful with his chickens.
This is the first thing. If you use that kind of logic, I can uproot the halacha that you implied from the first three. So therefore,
Successful with his Call of Duty or his online
if you want to get involved with this kind of
betting makes
Kavachoma, you're gonna you can go any direction you want, and these things are actually contradictory between them. You know, they contradict each other with their assumptions and outcomes.
For the Crystallia show.
They said, so therefore,
Don't talk down to your wife. I'm out.
He says, just take something at their face value. Don't mess with this thing with the logic of your Kavachoma will uproot all four of these rules, and the rules make sense because the Torah said this and doesn't distinguish otherwise, and so therefore, Rabbi Baruch says, don't make these Kavachomas. I don't have what to say, but
Hell yeah, bro. The crowd's out there really doing it, man.
Don't increase the work of the house by leaving all your things lying around different places.
Hold on, wait, which one is this one? Yo, this is fucking 5 now.
I'm out. The first one is the one that Chris said, like, that's not misogyny. She has just as much intelligence as your colleague at the office. She lacks only opportunity. Talk to her of anything you would talk to a man, and you'll be surprised how she expands.
Yeah, that surprised me for 1913 or whatever the fuck it was, because in the 50s it was like, bitches, shut up.
Yeah, get back in the kitchen.
Wait, I want to show your legs. It'll be gross. I wonder who wrote
Some skinny ass guy.
show your ankles and shut the fuck up. I want to come. That was 1950. Yeah. 1952 was.
I'm curious as to where this came from.
So for husbands, don't talk to him. So the second one, don't say.
The husband in the picture looks super gay.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Look at that fucking swimsuit.
He wrote it.
Look at what she had, too. Jesus Christ.
That's a bikini right now.
He's
Imagine him just swim with a coat on.
so heavy.
You're gonna get honey, please give my swim coat.
That's not, it really was a suit. You know what I mean? They call it a suit. Yeah. It's all your jewels on. We're going swimming. I made you drown. All right. Okay, so here's another one. Don't say your wife wastes time in reading, even if she only reads fiction. That's pretty misogynistic. It's hilarious, just the way they put it. Even if she reads bullshit, don't sneer at your wife's cookery or bridge player singing or indeed anything else she does. Well, okay, it's basically sexist until the last part. Anything else she does, just leave it at that. Don't increase the work of that house by leaving all your things lying about that. By nature.
I'm out. This one.
I understand this is.
I come and I drop everything.
This is also sexist though, because that's assuming your wife is the one who picks things up, which I'm not saying she shouldn't. She is. Right, I understand. Well, yeah. In certain marriages, yes. But this is not at blanket what wives should be doing unless you have that understanding, which is totally okay. And it's fucking awesome. Don't try to regulate every detail.
Chris is walking a fine line. I'm just saying. That's what you want to do. If she's open to it. Shut up.
No, but I'm saying women can work and do shit, but like, don't be all like with me. Hey, you want to be a boss bitch? Great, but don't be all like my wife. Don't be all mine. I'm saying women can do whatever they want to, but don't be in my house. So don't try to bring the expertise on your wife's life. Give it a wife. And do it for wife. Don't keep all your jokes. This is great. Don't keep all your jokes for your male friends. Let your wife share them. You know what? Then how about this? Wife knows she tears up, dude. I didn't mean it. It's a joke. That was great. And you know what? Other one is, and then on the fourth wife, I'm going to put shut up about the fucking tone then. Yeah. That was crazy. That was crazy. Share it again. That's where what's so stupid about that one? You talk differently to different people. No, man. Hell yeah, fucking quick with it, bro. Dude, it's quick and simple and it's quick. And it's, it's not about biting off more than I can chew it and chewing it. It's about fucking just being simple, taking nice little bites for my whole career until people realize it's undeniable. Yes! I bite off just as much as I can and then I chew it and don't get indigestion. My whole career. Just when you thought
You can tell that we are very frustrated being on the Golden Hour podcast. Especially with Shop now doing it from Texas. With Shop interrupts in general work overdue, but it's not even just Shop. Everyone there, Montez, Cheddar Bob, everyone just interrupts Louis. Louis is performing and trying to fit. And Chris must be thinking, what the hell happened? I was just sitting on the set of Army of the Dead. I was going to pay the guy. I had Netflix deals and movie deals. And now I'm here. Mr. Potato Head and Dennis the Dumbass. And they won't even let. I mean, the way this works is it started out with Shop and Theo making this thing in the Patreon. Everyone paid the Theo mom. Theo left. Shop brought in the Leah. Now they have the Golden Hour. Everyone pays for the Leah. So when the two or three unfunny people start babbling and interrupting the funny person, it's an extremely frustrating thing. You can tell how frustrated Delia is that he keeps trying to go off on a bit. Because this is what he does if you watch his congratulations podcast. But here again, idiots stepping all over him, and idiots who just happen to be the most unfunny people on planet Earth. Extremely frustrating, but that's what happens when you get accused of what you get accused of. Career end up broadcasting from Buffalo. I wish that had been. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
So you're telling me now that when the 20 years is into the blood, the Congress is going to be out of
Jeez, man, it's so funny how much shit President Shaw has caught, like in the world of comedy. Because when he first came to the cellar, and he just came with Brian Cow, like, hang out, listen, and he was like, man, I really love your stuff. I was like, Brandon, fucking Shaw just said he likes my stuff. So when he started doing comedy, he was so much shit.
That's so
Like, at one point, I was just like, dude, this guy fucking old. He likes me.
And so you're thinking a lot of shit. I mean, he's still in shit.
He doesn't even do comedy anymore either. He's like, you like live comedy, but still just giving him shit.
But they're like,
not funny. Bad joke.
they're like giving him shit. They're like saying this podcast is every week there's somebody going, he's finished, his podcast is over. It's
Oh,
over.
they keep saying he's finished. They said Brian Cow just keeps leaving and going on different vacations. Like every week, he's like, oh, I'm not going to be here for the next 7 episodes because me and my family are doing anything else. But I don't know how true it is. I just watched all that.
Yeah, let's spend the rest of the show calling out people for being dicks, dude.
Let's do it.
All right, leave on my
Who's
list.
next?
You know what? No, I shouldn't.
Can I do it?
No,
Do it. I'll do it. What do you do it?
I can't say a name,
I'll do it.
but I will say there is a comedian who I wrote for who stole like $10,000.
Rich Voss.
There it is. Mystery
I mean, emotionally, yeah.
$10,000 of emotions. Rich Voss.
You wrote for him on that stupid show. On Comedy Punch Out. Remember the show we're on? Comedy Knock.
I did not write on that.
You didn't write on that? You weren't there?
Do you think
Oh,
he's
no, I thought she was the Indian chick. You're right.
Oh, that's so funny. She's a good writer. I'll take it.
Wait a second. Are you not Siva Hartwell?
No, I'm not.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Yeah, but I did get robbed.
$10,000. Now, robbery in being unpaid.
Unpaid after agreeing to a payment, and then afterwards I asked for the payment, and they were like, nah. And then I was like, can I have it again? And then this person, who is, everyone knows here,
Famous.
shouldn't be, but is, undeservingly famous.
Five guys.
She refused to pay me my money, and then added into the email an attorney who threatened to tell Netflix that I was difficult to work with if I came after the rest of my payment.
Wow, so it's a girl. Everyone's.
I'll write it down.
I want to guess. I want to guess with writing down. I'm trying to drive people nuts.
Okay, do you want to guess what I'm writing down?
I'm writing 3 names.
Okay.
You tell me which one of them.
Okay.
I think I only have 2 in my mind right this second, but you're going to have the same ones, Bobby, I think.
Here, you get that.
No, we're probably gonna have the same.
We are,
Chase just saved me.
Write 3, and it'll be fun. I'll go, yeah, it's one of the 3. No.
Really?
No. More undeserving of
Oh,
fame.
I know.
Don't. It's not attorneys.
can I tell you guys? Let me tell you, who'd you write, Bobby? Okay, well, you're supposed to say it. It's right there.
But it's not her.
Let me say it. Let me for the same people playing along at home.
My brain just says what it says.
If it's for the people playing along at home, it's not in the top 3 people. Most people are thinking I'd say that
No, it's not.
because that's the 3 names I wrote down.
I'll give you a hint.
But you can't say the 3 names you wrote down because it's not. You can't say it.
No. I'm just saying, if at home, if people are in their mind going, I've got it, you don't got it because.
I don't mind if you say the names it's not.
I know who it is.
Okay.
I don't give a fuck.
So here's my guess. This is what's on so far. Whitney, no. Nikki,
I don't know her name.
no. Amy, no.
No.
I don't know her name.
More undeserving.
I'm just
Think
gonna.
of someone who doesn't deserve anything.
I don't want to write this one down on camera.
Oh, we're on camera.
Yeah, we're
Live?
No. We can end it. We can blur it.
You can blur it, right? Nice.
We're putting this in.
No, we're definitely making this the clip.
No. No. Literally think of someone who's never had one joke and is famous and gets regular spots in the city
No, Bobby gets that
and
right.
blew up quickly and has been connected to some of our friends.
I know it is. Yes.
I see you writing it in yes, Jam.
Yeah.
Seeing the letters.
Right.
Yes. Yes, that fucking bitch. Yes.
Look at that face. And you know it is, Bobby. I know it is. That's a juicy. Wow.
Really? Yeah. With a lawyer. After agreeing to the payment in email, I could have literally gone after her and I just let it go. And I might still, bitch.
It's an email.
It's an email. Could I still chase it?
I think you should. If you have like an email record of being promised a fee,
Yeah, I did.
Christine is the lawyer of the show. Just let her know.
You know what?
Anything happens to the bonfire, we go to Christine.
I'm coming after you, little cunt.
So you have an
Can
email.
I say that?
Yes.
You have an email for the money from her or from our people.
I have it from her.
And was it for the thing like the?
Yeah, that thing. And the reason why she didn't want to pay me is because she wouldn't listen to me on how to actually say them.
Okay, the chick Kim Cogman's talking about it. Perfect. But here you go. But Big Taylor said Bob Kelly talking about destroying Bob and all my videos about him. So now, first of all, big shout out to Bob Kelly. Remember Bob Kelly was the first person ever to mention me on the then Chip and Sam show with him, Anthony, Stan, were all in. This was right after we got fired, and this was like one of the first shows back when it was a big deal. Oh, we get to have Anthony back on. And Anthony and Bob Kelly shouted me out. Big J, thanks out to Louis J. Gomez. As you know, they all keep tabs on the channel here, but yeah. As you can see, all the guys watch my channel. They'll keep up at the Bobbin News. And Shaw was so stupid following that lawsuit. I mean, but to be fair to Shaw, Louis J. Gomez did give up real ass dude and be persuaded. But aside from that, it's just been a complete downfall for his career. And even Big J had said it there. He was like, when I first heard about Shaw, I was like, oh, this dude's cool. This guy, it's awesome. I'm going to meet Shaw. Now I thought that because Shaw had the Rogan connection. Now that's pretty much done. And they've all lost respect for Shaw and trash them. And it's hilarious to me. But let me know your thoughts in the comments. How do I know that ultimately we're going to compromise
Craziest thing. This is insanely sad too. So there's two Japanese boxers that fought in the same event, not against each other, the same event, and they both died from brain injury.
The ref's fault? Did they just not stop it? Either was it fucked up or it's just a freak accident same night?
It's just same night.
So it says two Japanese boxers have died days after suffering brain injuries in separate fights on the same card. I'm not even trying to say the name of Katori died on Friday, and Hiromasa on Saturday after being injured in the fights. How fucked? That's like bleeding inside the skull. That sucks.
Yeah, to me, this is like one of the craziest things, the craziest stories I've heard.
care about that Harlem stuff. Yeah, so don't worry about it. Just you watch. That's my boss fight. MMA fighting saying views, there are views already in the scene. Oh, I'm not gonna take credit for this, but I am. Go for it. When we did King of the Sting, and Views just getting the UFC, he would show up for the main event. Or the main card, like the third last fight, and I roasted him. I said, dude, you know how fucked that up is? You know how fucked up that is? You don't remember this? Do you remember this? Yes. I was like, dude, the real fights are the prelims. Those are the guys you need to watch. Those guys fighting for their meals. Those are the guys that need support. Dude was like, all right, Theo made some joke, and now he doesn't. Yeah, I'm just saying, I was the first one to call out that you can't show up for the fucking main card. Don't be that guy. And now he's doing it. And you know what's on my phone? He's like, there's shitty tweets. God, it's funny. That was funny. Yeah, this will be the last one. Yeah, the real fans, like that gentleman said, don't miss the prelims. Don't be that guy that shows up just for the main fucking card. I hate that. It just makes so much that shit is bullshit, dude. Alright. So in DC, you probably posted this. Our own boy Georgie, Clint, and it is on. We're like, who's this guy? Yeah. So DC posted this. So, I like Georgie's all, huh? I love it. Yeah. Georgie blow it up, dude. I love to see it. I stopped him the other day. Yeah, Georgie blow it up. More love from Islam, DC. I love to see it. Is that everything? That's it. All right, kids. That's it, man. You got UFC 319 this Saturday. Cannot wait. It's must-see TV. First time in a long time I'm saying this. This is a middleweight title fight for the ages. This fight is fucking two of the very best in their prime going at it for the world fucking title. It is the UFC at its finest. Please tune in. It's UFC 319 going down. The Boogeyman, Hamza versus DDP, one of the best to ever do it. They're both in their fucking prime. Let's fucking go. UFC 319 this Saturday. Enjoy it. Like, subscribe, do all the stuff. The TRX giveaway ends this month. Alright? This is the last month. I'm sick of promoting this thing. 4 months is way too much to promote a truck. I've been driving around. It's absolutely insane. It's a 2024 final edition supercharged V8 Hellcat TRX with over $50,000 in mods. The winner also gets $10,000 cash. We have new merch coming for the last week. It's the best merch I've done. Go on over to drivefastallgas.com. Anything you buy on the site automatically enters you to win this badass ultimate dad rig. Giveaway kit. It ends this month. Get you some. Alright? That's it, kids. Drivefastallgas.com. UFC 319. It's going down. I love you guys. Thanks for watching. Subscribing, doing all this stuff. I'm out.
Georgie blowing up. I mean, another guy who got away from the shop, and his career is immediately doing better. By the way, the Georgie thing messed up. Georgie was hired by Shop, so Shop could go around and brag, well, you see that weird fat guy? I hired him. And then he paid him nothing and fired him. And only him. So Georgie got fired by Shop. But Shop hired him. He said, everyone, look what a great guy I am, me. So, other than that, talking about another guy who's career blew up. The second he got away from Shop. Shop is so jealous of him. But he said, I'm calling Theo out. I think that I told him to go to the prelims first. And did he just say he roasted Theo about it? Brendan Schaub has never roasted a marshal. Brendan Schaub is he's never roasted anybody or anything, or if you would say anything. He talks like a redact. By the way, I don't know that, let me know if you have noticed this. Now every time I hear the word every or any, I got half shot in the brain. I keep hearing free. Like, why doesn't he keep putting eyes and words like that? What accent is that other than redacted? It's not a Colorado accent. I've never heard anybody do that. He's got me doing it now. Shot the whole Theo Vaughn thing. That's why Shaw moved down to Texas. Because Callan was going to pull a Theo. Callan, I'm down to Texas, go focus on my stand-up career. Because of residency at Joe Rogan's club. And Shaw was like, goes away. Not again. Not another Theo situation. Packed up his entire family and flew to Texas. Shaw is miserable. He hates it down there. He can't stand it. His wife hates it. And they're trying to make the best of it by lying, but they still complain about it on a weekly basis. They see the wildlife, the fact that Shaw has no friends there. He didn't have any friends in LA really either, but like his brother had down there with him. Yeah. So Shaw just eats it. But moves all the way there. Because Shaw was thinking the entire time, I should have moved to Nashville with Theo. But I stayed. And when Callan was going to pull that trigger, Shaw was like, not me. I'm stitching my bag into your North Star. I'm not going to let you go anywhere. They hate me so much. And he's always going to try to take credit to Theo's success. But then everybody never thought to the comments. Yeah, but that's fine. My mom, I got it. Does your brother? Once in a while.
Do you miss drinking at all?
No.
You stopped when? You just stopped one day.
Yes, for cold turkey.
That was it. Just
That was it. What did you enjoy about it? Because you did it every day.
with rest.
What did you enjoy about it the most? Nothing. How much did you stress? Stress, yeah.
Just having to deal with the fucking world.
Yeah, so it made stress go away. Yeah.
It's a shitty way to cope.
Yeah, it's a bad way to go. I went on whiskey line, so I had access to it. It's there.
And your face was swollen.
Super swollen. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, nothing good came from it. I also don't need it to be social. Like this weekend, I'm with the other dads, the neighbors and stuff, and there's at the lake, there's a little bar there. I can go there and hang with anyone and talk. I don't need alcohol to talk.
But so ever since you guys are talking about drinking with me, dude, people hit me up constantly and they're like, "Oh my god, you're getting wasted." I'm like, I don't get wasted. I just sit
You're one of those guys who can handle alcohol. I've seen it. But also, I've seen you drink crazy amounts of alcohol. You're choking.
It's not
Some people can handle it. Like your body breaks it down differently than most people.
No, I disagree with that.
It's still tough.
I think you can handle it and do your job, but you're literally killing yourself. So this idea that you can handle it it's actually aiding to you continue with it. I don't disagree with you that alcohol's not the poison. Like if you're Winston Churchill, Chan, Bert Kreischer, none of it's good. Right? None of it's good. I actually read a book that freaking Nikki Glazer recommended on Joe Rogan's show. It's about drinking, how to quit drinking. I stopped drinking for like a few weeks. And I was just like, all right, I felt pretty good, but I felt better when I was just enjoying the
Sometimes an addiction is like where all the fun is, right? So sometimes you can be in a, your life can be like the
You keep highlighting this addiction now. It's not a big deal, man. I disagree.
it's not a big deal.
It's not.
What I'm trying to say, let me finish the thought though, because that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying sometimes an addiction can be like literally your entire purpose, and your whole life is geared around being able to do that. So people do that, then you take it away. So, for example, when they do lap band, stomach bypass surgery, or they do that band, the suicide rate for those people goes way up because now they don't have food. And food was the one thing that kept them sane and kind of from having to face all their problems. Now you take the food away, and now they're left sitting there, right? And they're left with themselves, and that's sort of the challenge. So I think at the end of the day, I agree that there's nothing good about drinking, and you're going to have to eventually come to terms with it, right? Or it'll take you. And may as well do it sooner than later.
And that's what I'm doing. I just feel like you need to find something that you can put your energy in, because drinking is such a waste of
Like
money.
karate.
No, but what I'm saying is, like, once you guys start talking about it, people hit me up like crazy. They're in their minds, they're framing it as I'm getting wasted, like passing out. Yeah, like, no, no. What the hell are you ever passed out? You're drinking a lot. When have you ever seen me be like, only on that jelly roll bus with the outside? Yeah, but that's with jelly roll. You have to do with jelly roll, and that's weed too. I did weed and alcohol jelly. Yeah. But yeah. It's like one of the current, which is a good segment. One of the current events is how Trump's gonna, make marijuana not such a restrictive drug, right? So it's a gateway drug. Go for it. The idea, I'll say our boy Rogan talks about marijuana. I'll tell you this right now. The idea that marijuana helps you be more creative, or you can take it and view the world in a different spectacle, all of that is bullshit. It's all bullshit. None of that's real. It's all an excuse for you to zone out and do whatever. You can do it without it. Well, you're medicating yourself. So if you think marijuana is this some sort of passenger to get you to be funny or more creative, that's in you. You can get there without these drugs. And to say it's a gateway drug, that's not an understatement. And there's science on it and there's research on it that shows that kids that do marijuana before the age of 21, it makes you so much more stupider. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've seen one person with our friends who just smoke all the time. And it's not cool. I've seen young kids who had everything. And I watched them smoke, and they started smoking at 15, 14. It is what it is. Kids do it. And man, when they're 25, it's a sad story. It just is. It just is. I'm not saying with men. Rogan's not alive. He can do it and still be super hyper. He was also that way before I started smoking too. Also, he's so intense. And 6 gears. So he worked for him. So it works for him. But he didn't start doing it when he was 35. Correct. Also, you're not Joe Rogan, right? Most of us are. So the idea that this can be a less dangerous drug and healthy body could be more wrong. Now there's some health benefits to it, with inflammation, stuff like that. But as far as making it less dangerous, I just think it's moving America in the wrong direction. My buddy, who you know, Jimmy, we had a friend who had passed away from a brain tumor, but he had glioblastoma, and they were giving him a highly concentrated THC, right? Like highly concentrated. And it kept him alive for, I think, almost 3 years. So they're sometimes certain THC, I guess they don't know why, it's kind of, slows the progression. So Jimmy, who smokes weird periodically, took a fucking, he wet his finger on the drop, he wet his finger on the THC drug, and went like this. He didn't just go get blitzed. He went into a seizure, and he was like this, and he remembers he was totally like cognizant, but he had no control over his body.
So he had no control of his body, and he was like, "Oh my God, I'm having a stroke." So they get him to the hospital. He's lying there, and the doctor, he's finally coming out of him. The doctor goes, "Yeah, you overdosed on THC. That's what happened."
It's like some people get schizophrenic doing it. It's just, I just think people would be so much better if, I'm not saying there's not a use for marijuana. There definitely is in medical cases. I just think we'd be so much better off if instead of smoking marijuana, instead of drinking that fucking whiskey shit, if you just put your fucking tennis shoes on and go for a run. And if you can get the same euphoric feeling, you can get the same endorphins, whatever drug or choice, whatever alcohol choice. If you do something hard and that makes you sweat, you get the same endorphins. There's a reason why so many addicts become long distance runners because they're getting the same endorphins. There's ways to do it where you're gonna smoke and sit on your couch and be not productive and scroll Twitter and Instagram and do some dumb shit. I just don't see it. I don't get it. I don't get the movement. I don't think it puts us in a productive direction. I don't get any of it. I don't get any of it.
I don't know, but it's his battle, it's his journey. You know, he'll figure it out. Get into fucking karate, get into fucking MMA too.
I'm not saying it too much. Spend more time.
By the way, you know what? I'm sorry to say this, I forgot you.
Okay, so that clip was chock full of a bunch of stuff. Furthermore, was chop your kid's nose and then like eat it. Did I see that correctly? I don't know. I did not expect the whole anti-weed right there, chop. Kind of odd, but you had to throw in the caveat that, you know, fine with Joe Rogan. He thinks, you know, Donald Trump should make weed illegal. Go ask Joe Rogan. So just, you know, shout all about that freedom. All about that freedom. So things got a little heated there. Cal finally had to step up. Be like, let me finish. He's so sick of Sean just interrupting him. And he's aware of all the criticism. Now, you have to step up. Like I'm trying to talk, Bubba. But Sean's holier than now attitude. Of course he has it. He's fucking Baba. Of course that's his attitude. This man was a huge alcoholic. And you notice what he said in there? I had a whiskey company. Remember that whiskey, Tiger Lake whiskey? What happened? He thought Aaron Rodgers was going to be a partner. He said Aaron Rodgers was a partner. But you notice he had a whiskey company. It's gone now. But Sean was drinking every day. And, you know, he couldn't stop drinking for a week, and now he's holier than thou, Sean. Like, I'm sober now. His favorite meal is something. But, like, I don't walk around holier than thou on people. Especially since, like, I was a huge alcoholic. Like, Sean was probably the biggest alcoholic in South America. Now he's holier than that. Which, should he have, like, some understanding or?
About how long us have done the low value of calling, like assuming the action about a low by calling, whatsoever they told us is not required of calling, and it's not like assuming all of them again, you don't require it. It's like, remember, let's just keep an eye on the bubble. We're trying to figure out all the other things that was in the body. Is a non-calling ability to hold off. That's the fundamental question of the you want to suggest that about the mensa. This is a macro tradition and grammar. According to tradition, it says that what? That Muhammad is not is the dispensable part of the Abunda. Therefore, it's not being an Abunda. Therefore, it should be shared out. According to grammar, ultimately, again, because it's an indispensable part of the what should be positive design. So it's a no one is taking the problem. And yet we find it fascinating to see that part. Anche a volte si penso quanto più a loro, yet that is should design. What's the example of that? So now we're just trying to figure out what requires a coin, what doesn't require a coin. So right now, so this is just like a machine model. Anytime the coin explicitly says you need a coin, you need a coin, but so it doesn't explicitly say you don't need a coin. So one second, the last code is for you.
Does holding your investment position leave you sweating? We're from Dallas. Invest with clarity. Proven strategies. Unbiased advice. Low, fair fees. And Dallas.
This is really the fight of the kid. This 1953 thing, buddy, I'm telling you, it's a fucking distraction from all the other stuff going on. So, Harvey, what's his name? What's TMZ? Harvey Levin. So now he got the fourth contact from the kidnappers, which is weird. Why they're reaching out to TMZ? They've offered to pay the money. There's been no communication from the FBI with these kidnappers. They're just communicating with TMZ. There's been no communication at all. Usually the way this works, when you kidnap somebody, you want $60 million. Okay, give $6 million. You transfer $6 million, then you get the person back. There's none of that going on. It's all a farce. It's all, I don't know what.
Again, going ahead and the code cannot code does for local, it is also active election. There was a guarantee you want, even according to election. So again, it's bottom line, what is the halacha and how do you possibly reach this halacha? This halacha is the special part of that process is. So the Gemara says, Kol has spoken, Kol has, I'm going to just go through the Rambam over here. This is not a halacha, I'm sorry. Kol has spoken. כל הזמן שפידה אותם, אחד מן הפסים לעבודה, או שהעונק has a down on his back, או שזרקנו אותו מזבח, also, יפסל הזמן, was essentially again, any time, anyone other than a
once in a while. Do you have a drink,
Kabbalah,
you stop one day.
Yes, we're cold turkey.
That was it. Just
everything else must be done by
What did you enjoy about it when you worked? Because you did it every day.
and it's not done by a Kohen, then ultimately what? What about the nice things? What about if the Kohen goes ahead and receives them? Then what? Here's it starts a hole. And so it doesn't bring those little debt, he just stands there holding it. And then what? And then he goes, and then the Kohen gets it back and he goes around and discusses this. Kibbel HaKasha B'Nasal Apostle L'Holach Ba'Apostle and L'Amad Ben Komo. Suppose I listen to this. What happens again? The Kohen received the blood, gave it to Yisrael. Yisrael standing in place. Kohen gets it back from Yisrael. What's the halacha? What's that? Yachzir HaKasha. As long as halacha l'mayim Yisrael did not move it closer to the death, Yisrael just stood there.
Jake is actually in talks to fight Anthony.
I don't know, but I don't think any of Jake's stuff is staged. I think it's all calculated who's fighting. But I've said this before, and I'm not saying it's staged, but if he fights Anthony Joshua and he doesn't get absolutely starched in 30 seconds or less, thumbs up. I'll say that. That's how that's shown. Two-time gold medalist, world champion, heavyweight. Anthony Joshua. This is where we draw a line and say, go, hold on. Now I'll watch it, of course, but if you beat him in like a decision or lose a decision, I got some questions. I'm not saying it's rigged, I only assume. I got questions.
I also got questions. What's Jake up to? Does he actually want to see how he can stack up?
Maybe this is the final stage of it. Be like, all right, we can get a fight with Anthony Joshua when he gets starched. And he's like, okay, that's my time.
Yeah.
I made all the money. I fought the very best. I'm out.
Balls.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt in that.
This kid's got balls.
But if that thing goes longer than a minute, you get fucking starched. I got questions. That's all I'm saying.
You're not.
Yeah. Or maybe you don't even have to say anything, but in Anthony Joshua puts away like a 10. Okay.
So Anthony would make it a show.
the way Tyson did with Francis. And then Francis ran into Anthony and goes, oh, this is how it should go. And fuck did roll. That's how it should go.
Yeah,
There's nothing wrong with that. Francis made all the money.
Tyson was not going full.
They put on a show. Same way Floyd did with Logan. I think he got him out of the show.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's staged with Logan and Floyd, but you know, I don't think he was giving a call.
I think it was Tom Ed Hearn said this is the most insane thing, but it's a crazy, crazy payday.
You know, they're both making money. That's why get yours. There's a lane for it.
What do you think that Jake in his training is thinking? Is he training with big guys? Is he thinking he's the best?
No.
I mean, Anthony Joshua.
I know.
I don't
The Javante Davis one made more sense. Like, he's undersized. If he lands when he's in trouble. Anthony Joshua.
Yeah.
The Greek goddess from fucking the UK. Yeah. That guy, the gold medalist, the former heavyweight champion. No.
People think that he gets beat by Usyk and stuff. And they're like, oh, no.
I don't think he was. I think Jake's like, yeah, I'm gonna test this. This is the end of the line.
I mean, do that against people. You know what I mean? You're better off doing that against the
You're not though.
Why?
Because no one knows people.
Yeah.
The whole reason is to make money. No one's gonna watch you fight people.
All right. I mean, Canelo.
Canelo's not taking the fight.
He's not taking the fight.
Champion. I mean, would you still be interested in? He said either was it Jake or was it Logan that said their end plan was to fight each other. Logan said that on my show. Yeah. So would you still be interested in that? Yeah. Yeah, if it's a real fight, hell yeah. Then there's this about the WNBA.
They've taken out shoes. Guys have sex with them in their feet.
Yeah,
It's true. Guys are not.
Would you date a short queen? What? Short queen? Like that blonde and that? Like that's a. Give me height. Well, short. 4 foot, dude. No. I think under 5 foot's considered short. Like the small guys are 5. Under 5.
No, but that's a type of. That's a condition. That dwarfism.
But I think under 5. What is considered a little person? Different ways.
Other than picking his nose and perhaps eating it, Brendan Shaw, did you see what happened there? Did you see him get caught doing the most disgusting thing ever? He took out that nipping pouch out of his mouth and stuffed it in the couch and then put a chair there. How many times have you had? How many couches are on that couch? Look, this sick beard, this nose picking weirdo really took that pouch out of his mouth and put it in his armpit. Oh my God! First of all, that dipping thing is the most disgusting. I remember when I was